Welcome to Enigma Vault, where every locked memory hides a bloody truth. I'm Nightfall, and tonight we'll step into the shadows where secrets never die. My temple was throbbing as if a red-hot steel needle was drilling into my skull. The frequency of the infrasound waves vibrating in the air became higher and higher, even making the teeth feel sore. When Samira's electric shock device burst out the third cluster of sparks in the keyhole, I finally let go of the door handle. The metal door did not move at all, and not even a piece of paper could be stuffed between the door frame and the wall, as if it was welded shut. Try the vent? I pulled off the hem of my shirt and pressed it to the wound on my leg. The blood quickly soaked through the fabric. The place where I was hit by the guard's baton in the corridor just now hurt as if it was pinched by a pair of tongs. Samira didn't say anything. She looked up at the palm-sized iron grill on the ceiling and shook her head. The gap was so big that even her wrist couldn't fit in. The filing cabinet cast a long shadow across the room. I staggered over, and the words "Final Experimental Data" engraved on the metal box scratched my fingertips painfully. The rivet next to it was still glowing coldly in the shadow, exactly the same as the one that was dug out from the crack in the wall 3 days ago. I found this thing 3 days ago in the cracks of an old church in Harlem. And then I found the underground passage. And then I closed my eyes and suppressed the dizziness that was coming over me. Absolute pitch became a death warrant at this moment. The buzzing of infrasound was amplified 10 times in the cochlea, and even Samira's breathing frequency could be heard clearly. She was deliberately slowing down, as if she was suppressing some emotion. Subject C9. She spoke suddenly, her voice as light as ash floating in the air. I turned to look at her. She was staring at the photo in the blue dress, her fingertips stroking the red words on the back. I was sent to St. Mary's Orphanage when I was 12. They said my parents died in the Brooklyn fire, but I've never seen a photo of the fire scene, and no one can tell the exact date. She looked up with bright eyes. Do you remember the adoption records I found at City Hall last week? In July 1982, 17 children at St. Mary's were marked as special adoptions, and the files were all blacked out. Of course I remember. Among the names crossed out in black pen were mine, Samira, and a little mute who always hid in the stairwell in the orphanage. He accidentally fell from the building in the winter of 1983, and the next day, Virgil Hawke became the manager of the nursing home. Virgil, the kind-looking old man who always gives mints to the elderly, should be standing outside the door at this moment, laughing when he hears the noise of us banging on the door, right? Elliot, Samira's voice snapped me back to reality. She squatted at the bottom of the filing cabinet, her fingernails scratching an almost invisible gap. There is a secret compartment here. Amid the harsh sound of metal friction, a brown paper bag was pulled out. The words on the cover made me breathless. DNA paternity test report. My fingers trembled on the cover, remembering the old document I found in the passage 3 days ago. The edge of the page had been gnawed by mice, but it clearly stated, the interference with the subject's memory requires genetic anchoring. It is recommended to extract samples from the biological mother for DNA comparison to ensure the accuracy of the removal procedure. Combination lock. Samira pointed at the electronic lock that sealed the paper bag. 000 flashed on the red digital screen. It was on standby mode 2 minutes ago. Now it's starting to count down. Cold sweat instantly broke out on the back of my neck. The frequency of the infrasound suddenly drops, like someone slowly removing their fingernails from a blackboard. The migraine eased a little, and I could hear my heart beating like a drum. It might be related to sound waves. I touched the metal texture of the lock. Virgil's project is a sonic weapon, right? They use infrasound to interfere with memory, and DNA is... It's a locator, Samira answered quickly. It's like installing a GPS in the brain, marking the memory area with gene sequences, and then clearing it with sound waves. So they need a paternity test report. They have to confirm the genetic relationship between the experimental subject and the biological mother, in order to accurately strike. Her fingertips tapped on the lock. The frequency of this lock, 260 Hz. I blurted out, absolute pitch. Automatically analyzed the frequency of the lock's vibration. It's the same as what I heard in Virgil's office 3 days ago. When he answered the phone, there was a hum of this frequency in the background. Samira's eyes lit up. When he said the backup power supply of the sample library should be checked, he might be referring to the power supply system of this lock. She took out a small silver device from her pocket. It was her homemade frequency jammer. If the lock's starting frequency is 260, reverse input 260 harmonics. Wait, I grabbed her wrist. There are 58 seconds left on the countdown. If the interference is wrong, the paper bag may self-destruct. I stared at the small words on the corner of the cover. Look here. Alex Green Identification Center Authorization. Alex Green. I remember he was a professor of genetics at New York University. 10 years ago, he opened a private identification office that specializes in taking on difficult police cases. Samira paused with her finger on the jammer. You mean, we can't break this lock? I pulled off the necklace around my neck. It was the only relic my mother left me, a silver brooch engraved with S. But Alex Green can. Last week I found his paper from 20 years ago, which mentioned the method of using harmonic resonance to break biological locks. The countdown jumps to 0030. Suddenly there was the sound of leather heels hitting the ground outside, coming from far away. Samira shoved the paper bag into my arms, turned around and picked up the stun gun. It's Virgil's people. They have a sonic generator. I felt the rivet in my pocket, the cool metal against my palm. The infrasound became sharp again, and the headache returned. But this time I didn't close my eyes. I was staring at the profile of Samira, with the pale pink scar behind her ear from when she was 12 and smashed a thermos. But now I know that it was not a burn, but a surgical scar. Let's go. Samira dragged me to the ventilation duct on the other side of the room. They are going to block this place. We have to get out with a report. The footsteps stopped outside the door, followed by the sound of the password pad. I stuffed the paper bag into my shirt pocket, and the metal buckle hurt my chest. As Samira used a tool to pry open the iron bars of the vent, I heard the door lock click. They came in. Hold on to me. Samira was the first to get into the pipe, and her back became a blurry shadow in the darkness. I climbed in after him, gasping in pain as my knees pressed against the rusty iron. But the paper bag in my arms became even heavier, as heavy as a ballast stone, carrying me down into the deep sea of truth. Alex Green's laboratory is now as clear as a map in my mind.
There's a machine that can crack any biometric lock. An old man who can read the encryption code from 40 years ago.
A faint light shone through at the end of the pipe. I licked my cracked lips and heard Samira whisper in front of me. We're almost there. Behind me, Virgil's men had already rushed into the room. Their shouts mixed with the hum of infrasound, like a sticky black mist, were crawling up the pipes. But we have this bag of reports. We have the key. When the smell of disinfectant penetrated my nostrils, I was climbing out of the broken hole in the ventilation duct, and my elbows were burning from the scraping of the metal edge. Samira was already half crouching, kicking the cardboard box on the ground with the tip of her shoe. That was the camouflaged passage Alex had prepared in advance, hidden in the storage room in the back alley of the identification center. There is a surveillance camera at 3 o'clock. She tugged at my sleeve, her knuckles turning white from the pressure. I looked up and saw the camera in the corner flashing red, like a single eye. Alex said last week that the surveillance system on this floor had just been upgraded 3 days ago, but now the camera should have been pointed at the iron gate in the back alley. But now it has slightly deviated and is facing the storage rack where we are standing. There's a problem. I took out the paper bag from the inner pocket of my shirt. The seal was still there, but there was a little brown stain on the edge. Was it from rubbing it in the pipe just now? No, more like rust. However, the ventilation duct is made of newly replaced galvanized iron sheets, so it is impossible for it to have this kind of old rust color. Let's go to the lab first. Samira pushed me out the door. Alex is waiting. The glass door of the laboratory reflected our shadows. The hem of my t-shirt was stained with pipe dust, and half of her silver chain was exposed under her turtleneck sweater. It was left by her mother, and she always touched it when she was nervous. The moment the door opened, the smell of disinfectant became stronger, mixed with some sharp electronic sound. I frowned. The sound was like nails scratching on a blackboard, but denser than ordinary noise, with a frequency of around 17,000 hertz. My absolute pitch automatically began to analyze. Was this the tail sound of an infrasound generator? Elliot's. Alex looked up from the operating table, 3 pens in the pocket of his white coat. Samira, come here. He pushed up his glasses and glanced at the door behind us. I checked the surveillance in the back alley. 10 minutes ago, a black Ford was parked at the corner. The license plate was covered in mud. My spine tightened. Virgil's people always use unlicensed cars. The one that chased us in Brooklyn last time was the same model. Rachel White straightened up from the refrigerator, her blonde hair tied into a neat ponytail. The file encryption is military grade. I used a quantum decoder, which takes half an hour. She handed over 2 cups of coffee. The paper cups were printed with the logo of the identification center, but there was a circle of brown water stains on the bottom of the cup. Rachel was a misophobe and would never use a dirty cup. Thank you. I took the cup. The moment my fingertips touched the wall of the cup, I suddenly remembered what Samira said in the apartment this morning. Virgil's people are good at disguise. They can get any documents and even imitate voice prints. As the bitter taste of coffee exploded on my tongue, I noticed Rachel's right hand. When she was moving the refrigerator just now, her left hand was hanging naturally, but her right hand was slightly curled. That was the mark of wearing gloves for a long time when operating precision instruments, but the edges of her nails were worn, as if she often scratched the keyboard. But real technicians will perform hand care regularly to avoid affecting operations. The equipment is ready. Alex tapped the gene sequencer, and blue light danced on his glasses. Samira, give me the report. I was about to touch the paper bag when I caught a glimpse of the emergency exit light flashing at the end of the corridor. A figure flashed by, wearing dark gray work clothes, the same color as the uniforms of the identification center, but the epaulettes were placed on the left. The epaulettes of the standard uniform should be aligned with the mid-clavicle line. Wait. I held Samira's hand. Rachel, can you get me a paperclip? She paused for a moment, then turned and walked towards the filing cabinet. I stared at the length of her stride, 72 centimeters per step, aligned with the seams between the lab floor tiles. So deliberate. Real staff will relax because they are familiar with the environment, and their stride will deviate by 1. Elliot. Alex looked at me questioningly. Someone sneaked in. I lowered my voice. Rachel is not herself. Samira's pupils shrank, and her hand had already touched her waist, where the folding knife left by her father was. Keep going. I winked at Alex. Just pretend nothing happened. As the gene sequencer began to hum, footsteps were heard in the corridor. Rachel, the man in overalls, poked his head in. The front desk said, "There's a delivery for you." His voice was high-pitched, with a deliberately imitated Brooklyn accent, but the vibrato at the end was too fake. Virgil's men always like to imitate this outdated accent. I'll get it. Fake Rachel turned to leave, but Samira suddenly tripped her. She stumbled into the reagent rack, and the glass test tubes fell down with a clatter. I took the opportunity to scan her ID card, number 07342, but the appraisal center's new employee numbers this year start with 09, and the old employees from 2007 should have retired long ago. Henry Blake, I said, using the name on my badge. Virgil's guy, right? His expression froze instantly. Samira's folding knife was pressed against the back of his neck, and the real Rachel rushed in from the door, holding anti-pepper spray in her hand. He just stole my ID card at the front desk. Henry suddenly counterattacked and elbowed Samira's wrist. The folding knife fell to the ground with a clang, and he grabbed the centrifuge tube rack next to him and threw it at him. I dodged to the side, and the metal frame brushed against my ear and smashed the pressure gauge on the wall. The alarm suddenly sounded. Infrasound, I shouted. Absolute pitch picked up vibrations in the air. Frequencies below 20 Hz were resonating. He was carrying a micro-generator to interfere with our judgment, but this actually helped me. The tinnitus caused by the infrasound allowed me to hear his breathing rate more clearly, once every 15 seconds in sync with the rhythm of the attack. As he lunged at me, I dodged to the side, holding down his wrist. His pulse is 1110 beats per minute, 30 beats faster than normal, indicating tension. How much did Virgil pay you? I pressed his joints. To let you die. Fuck you. His other hand reached for his pocket, and I heard a metallic friction sound. It was the electric shock device. Samira picked up the folding knife and put the tip of the knife to his throat. If you move again, I will cut your carotid artery. As the alarm sounded, Alex rushed over and turned off the infrasound generator. Henry collapsed to the ground, sweat dripping from his forehead. Rachel called the police tremblingly, but I knew it was useless. Virgil's people had already bribed the local police. How's the equipment? I rushed to the gene sequencer. The progress bar on the display stopped at 87%, and the data window flashed a red warning. Cache lost due to external interference. Alex's face turned pale. We have to retest it for at least 6 hours. Samira squatted down and took out a note from Henry's pocket. It was written in Virgil's handwriting. Destroy the report at all costs. Sirens sounded from the back alley, but this time it wasn't reinforcements. I looked out the window at the black Ford slowly driving away, its license plate still covered in mud. Henry sneered on the ground. Do you think you can win by catching me? Virgil has plenty of ways. Samira sealed his mouth with tape. I stared at the red warning on the sequencer, and suddenly heard lingering infonic vibrations in the air, like some kind of countdown hum. Tonight it won't end. As I parked my Cadillac at the entrance of the alley diagonally opposite St. Mary's Cemetery, the hairs on the back of my neck stood up in unison with the hum of absolute pitch. The sound was like a crumpled tape, making a crackling noise deep in the ear canal. Not the wind, not the traffic, but some kind of closer, regular vibration. The curtain of the third window on the second floor moved. Samira pressed her fingertips on the mist on the car window. She always used this method to hide her nervousness. I looked over there and saw that the faded red brick exterior of the apartment was covered with ivy. The window on the second floor, with peeling paint, was indeed shaking slightly, but the wind was clearly coming from the west. The old apartment mentioned in the anonymous text message. I took out my car keys, and the metal teeth left red marks on my palm. Samira nodded. The unread text message was still on the screen of her mobile phone. The sender number showed unknown, but there was a string of numbers at the end. 2 and 1 2. Exactly the same as the pencil mark on the back of the fire scene photo in my childhood diary. When I pushed open the iron door leading to the apartment, the smell of rust suddenly filled my nose. The moss on the steps was as slippery as if it were oiled. I reached out to hold the wall, but my fingertips felt a raised pattern. In the cool white light of my phone, I could see that it was a symbol carved into the wall with the tip of a knife. 3 overlapping triangles with a wavy line crossing the middle. Morse code. Samira leaned in close, her hair brushing the back of my hand. Her breath condensed into white mist on the glass. The triangle corresponds to 3 short notes. The wavy line is a long note. I didn't answer. Absolute pitch suddenly captured a certain frequency, 0.3 Hz faster than normal human breathing, with a moist echo. In the ventilation duct, or a room on the second floor. I looked up following the sound and caught a glimpse of a light bulb hanging from the ceiling shaking, with the tips of a pair of shoes in the shadow. Back off. I grabbed Samira's wrist, and her folding knife had already slipped into her palm. The footsteps came from the second floor. Very slow, like a deliberate test. But I could tell it was no ordinary friction from the soles of shoes. It was a rubber sole with teeth. Exactly the same as the shoe prints found in the alley behind Virgil nursing home last week.
Mr. Hudson! A smiling face appeared at the corner of the stairs. He was in his 40s, with a shaved beard, wearing maintenance work clothes, and a municipal pipeline work badge on his left breast pocket. His right hand was in his trouser pocket, his knuckles protruding against the fabric. "You're visiting the old apartment late at night. Are you looking for the missing kitten?" Samira raised the tip of her knife slightly. "You should be a comedian, Henry Blake." The man tore off his work badge and threw it over to me. The metal badge landed at my feet. The back was engraved with the gold-plated logo of Hawk Medical. Mr. Virgil said that some secrets are better left to rot in the ground. The moment he started, I smelled the sweet smell of chloroform. The wet cloth in my trouser pocket. My absolute pitch detected that his right shoulder moved first. The center of gravity of his steps shifted to his left leg, and the direction of attack was my left carotid artery. I suddenly pulled Samira to the side, and my back hit the wall, making the symbol clearer.
"The third floor on the left!" Samira suddenly shouted.
I looked down and saw a tiny crack in the wooden board under my feet, and the dust on the edge had been rubbed off. Henry's shadow was already falling over me. I bent over, grabbed the edge of the wooden board and lifted it up. Half of a bloody pocket watch rolled out from the rotten sawdust. The dial stopped at 21:17, exactly the same as the timestamp in the photo. "Fuck," Henry cursed and paused in his rush. Samira took the opportunity to use a folding knife to pry open the broken sofa next to her, and the springs made a shrill scream. I listened to her footsteps making a semicircle to my right. It was a trap. She always said that the floorboards in old apartments were most likely loose. The moment Henry's rubber sole touched the floor, I heard a crisp click. He suddenly sank, and the floor cracked, revealing rotten wooden beams underneath. In panic, he grabbed the armrest of the sofa, but pulled the spring that Samira had cut in advance, and the rusty iron frame fell down with a bang, pressing him into the corner. "Run!" Samira pulled me upstairs. The pocket watch in my palm was hot. We heard Henry's muffled groans, and the sound of breaking wood behind us. But we didn't stop. The hum in our absolute pitch was still intensifying, like some kind of countdown beep. And from behind the half-open door at the end of the second floor, the faint sound of a piano was floating out. It was the melody of Twinkle Twinkle, Little Star, but out of tune, like a child poking a piano key with his index finger. Samira and I stopped in front of the door. The door handle was wrapped with a faded pink ribbon, exactly the same as the one I remembered the girl had tied in her hair as she huddled in the corner of the attic on the night of the fire. "Sophie," I called softly, my voice hitting the door and stirring up a cloud of dust. There was no response from inside the door, but the hum in the absolute pitch suddenly changed. It was the low-frequency vibration of some mechanical operation, mixed with a faint sound of electric current, like some kind of recording device was rewinding. Samira placed her folding knife against the crack in the door and pushed gently. The moment the door opened, I saw photos covering the walls, all of the same girl from infant to teenage, with Sophie Miller written on the back of each one. On the desk in the center of the photo, there is an old tape recorder. The red indicator light flickers in the dark, like an eye staring at us. Amid the rustling sound of the tape, a child's voice suddenly sang, a little off-tune and childish. "Twinkle, twinkle, little star. The sky is full of little stars." The sounds were exactly the same as those in the attic during the night. Henry's shouts came from downstairs, getting closer and closer. Samira was already squatting in front of the desk, searching for something. I pressed the pause button on the recorder, and the tape stopped with a click. The last note hung in the air like a needle piercing my eardrum. The pocket watch was getting hot in my pocket. In the diary open on the desk was half a group photo. A little girl in a white dress was holding a little boy in a blue jacket, with the spire of St. Mary's Cemetery in the background. The little boy's face was torn off, but I recognized the old scar on the inside of my left wrist, exactly where I was feeling the pain. There was a sound of kicking on the door downstairs. Samira stuffed the diary into her backpack and raised an eyebrow at me. "Want to leave a business card?" I took out my lighter and lit the photos on the desk. As the flames licked the name Sophie Miller, the buzzing in the absolute pitch suddenly turned into clear Morse code. 3 short, 3 long, 3 short. SOS signal. "Let's go." I pulled her up and ran to the top floor. The fire behind us reflected the stair railing red. Henry appeared at the corner of the second floor with a gun in his hand. The bullet flew past my ear and shattered the light bulb above my head. The skylight on the top floor was covered with thick dust. I smashed the glass with my pocket watch, and the cold wind rushed in, messing up the pages that had fallen out of the diary. Samira crawled out first and reached out to pull me up. There were thin calluses on her palms left by the folding knife, and the touch overlapped with the hand that reached in through the attic window on a rainy night in my memory. "Hold on," she shouted. I grabbed her wrist and looked up, catching a glimpse of fresh watermarks in the mist on the skylight glass, drawn with fingertips, 3 overlapping triangles with wavy lines crossing in between. It's exactly the same as the symbol on the wall downstairs. Henry's footsteps had reached the top floor stairs. Samira pulled me onto the roof, and the old tiles broke under my feet, making a crisp sound. We ran along the roof and heard gunshots behind us, scaring away a flock of crows. As we jumped onto the balcony of the building next door, I looked back at the apartment building that was emitting flames. The curtain of the window on the second floor moved again, and this time I could see clearly. Behind the curtain, there was a figure in a white dress, standing on tiptoe with her forehead pressed against the glass. The shape of her mouth says, "Be careful." Samira's phone vibrated in her backpack. I took it out and saw another anonymous text message. "Under the 3rd floor tile in the basement of the chapel, you will find the answers you want. But remember," before the last word was loaded, the screen suddenly went black. I looked up and saw Samira staring behind me, her face pale. I turned around. The spire of St. Mary's Cemetery was faintly visible in the night, and at the door of the chapel on the east side of the cemetery stood an old man in a dark grey coat. He held up his umbrella, with water droplets hanging on the ribs, but it was not raining tonight. Virgil Hawke was smiling, and the streetlight made the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes look like a gaping scar. "Welcome home, Elliot," he said, his voice like the echo of an old tape. "You're 40 years late."
The buzzing in my absolute pitch suddenly turned into a sharp beep. I covered my ears, and the migraine rushed from the back of my neck to my temple like a lit fuse.
Samira grabbed my hand. Her palms were covered in sweat, but her fingers were still strong. The door of the chapel slowly opened behind Virgil, and it was dark inside, like a mouth waiting to swallow. And in the shadow inside the door, I heard the sound of the tape rewinding, overlapping with the sound in the attic on that rainy night. 40 years ago, "Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star," mixed in with the children's humming was an older, mechanical hum, like some sleeping giant that had finally opened its eyes. 3 hours ago, when we escaped from St. Mary's Cemetery, Samira's tire was punctured. Now we are huddled in Sophie's apartment in an old neighborhood in Harlem. The heating is broken, and the wind is leaking through the windows like countless ice needles piercing our bones. Henry chased me for 3 blocks, but it seemed like he was suddenly scared away by something. Samira poured the pepper spray on the dusty coffee table, the ends of her hair still stained with dew from the cemetery. She squatted in front of the old bookshelf, running her fingertips across the spines of the books. All of them were unpopular academic books, such as Introduction to Neurolinguistics and Sound Frequency and Memory Coding, which formed a strange contrast with the mincing children's stickers that Sophie always carried in her bag. I was kneeling on the floor, rummaging through a chipped walnut drawer. This was the only piece of furniture in the living room that had not been turned upside down. Its metal handles were polished to a shine, as if it had been opened and closed repeatedly. With a click, the drawer got stuck. I pushed harder, and a ball of paper suddenly slipped out from the crack in the wood. The ball of paper landed in my lap, raising fine dust as it unfolded. It was an old letter, the paper as rough as sandpaper, and the edges were charred, as if it had been snatched from a fire. The handwriting faded to a light brown, with crooked cursive characters, and some letters were soaked in water, blurring into blurry clumps. "Sophie, don't believe what they say about sonic cleaning. The soundproof room on the 3rd floor underground of the old textile factory is still there. Back then, they pressed the children on chairs and used low-frequency vibrations to shatter their memories. Your father's notes are on the 3rd beam of the ventilation duct, sealed in a lead box. Remember, on July 15, 1982, when the rain stopped, the humming in the attic was not your illusion. Samira." My voice trembled and I handed over the letter. She held the magnifying glass close, her knuckles turning white. Old textile factory. A lot of old factories were demolished in Harlem 10 years ago, leaving only the one on the edge of Brooklyn. It should be called the Black Pine Industrial Site now. When she looked up, her pupils shrank to pinpoints. July 15, 1982. You said that the rainstorm stopped at 3 in the morning when you were adopted, right? My throat tightened. Memories of 40 years ago suddenly came flooding back. The damp attic, the smell of mold mixed with rust. I huddled behind a wooden box, listening to the screams of the nuns in the orphanage downstairs. Then there was a girl's voice humming, "Twinkle, twinkle, little star," with the pitch as precise as piano keys. But according to official records, I was the only child in the orphanage that day. Click. I looked up suddenly. The ceiling light in the living room flickered, casting a swaying shadow. Samira had already picked up the spray and was holding my shoulder with her other hand. We held our breath and heard the second sound, the hum of some kind of machinery, very low, so low that ordinary people could only detect the vibration of their skin. "It's infrasound." I covered my ears, and my absolute pitch seemed to be thrown into a shredder. Low-frequency vibrations traveled up the spine and my temples throbbed, a sign of overexertion. Someone is using a sonic device nearby, maybe eavesdropping. Samira pulled me behind the curtains. We stared at the window. The glass was covered with dust, and the outline of the street was reflected. 2 street lights were broken, a trash can was tilted on the side of the road, and there was no moving shadow. But the buzzing is still there, like an invisible hand, gently tickling our nerves. They may have followed us. Samira lowered her voice. But right now, this letter is the only clue that connects Sophie, the orphanage, and 1982. She turned and grabbed her coat on the sofa. "Let's go to the Black Pine factory." I stared at her back. Her ponytail swung behind her head, revealing a light pink scar on the back of her neck. It was caused by a cigarette butt burned by the smuggler when she was smuggled across the border at the age of 12. "Are you sure?" I asked. Virgil said welcome home in the cemetery. And the factory, that's why we have to go. She tossed me the car keys. The sound of metal colliding was so sharp and crisp. If there is something hidden there that can crush our memories, at least we have to find it first. When we left the apartment, the wind got stronger. I hunched my neck and locked the door and caught a glimpse of the mailbox across the street from the corner of my eye. The iron sheet, which should have rusted into a dark brown, now glowed in a natural silver gray. Absolute pitch suddenly captured a vibration of 0.5 hertz, like a heartbeat or the breathing of some instrument. "Don't look at it." Sammy pulled my arm. That's a military sonic detector that can locate human voices within 200 meters. Her fingers were shaking, but her tone was as steady as a rock. They know we found the letter, but they don't know where we are going. The journey to Brooklyn took 40 minutes. Samira parked the car under the railway bridge, and we walked across a wild meadow. The outline of the black pine factory in the distance gradually became clear. The abandoned chimney looked like a blackened bone, and the windows of the factory were all sealed with wooden boards. Only a piece of glass on the top floor had a crack, leaking a little blue light. "We're here." Samira stopped in front of the iron gate. Rust ran down the gatepost like dried blood. I sniffed. Suddenly, a strange smell floated in the air, like concentrated sulfuric acid mixed with rotten leaves, which made the nasal cavity hurt. "What's that smell?" Samira frowned. I didn't answer. In the absolute pitch, the low-frequency hum suddenly changed its tone, like some kind of sleeping machine, slowly turning its gear. In the darkness behind the iron gate, there was the sound of a metal chain dragging on the ground. Once, twice, as if someone was dragging something towards us. Samira's hand was on the small of my back. Her body temperature seeped in through her coat, but the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. The sound was exactly the same as the sound of the tape rewinding in the attic. 40 years ago, the iron door creaked harshly under Samira's hands. I stared at the faint blue light, seeping through the crack in the door, and suddenly remembered the leaky ceiling in the orphanage attic. When I was 12 years old, it was also this blue, like a rusty scalpel, dissecting all the secrets hidden in the shadows. "You two are 10 minutes earlier than I expected." The voice came from above.
I looked up and saw Virgil Hawk standing on the second-floor platform, holding on to the rusty railing. His white shirt was ironed so straight that even the wrinkles on his cuffs looked as if they had been measured with a ruler.
He was holding a mug in his hand, and the mist formed a thin veil on his lenses, making him look like an old administrator in a community nursing home, who loved to read poems to the elderly. Samira's hands tightened on my lower back. The force with which she dug her nails into the fabric of my coat was exactly the same as it had been 3 years ago, when we were chasing a drug dealer in a Brooklyn warehouse, when she had done the same thing, using her body to block a stray bullet for me. "Is Sophie Miller here?" I didn't respond to him. In the absolute pitch, the low-frequency hum suddenly split into several strands, like a spider web that was ripped apart by a knife tip. One of the sounds was mixed with metallic friction and came from the easternmost room on the 3rd floor. That sound was the vibration of the iron chain hooked on the radiator, and it matched the operating frequency of the acoustic resonance test bench in the 1982 Black Pine Factory equipment list that I found in the archives last week. Virgil smiled, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes piled into kind ravines. "Mr. Hudson always likes to get straight to the point. Yes, Sophie is here, but guess how many children asked the same question when I gave the orphans a hearing test in this factory 40 years ago?" He sipped his coffee. "Later, when their parents came to adopt them, they all called it a charity project to cure tinnitus." Samira suddenly pulled me to the left. A piece of rusty broken angle steel brushed past my shoulder and fell to the ground, and the broken pieces pierced into the back of my hand. Virgil glanced at the angle steel, as if he was looking at an ordinary tool. The safety system of the Black Pine Factory failed 30 years ago, but occasionally some parts fall off. He knocked on the railing with his knuckles. It can be regarded as a greeting gift for the guests. I took out a small sound wave detector from my pocket. I bought it at a second-hand market last week, specifically to assist with absolute pitch. The ripples on the display suddenly twisted into a glaring red dot, pointing to the ventilation duct on the east side of the 2nd floor. Samira followed my gaze, and immediately took out a carabiner from her tactical waste bag. "The pipes can be climbed." I counted them. "There are inspection hatches every 3 meters. She lowered her voice, but he just mentioned hearing test, which means that the factory still has the equipment from that time. "Are you discussing how to save Sophie?" Virgil's voice suddenly came closer. I turned around and found that he had come down to the first floor at some point and was standing behind an abandoned reactor 5 meters away. The coffee in the mug was still steaming. How thoughtful. But Mr. Hudson, aren't you curious why you always feel that the screams in the tapes of your childhood are wrong? He pressed his knuckles against his temple and drew circles, because that is not the sound in your memory at all. I used the sound wave modulator from 1982 to superimpose another child's screams into your cochlea. My temple began to throb. Absolute pitch is like glass beads thrown into a blender, and the buzzing of various frequencies makes the brain hurt. Samira held my arm, and I realized that I had stumbled. She tapped my wrist twice with her fingertips. This was the code we agreed on to start Plan B. You say this because you're afraid that after we find Sophie, her testimony will expose your lies. Samira suddenly raised her voice and hooked the iron chain on the ground with the tip of her shoe. The chain swung toward Virgil's feet, and he stepped back, stepping on a loose steel plate. There was a hollow echo from under the steel plate. That was the load-bearing structure that Samira had loosened with micro-explosives half an hour ago. Elliot, southeast corner of the 3rd floor. I covered my ears and forced myself to filter out Virgil's sneer, the crisp sound of Samira swinging the chain, and the creaking of breaking steel plates. In absolute pitch, the low-frequency vibration mixed with the smell of rust becomes clearer. It's the sound of breathing. The breathing was very shallow, like being muffled by something, and the frequency was 12 times per minute, consistent with the breathing frequency of humans after deep anesthesia. Here, I pushed open the half-deformed iron door, and rust flew all over my face. Sophie Miller was tied up on the iron frame in the middle of the room, her eyes covered with a black cloth, and the wound on her wrist was still bleeding. She had a metal collar around her neck, and the wires ran along the collar into the wall. A crackling sound of electricity came from the other side of the wall. It was the source of the red dot captured by the detector just now. Virgil used sound waves to stimulate her temporal lobe. I pulled off the black cloth on Sophie's eyes. Her pupils were dilated. This thing will tamper with her memory, just like it did to us. Samira's tactical knife flashed and the collar cracked. Sophie suddenly let out a muffled groan and her body twitched violently. I held her lower back and felt a square hard lump under her clothes. It was a time bomb. The red light on the digital screen was so blinding that one could not open their eyes. Surprise! Virgil's voice came from the loudspeaker. I looked up and saw the red light of the surveillance camera on the 2nd floor flashing. The self-destruction program of the Black Pine factory was designed to destroy the experimental data of sonic weapons. Now, his laughter was mixed with the noise of electricity. Just consider it a farewell gift to you. Samira grabbed Sophie and ran out the door. I followed her footsteps and could hear the dull thump of my heartbeat against my ribs. The stairs shook beneath my feet, and concrete blocks from the ceiling began to fall, hitting the stair railings and sending sparks. Sophie's weight was on my arm. She leaned close to my ear and said in a voice as hoarse as sandpaper, "Elliot, your mother. Let's get out first." Samira kicked the barrel that was blocking her way away. 40 seconds left. The alarm suddenly blew. It was a sharp, high-pitched beep that hurt my eardrum. In absolute pitch, the entire factory structure was wailing. The sound of broken load-bearing beams, the roar of bursting water pipes, the crackling of short-circuited wires, mixed with Sophie's unfinished words, exploded into a white noise in my mind. The ground suddenly shook violently. I stumbled into the wall, bricks clattering at my feet. Samira turned around and pulled me. Her lips were moving, but the alarm was too loud and I couldn't hear what she was shouting. All we could see behind her was that the ceiling of the 3rd floor was collapsing, and the steel bars were falling towards the room we were in, like broken matchsticks. Sophie suddenly struggled, digging her nails into the back of my hand with too much strength to be someone who was anesthetized. She stared behind me, and there was a light in her eyes that I had never seen before. as if she had finally found a way out of the long darkness.
"He's on the top floor," she yelled. "Virgil is in the control center on the top floor."
Amid the sirens, I heard a roar from deeper inside. It was a sound heavier than any machine, like the earth turning over. Samira dragged me towards the stairwell, and Sophie's words were blown into my ears by the wind. Back then, your mother." Boom. A final explosion drowned out everything. My eyes went dark, and when I opened my eyes again, Samira was using her body to protect Sophie and me. Her back was covered in blood, and I couldn't tell if it was caused by the steel bars or the concrete blocks. The corridor outside the stairwell had collapsed in half, and through the dust and fog, I saw a white shadow flash in the direction of the top floor. It was Virgil's white shirt. He stood at the edge of the ruins and raised his mug towards us, as if clinking glasses. The countdown screen flickered in the dust, the red light blinding people. 0, run, Samira yelled. As soon as we rushed into the back door of the factory, the entire black pine factory began to groan in its death groan. I looked back and saw the rusty chimney slowly tilting, drawing a black arc in the twilight and hitting the place where Virgil had just stood. At the moment the dust rose, I seemed to hear the tape from 1982 again, the sound of rewinding screams and a child crying, mixed with some familiar low-frequency vibrations, terrifyingly clear amid the sound of the explosion. Sophie suddenly grabbed my wrist. Her palms were full of sweat, but they were cold as ice. "Your mother," she was. The ground shook again. This time it was not an explosion, but a duller vibration, as if something huge was awakening underground. Samira helped Sophie run towards the road, and I fell behind, staring at the dust slowly rising from the factory ruins. There was something glowing there, a faint blue light exactly the same as the light from the attic ceiling 40 years ago. The sound of sirens is heard in the distance, getting closer. Samira's phone is ringing, indicating an incoming call from an unknown number. The fragment of Sophie's collar was poking at the inside of my pocket. Small words were engraved on the metal edge. "Sonic weapon experiment subject." And behind us, under the ruins of the Hypnotic factory, the familiar low-frequency hum was regathering into a clearer rhythm, as if someone had finally pressed the play button. "Build faith." The hairs on the back of my neck stood up as I stared at the tilted chimney, drawing a black arc in the twilight. 30 years ago, on a night when the attic of the orphanage was leaking, I felt cold all over. I curled up under a moldy mattress, listening to the screams from downstairs being crushed by some kind of buzzing sound, as if someone was sawing the air with a rusty saw. "Elliot!" Samira's shout was shattered by the sound of metal tearing. I realized that I was frozen in place, Sophie's cold hand still gripping my wrist, her nails almost digging into my flesh. "Your mother." The ground suddenly seemed to be patted by a giant hand. This time it was not the tremor of an explosion, but heavier and duller, as if something was arching up from the ground. Sophie's words were blown away by the wind. Samira was already half crouching to protect her as she ran out of the factory. I took 2 steps back and bumped into the rusty assembly line operating table. I looked up and saw that the cement blocks on the ceiling began to fall down like broken teeth. The alarm suddenly blew. The red lights flickered in the dust, and I heard Virgil's laughter seeping out from the dust, with a kind of morbid lightness. "Mr. Hudson, do you think you can escape from your own story?" His voice mixed with low-frequency vibrations hit my eardrum. My absolute pitch was suddenly triggered, and those originally chaotic sounds shattered into pieces in my mind. The creaking of twisted metal was 1250. The dull sound of falling bricks was 80 hertz, and Virgil's laughter contained a 40 hertz vibration, exactly the same as the background sound in the tape in night. "Follow me." I grabbed Samira's backpack strap and pulled her behind the operating table. Sophie's knees hit the metal frame and she groaned. More concrete blocks fell from above our heads and cracked into white slag at our feet. Samira's cell phone was ringing. and the caller ID of the unknown number flickered on the screen, like a one eye that refused to close. "Ventilation duct," I yelled to Samira. Absolute pitch disassembled the structure of the entire factory into a sound wave map. There was a regular sound of airflow behind the east wall. The 30-centimeter diameter ventilation duct should be able to accommodate us. Samira looked in the direction I pointed and her face turned pale.
That's a fucking waste pipe. The Black Pine factory was closed 10 years ago.
"It's not sealed now." Virgil's voice was suddenly close. I looked up and saw him walking out from the dust, his trouser legs stained with cement dust, and he was holding a steel bar in his hand, with blood dripping from the tip. I didn't know who he was who had been hit by the chimney just now. He smiled at me. The wrinkles at the corners of his eyes turned into kind folds. "You think you can leave with secrets? Sophie's collar, your mother's recording, and..." He knocked on his temple with the steel bar. "Those memories that I hid." Sophie suddenly trembled violently. The broken fragment of her collar pokes at my pocket, and the words "Sonic Weapon Experiment Subject, Era 7, engraved on the metal edge prick my thigh painfully. Samira helped her back away, her lower back pressed against the corner of the operating table. As Virgil's steel bar swept over me, I smelled rust mixed with blood, exactly the same smell in the basement of the orphanage, where I smelled it on July 15, 1982, and then lost the memory of my 7th birthday forever. To the left, I pulled Samira towards the waste pile of the assembly line. The steel bar scraped the back of my neck, and sparks flew on the wall. Sophie fell to the ground, and the pieces of her collar slipped out of my pocket and fell at Virgil's feet. The moment he bent down to pick up the fragments, I heard the sound of his Adam's apple rolling, like a hunter swallowing when he discovers the weakness of his prey. "Subject number way 7. He murmured to the fragments, his eyes brightening abnormally when he looked up. The little crybaby who cried for her mother in the laboratory back then has grown into a big girl now. Sophie's breathing suddenly became rapid, like a bird with its neck strangled. Samira tried to help her up, but she pushed her away. Sophie stared at Virgil, her voice trembling. You sang a song in the basement, the song Old Black Slave." Virgil's smile faltered. I took the opportunity to grab the wrench at my feet and smashed it over. At the moment when the metal collision sound exploded, my absolute pitch captured a clearer sound of airflow, coming from the direction of the ventilation duct, 200 hertz. It was a living pipe. "Sammy, take Sophie to the southeast wall," I yelled. "Count to 3 and follow me." The ground shook again. This time it was even more severe. The entire west wall let out a dying groan, and bricks fell down like hail. Virgil swung the steel bar again, and I dodged sideways, but was hit by the broken bricks on my left shoulder, causing a burning pain. Samira had half-dragged Sophie 5 meters away when she turned back and shouted to me, "Elliot, the pipe opening is sealed with iron plates." Iron plate. I stared at the half-person high rusty iron plate and used my absolute pitch to break down the resonant frequency of the iron plate into data. The main frequency was 110 hertz, and there was a harmonic of 150 hertz on the edge, indicating that there was a welding point in the middle. "Find the weak point," I shouted and rushed over, tapping lightly on the iron plate with my fingertips. When I hit the lower left corner, the echo suddenly became muffled. It was hollow. "Here." Samira and I exerted force at the same time. The iron plate groaned in pain, and cracks appeared under our hands. "You can't leave." Virgil's roar mixed with low-frequency vibrations came at me, and my temples were throbbing. The side effects of overuse of absolute pitch began. The iron plate was finally pushed open to a half-meter wide gap. Samira pushed Sophie in and turned to pull me. "Hurry." But Virgil had already pounced. His steel bar hit the iron plate, and sparks flew onto my face. I held Samira's hand and could feel the cold sweat on her palm. Virgil's other hand grabbed the back of my neck, and the force was as strong as an iron clamp. Do you think you can win by knowing the frequency of sound waves? Your mother thought so too. She hid in the laboratory with you, thinking that 440 hertz could protect you. His words were cut off by the sound of metal tearing. A strong wind suddenly blew out of the ventilation duct. It was Samira pulling the iron plate inside. I took the opportunity to step on Virgil's instep. The moment he let go in pain, I turned around and hit his chest with the edge of the iron plate. He stumbled backwards, knocking over the scrap truck next to him, and the parts fell on him in a clattering manner. Let's go. I pushed Samira into the pipe and squeezed in myself. From behind I could hear Virgil's roar, and the roar of the factory structure completely collapsing. It was dark in the pipe, and all they could hear was each other's breathing, and the sound of collapse getting closer and closer. Samira was pulling Sophie in front, and I could feel the vibration of the pipe wall through my palms, like the heartbeat of some giant beast about to awaken. When we rolled out of the pipe exit, the sunset was burning half the sky red. The sound of sirens was close at hand, and the roof lights of 2 police cars drew red and blue light bands on the road. When I looked back, the factory building of Haisong Factory was sinking, as if being pressed into the ground by invisible hands. A faint blue light seeped out from the cracks in the ruins, exactly the same light as the attic ceiling 40 years ago. Sophie suddenly grabbed my wrist. This time her hands were no longer cold, but incredibly hot. Her mother, she used sound waves to protect you. The full 40 hertz that Virgil mentioned is middle C, which is the first note of Silent Night. Samira's phone was still ringing, and the caller ID of the unknown number flickered in the twilight. I took out the fragment of the collar from my pocket. The words Sonic Weapon Experiment Subject 07 were glowing coldly in the setting sun. In the distance, the low-frequency hum from the ruins of the Black Pine factory was still gathering, and this time it was clearer, like someone blowing into a microphone. And then, click. It seemed like someone finally pressed the play button. It was completely dark when we took shelter in Samira's old house in Harlem. It was a brownstone building with wisteria climbing all over the front. The windows on the first floor always had faded blue curtains drawn. She said it was the emergency shelter left by her great-uncle. There were bulletproof steel plates embedded in the walls, a secret passage leading directly to the subway tunnel in the basement, and thin copper wire wrapped around the door handle, which would trigger a buzzer hidden in the fireplace if touched. Sophie was shivering on the faded floral sofa. I then noticed that her trouser legs were soaked with blood, probably caused by the steel bars in the pipes. Samira squatted at her feet and opened a first aid kit. When the alcohol cotton touched the wound, Sophie bit her lip and didn't say a word, but her eyes were fixed on my chest. There was a fragment of a collar picked up from the ruins of the Black Pine factory, and a mark of Sonic Weapon Experiment Subject 07 glowed coldly under the warm yellow wall lamp. Are the collars in your orphanage also like this? I squatted down and handed over the fragment. Sophie's fingers gently stroked the engraved characters, her nails showing an unhealthy pale blue. Number 07 is you. I'm number 12. Samira paused, and the tweezers fell onto the metal tray with a clang.
In March 1982, 3 men in military uniforms came to St. Margaret's orphanage. Sophie's voice was like a rusty gear, and she paused after each sentence. They said they wanted to select gifted children for special care. The headmistress collected a box of US dollars, and we were blindfolded and taken to a truck. I remember the truck drove for a long time, and the sound of the tires pressing over the rails when passing through the tunnel, like a heartbeat. She suddenly grabbed my wrist, her nails digging into my flesh. Do you remember the attic? The attic with the glowing ceiling? I was shocked. Memories from 40 years ago suddenly came flooding back. The damp and musty smell, the iron bed digging into my back, the faint blue spots of light on the ceiling crawling like living things, and the low frequency humming in the middle of the night.
as if someone was humming an inaudible tune in their throat. At that time, I always covered my head with a pillow, but it was useless. The sound would penetrate into my bones and make me dream of my mother. She hummed "Silent Night" when she hugged me for the last time, and the tune was stretched out as if it was soaked in water.
That's the sonic resonance chamber. Sophie released her hand and took out a yellowed photo from her canvas bag. They are testing the effect of infrasound on memory. I overheard the doctor say that Noah's Owen's brainwave graph has abnormal resonance. So your mother, she suddenly coughed violently. Samira hurriedly handed her water, but she pushed her away. Your mother is a researcher. She found out that the project was tampering with our memory and wanted to take us away. Virgil was an assistant at the time, and he reported her.
I felt my temples throbbing, a sign of the activation of absolute pitch. Samira looked up at me immediately. She knew that my ears would become sophisticated instruments that could detect a police siren 3 blocks away, or the heartbeat of a rat in the cracks in the wall. There's a problem. I pressed my forehead. Low-frequency vibration. Where? Samira had already picked up the stun gun from under the coffee table and pulled Sophie behind a sofa with her other hand. Southeast direction, 3 or 4 meters away. I closed my eyes and listened. It's not footsteps, but the frequency of rubber soles rubbing against the ground. 3 people probably carrying silenced guns. The copper wire in the back alley hasn't moved. Samira whispered, "Did they take the secret passage?" Before he could finish his words, the buzzer in the fireplace suddenly screamed. The copper wire of the front door was cut. Sophie suddenly grabbed the corner of my clothes. Documents. They want documents. The list of all the experimental subjects, the evidence of Virgil's crime, and the sound wave protection formula left by your mother. It is hidden in Area B of the abandoned warehouse on 10th Avenue. It has red brick walls and a rusty locomotive logo at the door. Shut up. Samira suddenly covered her mouth and dragged us towards the kitchen. The sound of glass breaking occurred almost at the same time. 3 men in black jackets climbed in through the living room window, one of them holding a gun with a blue silencer on the muzzle. I could see the tattoo on his wrist clearly. An Ouroboros, the same one that adorned the wall of Virgil's nursing home. "Take the woman away," the leader yelled, and the other one picked up a chair and smashed it against the kitchen door. Samira pushed Sophie and me into the storage room and locked the door. I heard the crackle of her stun gun, followed by the groan of a heavy object falling to the ground. But soon, the second gunshot rang out. This time there was no silencer, and it hurt my eardrum. "Sammy!" I broke open the door of the storage room and saw her half kneeling on the ground, bleeding from her left shoulder, and the stun gun dropped at her feet. The leading man stepped on her wrist and put the muzzle of the gun to her temple. "Hand over the girl." His voice was like sandpaper grinding iron, "or I'll shoot her in the eye next time." Sophie suddenly rushed out from behind me and bumped into the man's waist. He staggered 2 steps, and the gun went off, shooting through the chandelier. I took the opportunity to pounce on him, grabbed the cast iron pan next to me, and hit him on the back of the neck. He fell down without a sound. The other one was still struggling with Samira. I picked up the stun gun and pressed it against his neck. His screams were mixed with the sound of the electricity. The last person tried to escape through the window, but Samira trapped his ankle with the leg of a chair. She pulled off his scarf and covered his face with it, punching and kicking as accurately as if she were shooting at a target. "Tell me, how much did Virgil give you, bitch?" He spat out a mouthful of blood foam and suddenly twitched. I took a closer look and saw that he was biting a black capsule between his back teeth, and strange purple spots were oozing from the corners of his mouth. Cyanide. Samira wiped the blood off her hands. "Professional killer." Sophie squatted on the ground and trembled, staring at the gradually stiffening body. "They won't stop. We must get the documents. Otherwise Virgil will destroy all the evidence." I picked up the photo she had dropped on the floor. It was of a woman in a white coat holding a baby wrapped in a blanket. The baby's eyes were exactly the same as the ones in the mirror. Samira pulled off the curtain cloth to bandage my hand. It was cut when I hit someone just now, and suddenly stopped. Did you hear it? I pricked up my ears. In the distance, a faint low-frequency hum came from the direction of 10th Avenue, like someone blowing into the speaker of an old radio.
It was the same sound as under the ruins of the Black Pine Factory, the same sound as in the attic 40 years ago.
Abandoned warehouse. I held the photo tightly. Let's go now. Samira pulled the coat over Sophie's head. There may be an ambush over there, but Virgil doesn't know that we already know the location of the file. Sophie wiped the tears from her face. My mother, your mother, she left a clue in the formula. The resonant frequency of 40 Hz can offset their sonic weapons. We need that file, Elliot. I touched the fragments of the collar on my chest. The metal was as cold as ice against my skin. Outside the window, the streetlights on 10th Avenue became blurred patches in the fog, and one of them suddenly went out. Let's go through the secret passage. Samira checked the bullets in the gun. She didn't know when she got them from the killer. Let's go to the warehouse first. When Sophie stood up, a small silver box fell out of her canvas bag. I bent down to pick it up and found a line of small words engraved on the bottom of the box. Serenade for me. Never believe in sounds outside the resonant frequency. Lewich, my mom's name. Lillian Hudson. Inside the box was an old tape with a label written on it in faded blue pen. May 17th, 1982. Protection experiment. No. The low-frequency hum was still lingering in the distance. Clearer this time, as if someone had finally aimed at the microphone and blew gently. Click. This time, it was the sound of the play button being pressed. The fog on 10th Avenue was thicker than before, and the street lights were like light bulbs dipped in ink. I followed Samira's back towards the warehouse area. My leather boots stepped on the wet asphalt road, and every step seemed to be stepping into some kind of sticky omen. Sophie walked in the middle. The silver box was gripped white by her fists, and the tapes inside collided gently, making an inaudible clicking sound, exactly the same as the sound when the play button was pressed just now. We're here. Samira suddenly stopped. I looked up. The iron door of the abandoned warehouse was hanging at an angle. The door hinges had rusted into a dark brown color, and the smell wafting out of the doorway was thicker than the fog. A mixture of mold, metal rust, and the sweet smell of some chemical agent, as if someone had soaked rotten batteries in formalin. Just as Sophie was about to take a step, I grabbed her arm. Absolute pitch hums in my temples, like a fine needle scratching my cochlea. Countless tiny vibrations float in the air, high and low, 3 of which are particularly sharp, like 3 invisible knives inserted into different corners of the warehouse. Don't go in. I pressed my aching brow. Something is waiting for us. Samira took out the gun she had stolen from the killer and clicked the safety catch. Is it Margaret? It could be worse. I stared deep into the doorway, my vision gradually adjusting to the darkness. Half-man-high wooden boxes were stacked in the corner. A rusty forklift was leaning on the left, and a steel cable was hanging from the ceiling with a broken hook at the end. Those sharp frequencies are hidden behind wooden boxes, under forklifts, and in the shadows of steel cables, like an alarm with the mute button pressed, ready to explode at any time. Elliot? Sophie's voice trembled. My mother's formula. Trust me. I pulled off my coat and covered her head with it. Cover your ears and follow Samira's footsteps. We moved in along the wall. Just as I crossed the threshold, the iron door behind me slammed shut with a bang, and the echo hurt my eardrums. I looked up and saw several electric wires hanging from the vents on the ceiling, swaying like snakes in the wind. Samira pointed the gun at the wooden box on the left, and suddenly pulled the trigger. The bullet flew past the edge of the box. Wood chips splashed everywhere, and a black disc bounced up from the bottom of the box, the surface of which was covered with honeycomb-like holes. A sonic transmitter. I recognized it, an old model from military experimental records from 1982. Margaret converted the warehouse into a resonant chamber. There was laughter from the shadows. Laughter, like sandpaper rubbing against glass, came from all directions. I turned around and saw a hunched figure standing up, with the help of a forklift behind the deepest pile of wooden boxes. She was wearing a gray sweater, and her silver hair was neatly combed. But there was no turbidity of an old person in her eyes, only 2 balls of burning red charcoal. "Welcome to my lab, Serenade," Margaret Frost began, her voice like rusty gears. "Your mother always said you had ears like a nightingale. Now it's time to see how high frequencies they can handle." Samira pushed Sophie into the back of the forklift and turned the gun toward Margaret. "Where are the documents?" "Documents?" Margaret laughed. "Do you think I would just lock up 40 years of hard work in a safe? Secrets are carved into every brick of this warehouse, including the ones beneath your feet." The ground suddenly shook. I staggered 2 steps, and the sharp frequency of my absolute pitch suddenly rose, as if someone had poked an electric drill directly into my ear canal. The wooden box on the left exploded with a bang, and wood chips wrapped in metal fragments swept over. Samira dragged Sophie and rolled under the forklift. I threw myself towards the pile of steel cables on the right, and my back hit the rusty iron frame. The pain made me black out. 52.8 hertz. I clenched my teeth and pronounced the frequency, a migraine shooting up the back of my neck. She's using a variation of the Schumann resonance, shaking our insides into mush. 440 hertz. Sophie poked her head out from under the forklift. "My mom said 440 can cancel it out." She held up the silver box. "The tape contains recordings of protection experiments. Maybe." Margaret's hands were on the forklift's operating table. There was another buzzing sound, even louder than the last one, which caused the hook on the steel cable to fall down with a clang. I saw a black control console at her feet, with wires running down the forklift chassis to the sonic transmitters that was the hub. "Sammy." I pulled the shredded collar off my neck, the metal edge cutting my palm painfully. "Go to the console." I divert her frequency. Samira nodded and crouched to move to the other side of the forklift. I picked up the broken steel cable on the ground and threw it towards the nearest sonic transmitter. The sharp whistling sound of metal friction mixed into the 508 hertz, and Margaret's pupils shrank. Chance. I rushed over to the nearest pile of crates, grabbed a piece of broken wood, and smashed it against the vent wires. Sparks flew, and the frequency suddenly got out of whack. A clever serenade. Margaret pressed a button on the console, and the ground cracked slightly. "But didn't your mother tell you that resonance requires 2 frequencies?" The second wave of sound waves pressed down from above my head. I covered my ears. A fishy sweet taste surged in my throat, and my absolute pitch felt like it was being boiled in boiling water, with every vibration turning into a concrete thorn. Samira had already reached the control console. She took out the Swiss Army knife she carried with her and cut the 2 wires. The frequency suddenly increased to 600 hertz, causing the forklift windshield to crack and shatter into a spider web. "The file is under the console," Sophie suddenly shouted. My mother's note said that the formula is hidden directly below the resonance source. I lunged for the console, digging my nails into the metal. Margaret rushed over and grabbed my wrist with her skinny hands with astonishing strength. Her nails dug into my veins, as if to dig out all my memories. "Do you think that finding the file will end it?" "Your mother thought so too." What was the result? Her voice was begging me until the last second. "Let go." Samira's gun butt hit Margaret's neck, and the old woman fell to the ground with a groan. I took the opportunity to lift the iron plate of the console, and inside lay a brown paper bag with final report of protection experiment number 07 printed on the cover. Exactly the document we were looking for. "Let's go." Samira pulled me up. "The ceiling is falling dust." She may have set a self-destruct. Before he finished speaking, the entire warehouse shook violently. The vent above her head collapsed with a loud bang, hitting the place where Margaret had just stood, and pieces of rubble fell on her head. I protected Sophie and the documents, and Samira pulled me towards the iron gate. But the iron gate that had just been smashed down was now stuck tightly by the fallen steel frame, and thick fog poured in from the gap, mixed with an increasingly strong smell of gas. Boom! The oil storage tanks on the back wall exploded. The flames licked the pile of wooden boxes, and a heat wave and sound waves came again. I heard Margaret's laughter piercing through the roar. She stood up with the help of a forklift, her face stained with blood, her eyes shining terribly. "Serenade, do you think you can hear the truth if you escape from the warehouse? Let me tell you, your mother's 440 hertz can't protect the secrets in your heart." There was a cracking sound from the ceiling. I looked up and saw a rusty beam slowly tilting, casting a shadow like fate's finally lowered hand. Samira pulled me to the left, and Sophie huddled behind the forklift with the documents in her arms. Flames rose up around us, stretching Margaret's shadow very long. "Elliot!" Samira's voice was torn apart by the roar of the explosion. "Hold on." At the moment the beam fell, I saw the seal of the brown paper bag was blown open by the air wave, and a yellowed photo floated out. In the photo, young Lillian Hudson was holding a baby, with the orphanage corridor in the background, and around the baby's ankle was a silver chain that looked exactly like the fragment of my collar. The heat wave wrapped in choking smoke rushed into my nostrils, and the last thing I heard was Margaret's scream mixed with a familiar frequency. The frequency was very light, like a lullaby hummed by my mother, but it was sharper than 528 hertz, and pierced directly into the most painful spot on my temple. The warehouse was shaking and collapsing. I clutched the photo tightly, heard my own rapid heartbeat, and the sound of sirens getting closer and closer in the distance, but none of this mattered anymore. What's important is that the truth in the document will finally speak out in the flames. The crisp sound of the ceiling breaking was like a steel needle piercing my eardrum. When I looked up, rust mixed with dust fell on my head. Samira's hand pinched my arm and pulled me to the left. The rusty beam fell where we had just stood, and the concrete fragments splashed and brushed the back of my neck, burning me like iron sand just out of the furnace. "Sophie!" Samira's shout was crushed by the explosion. I saw the woman in the beige sweater huddled behind the forklift, the brown paper bag in her arms open, the yellowed photos floating toward the flames. "That's my mother." Young Lillian Hudson held her baby, the silver chain on the baby's ankle fitting perfectly with the fragment from my collar. This was the evidence I had been looking for 10 years, but now it was about to be engulfed by flames. When I rushed over, I suddenly felt a sharp pain in my temple. Margaret's laughter was wrapped in a certain frequency, like nails scratching a blackboard, or like the white noise I heard in the basement of an orphanage when I was 7 years old. Absolute pitch breaks down that frequency very clearly, 300 hertz, 2 octaves higher than ordinary sonic weapons, drilling directly into the nerves. I staggered 2 steps, my hands on the cold metal handrail of the forklift, blood oozing from between my fingernails. "Elliot," Samira put her hand on my back. "There's a ventilation duct at the base of the east wall." Her voice was shaken by the shaking warehouse. "But half of the room is piled with scrap metal. We need a forklift to clear it out. You drive the forklift." I wiped the blood off my face and stuffed the photo into my pocket. "I'll use a safety rope to secure the prefabricated panel above my head." I caught a glimpse of Margaret from the corner of my eye. Her hunched back straightened up, and her skinny hands pressed on the silver device at her waist. That was her sonic controller, which was now emitting a faint blue light. Samira had already jumped onto the forklift, the roar of the engine tearing through the smoke. I pulled the nylon rope at the corner and looked up at the crumbling concrete slab above my head. Migraines feel like there's a drill turning in my temples, and my back teeth break with every step I take. But when I heard the squeaking sound of metal friction, the sound suddenly became clear. It was a warning before the right load-bearing column broke. "Sammy, the right pillar is going to collapse," I yelled, throwing out the safety rope and hooking it around the nearest I-beam. Margaret's laughter suddenly rose in volume, and the sound waves made my eyes soar. The metal mechanism hummed, and the metal arm of the forklift began to vibrate. She was interfering with the mechanical frequency. Samira swerved the steering wheel, and the forklift knocked over a pile of iron barrels. Sparks splashed on her trouser legs, but she seemed unconscious and stepped on the accelerator to push the truck into the pile of scrap metal. "Go ahead." Sophie suddenly leaned over from behind the forklift and threw a wrench. As I caught a glimpse of the scar on the inside of her wrist, the same spot where the subject numbers were that I had seen in the orphanage's files. Margaret's sound waves changed, becoming sticky, like water-soaked sandpaper rubbing against her nerves. I suddenly remembered the metal sheets piled up in the warehouse and the scrap shelf baffles. Sound waves would reflect when they encountered metal, perhaps disrupting her frequency. I picked up a rusty iron plate and pointed it in Margaret's direction. When her sound waves came again, the iron plate vibrated and hummed, and the reflected sound waves hit the gasoline barrel at her feet, causing the metal barrel to make a muffled sound. Margaret's face twisted. She staggered 2 steps, and the silver device fell to the ground. Chance. I rushed over to grab the rope. Samira's forklift had already pushed open half of the pile of scrap metal, revealing half of the iron fence of the ventilation duct. 2 more meters. Samira's voice was panting. Just as I was about to tie the rope tightly, I heard a more violent breaking sound above my head. A block of cement as big as a millstone came crashing down, and I lunged at Samira, banging my shoulder on the side of the forklift. The sharp pain spread from my collarbone to my fingertips, but I saw the cement block hit the place where I had just stood, and the splashing gravel scratched Sophie's cheek. Margaret took the opportunity to pick up the device, and the sound waves exploded again. This time it was a low-frequency sound, like a heavy hammer hitting my chest, and my knees went weak and I fell to the ground. Samira stepped on the accelerator of the forklift, and the metal arm hit the last pile of scrap metal. The iron fence fell off with a crash, and the daylight from outside leaked in, accompanied by the sirens of fire trucks.
"Let's go." I pulled Sophie up. Samira had already jumped out of the car and held my other arm. Margaret screamed and rushed over to me, scratching my face with her dry nails. I pushed her back, and she crashed into a leaking gasoline barrel, and the metal device fell to the ground, sparking. "Run." Samira's voice was filled with tears. The moment we rushed into the ventilation duct, we heard a loud bang behind us. The gasoline was ignited, and the fire wave swept over the collapsed concrete blocks. I looked back and saw Margaret's figure, illuminated red by the firelight. Her mouth was open, but no sound came out. Perhaps the sonic weapon was destroyed, or perhaps she finally realized that her secret would be buried with the warehouse. But as we climbed out of the pipe, I heard another frequency. It was very light, like the beep of some instrument, mixed in with the sound of sirens, and only absolute pitch could capture it. I had heard that frequency on old tapes from the orphanage and seen it in Margaret's lab logs. It was the activation tone for memory reset. Who is still starting this program? Samira dragged me towards the police car, and Sophie covered her face and gasped. But when I looked back at the ruins of the still smoking warehouse, I suddenly noticed a black metal box next to the gasoline barrel that Margaret had just knocked over. The lid of the box was open, revealing half a sheet of yellowed paper. The handwriting on the paper was very familiar to me. It was my mother's notes. The last page read, "They will erase everyone who knows the truth, including Elliot." At the bottom of the box, there was a silver collar. It fits perfectly with the fragment on my neck, but is more complete than mine. There is a line of small words engraved on the inside of the collar. Experimental Subject 0719,
Sonic resonance triggered. The sirens are getting closer. But the beeping sound continued, becoming clearer and clearer. I touched the photo on my chest and suddenly remembered Margaret's last words before she screamed. She said, "Do you think you can escape? They have already planted their seeds in your body." Seed. I looked down at my wrist and suddenly noticed that a light blue light had appeared under my skin without me noticing. It looks like the lines of some blood vessels, and also like the startup mark of some device. The sound of Samira calling my name was carried away by the wind. I looked at the black smoke rising from the ruins of the warehouse, and heard a woman's whisper mixed in with the buzzing sound. The voice was quiet, yet eerily clear. It was my mother's voice seeping out of a 20-year-old tape, saying, "Elliot, run. They're going to make you their next weapon." The sound of the sirens was like a rusty needle drilling into my temple. I held onto the half-collapsed shelf. The spots of light in front of my eyes flickered with the sound of buzzing. That wasn't tinnitus. It was the blue light under my wrist vibrating. The light blue lines crawled along the blood vessels to my forearm, like a living electronic centipede. "Elliot!" Samira grabbed my arm and her tactical boots crushed the broken glass. "The gate is closing." I followed her gaze. The metal passageway on the back wall of the warehouse, which was originally half open, was now slowly closing. The edge of the dark grey iron door glowed with a cold light, and every inch it moved made the dull sound of gears meshing. Margaret was standing behind the door. Her white coat was covered in dust, but her blue eyes were frighteningly bright, like two searchlights stuck to human skin. "Run." Her voice was mixed with the roar of the iron door. "Do you think you can escape with those pieces of paper?" She raised the remote control in her hand and shook it. "This door uses a military hydraulic system. When it is completely closed, you won't even be able to find the mouse hole." Goosebumps formed on the back of my neck. Samira's fingers dug into my arm with such force that it hurt. "The controls are on her side. We don't have an operating panel here." In her other hand, she held a black USB drive that she had dug out of the rubble. It was the key document we had just stolen from Margaret's desk. The cover was still stained with coffee stains that had been knocked over when she was pushed over. "Can it be demolished by force?" I asked, my voice hoarse. The migraine was drilling from the back of my head into my eye sockets, as if someone was using an electric drill to create spirals in my skull. The blue light on my wrist grew brighter, and I could even hear a subtle sizzling sound beneath my skin, forming an eerie resonance with the sirens in the distance. Samira glanced at the iron door. The metal door frame was 5 centimeters thick, and sparks flew the moment the door edge got stuck in the crack of the wall. The hydraulic rods are on both sides. Forcible destruction requires cutting equipment, but we only have 10 minutes. When the police arrive, Margaret can put all the blame on us. She suddenly squatted down and pulled out a section of burnt wire from the rubble. There is a remnant of the power distribution system in the warehouse. I remember seeing the backup generator when I came in. If we can create a short circuit, maybe we can interfere with the circuit of the hydraulic system. I stared at her oily fingertips. Samira always acts like a precision instrument at times like these. Her childhood as an illegal immigrant taught her how to assemble radios in abandoned garages and make trackers out of old cell phone parts while patrolling the community. "How long will it take?" 3 minutes. She pulled off her sleeve and wrapped it around her cut hand. "But someone has to distract Margaret." The iron gate closed another 30 centimeters. Margaret's laughter penetrated the crack in the door. "Do you think that when the children in the orphanage were sealed in the concrete wall, were they as panicked as you are?" I touched the fragments of the collar around my neck. The words "Subject 0719" in my mother's notes suddenly exploded in my ears. The blue light on my wrist began to glow, and I suddenly realized that the frequency of the beeping sound matched the sonic resonance trigger engraved on the inside of the collar. The seeds Margaret mentioned. Could it be Elliot? Samira's voice brought me back to reality. She had already pulled out 3 wires and was gnawing away at the insulation with her teeth. "Migraine coming back? Hang on." I nodded, gritting my teeth. The absolute pitch suddenly became clear at this moment, and the sound of the iron door closing was mixed with the hum of metal fatigue. That was because after being under pressure for a long time, the vibration frequency of certain parts became abnormal. I closed my eyes and let the buzzing, the sirens, and the sound of electricity from Samira connecting the wires interweave on my eardrums. The left door frame.
I suddenly opened my eyes.
The vibration frequency of the third reinforcement rib is 15 Hz higher than that of the right side. The stress is concentrated there, and it may deform if hit. Samira looked up at me, sweat dripping from her forehead onto the concrete floor. Are you sure? Trust me. I wiped my face, and my sweat smelled of blood. My eyebrow bone was scratched when I bumped into the shelf just now. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw a rusty forklift parked in the corner with half a wooden board hanging on the fork. Can you drive that forklift? Samira followed my gaze and smiled a ruthless smile. I stole this thing at the Brooklyn docks when I was 12. She twisted the last 2 wires together. The countdown begins. A short circuit will cause the hydraulic system to jam for 3 seconds. Enough time for you to ram the door. There was only a 1-meter wide gap left in the iron gate. Margaret raised the remote control and pressed her thumb on the red button. Goodbye, little experiment. Now, Samira shouted. I rushed to the forklift with the key still in the ignition. Thanks to all the uneducated warehouse managers, the engine coughed twice and billowed black smoke. A sizzling sound came from Samira's side. The gears of the iron gate suddenly made a sharp friction sound, and the oil pressure gauge of the hydraulic rod jumped wildly. The opportunity has come. I stepped on the accelerator, and the forklift staggered towards the iron gate. The left door frame became larger and larger in my field of vision. I stared at the position of the third reinforcement rib and adjusted the direction. The migraine turned into a roar. At this moment, the blue light on my wrist almost penetrated my skin, and my mother's voice sounded again in the buzzing. Elliot, they want to make you a weapon. Fuck the weapon. I gritted my teeth and aimed the fork at the metal that was vibrating abnormally. The crash was like thunder. The forklift's forks pierced deeply into the door frame, and the sound of twisting metal was so painful that it stung my ears. The iron door shook violently, and sparks flew from the cracks. Margaret's scream was muffled behind the door, and her remote control hit the door with a crisp sound. Hit me again. Samira rushed up from behind and grabbed my shoulders. Only then did I realize that the front wheel of the forklift had been lifted up, and it might overturn if it was hit again. I jerked the steering wheel, letting the forks slide along the edge of the twisted metal. The door frame groaned as it couldn't bear the weight, and finally, with a click sound, the entire left door frame sank inwards, and the iron door stopped in a half-open position, revealing a gap big enough for 2 people to squeeze through. Let's go. Samira grabbed the USB drive and stuffed it into my arms. Then she went out first. As I squeezed through the gap, my shoulder rubbed against the deformed metal and the pain was so severe that I went dark before my eyes. Looking back, Margaret was banging on the door frantically. Her white coat was torn, revealing a black uniform with Sonic Weapons R&D team embroidered on it. You're going to die. Her screams were drowned out by the sirens. 2 police cars turned the corner of the warehouse, their searchlights sweeping across our faces. Samira dragged me into the alley. There was a wound on the back of her hand so deep that the bone could be seen. It must have been caused by the iron sheet when she was connecting the wires just now. My migraine was so severe that my vision was doubled, but the blue light on my wrist began to dim, like a lamp running out of power. We hid in an old neighborhood 3 blocks away, and Samira knocked on the second-floor window with familiarity. It was the vacant room of an elderly Cuban woman she had helped. It's safe. She locked the window and stumbled as she turned around. I supported her and noticed that her trouser legs were covered in blood. I didn't know when she was cut by broken glass. File. I handed over the USB drive, my hand still shaking. Samira took it, but didn't rush to plug it into the computer. She stared at my wrist. The blue light had completely disappeared, leaving only a light blue mark like a faded birthmark. That light just now, is it related to the collar? I touched the splinter on my neck. There was the sound of a police car whizzing past downstairs, very far away and very safe. Margaret said seeds, probably some kind of sound-activated device. I twitched my lips. But now at least we have this. The USB flash drive glowed coldly under the desk lamp, and the words 1982 Orphanage Adoption Record could be vaguely seen in the coffee stains on the cover. Samira turned on the laptop, and as soon as the interface was plugged in, a string of garbled characters lit up on the screen. Her fingers flew across the keyboard, and she suddenly looked up at me. It's encrypted, but it's using an old military system. I'll need half an hour. I leaned back against the faded couch and stared at the water stains on the ceiling. The words in my mother's notes, "They will wipe out everyone who knows the truth," are still spinning in my mind. The old lady downstairs brought 2 cups of hot cocoa, and the steam blurred the windows. The sound of Samira's keyboard was like tapping on my nerves. I took out the photo from my chest. It was the only photo of my mother. She was holding me as a baby, with the iron gate of the orphanage in the background. It looks exactly the same as the iron door of the warehouse. Decrepit. Samira's voice made me sit up straight. Her finger hovered over the enter key, the blue light of the screen making her eyes shine. Want to see it? My throat tightened. The moonlight from outside the window leaked in, shining on the USB drive, on the photos, and on the light blue mark on my wrist. "Look," I said. Samira pressed enter. I heard my Adam's apple roll as Samira's fingertips pressed the enter key. The blue light on the screen suddenly exploded, like a dull punch hitting the retina. The first thing that popped up was a string of dates. March 15. The words adoption record were bolded in blood red, but the name column below, where adoptive family should have been, was filled with experimental subject XX. The numbers following XX ranged from 001 to 037. When I counted to the third line, the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. Subject number 014, date of birth, May 7, 1982, with Hudson Orphan written crookedly in the remarks column. That's my birthday. Look here. Samira's mouse cursor stopped at the end of the document. The adoption records are a cover-up. The real project is called Silent Echo. Her voice was 2 degrees lower than usual, like a steel wire dipped in ice water. In 1981, the military secretly launched a project with the goal of using low-frequency sound waves to interfere with the human hippocampus and create controllable memory bias. The experimental subjects need to be, she paused, children who are naturally sensitive to sound waves. I subconsciously reached for my wrist. The light blue mark was left by the metal bracelet I always wore as a child. My mother said it was an anti-loss mark. At this moment, the experimental log in the file popped up. Subject 01 Ford reacts abnormally to 17 Hz sound waves. The EEG shows a surge in beta waves. It is recommended to add a fixation device to prevent struggling. Fixtures. I suddenly remembered the coldness I felt when the man in the white coat held my arm and put the metal ring around my wrist on my 6th birthday. The mother knelt on the ground and pulled at his clothes. Before being dragged out, she didn't shout, "Don't hurt my child," but he has absolute pitch. "You promised to only test hearing." Here. Samira clicked on the audio file in the attachment. Experimental log, November. Amid the noise of the electric current, the first sound was a child's cry. I felt cold all over. That cry was so familiar, like a thorn engraved in my bone marrow. Then the instrument began to hum, gradually increasing in frequency, until a certain critical point, when the wailing suddenly stopped. A man's laughter could be heard in the background. It worked. He can't remember anything that happened 5 minutes ago. Another voice was even hoarser. "Hawk, don't be too proud. We have to make them forget even their childhood." Hawk. Virgil Hawke, the administrator in the nursing home who always holds a mint in his mouth and cuts the nails of the elderly. When I went to interview him last week, he patted me on the shoulder and said, "Young people should look forward." At this moment, his name appears repeatedly in the document, marked as Project Executive Director. The old lady's cup of hot cocoa downstairs was still on the coffee table. The steam had long dissipated, and water droplets condensed on the wall of the cup, like someone's tears. I held the photo of my mother, and her eyes in the photo suddenly overlapped with a passage in the document. Helen Hudson, mother of subject to Euro 14, attempted to steal experimental data on February 7th. The words at the end were blacked out, but the words "they will erase everyone who knows the truth" in my mother's notes suddenly exploded, making my temples throb. "Elliot?" Samira's voice came from far away. Only then did I realize that I was squatting on the ground, my nails digging into the carpet. The moonlight outside the window was blocked by clouds, and the room darkened, but I suddenly heard a buzzing sound in my ears. Not tinnitus, but some kind of vibration below the human hearing range, like an old air conditioner buzzing in the wall. Absolute pitch is sounding the alarm. There's a problem. I pressed my forehead as my migraine began to throb. Low-frequency sound waves, around 30 Hz, are not naturally produced. Samira stood up immediately and pulled out pepper spray and a folding knife from her bag. Her movements were as smooth as breathing. She walked to the window and lifted the corner of the faded curtain. "There's a black car in the back alley. It parked 10 minutes ago. The engine is on." I grabbed my coat from the couch and felt for the recorder in my inside pocket, the one I always carry with me when I do podcasts. Samira had already stuffed her laptop into a waterproof bag and checked the latches on the doors and windows. The old woman said the building is only accessible through the front door, but they may have a key. She turned to look at me, with a familiar light in her eyes, the light that showed her when she was ready to fight every time we found a key clue. When there was a knock on the door, we both held our breath. "Mr. Hudson?" A male voice with a slight Brooklyn accent said. "I understand you're looking for the Silent Echo Lab. I can help you." Samira put her knife against the small of my back, motioning me to be quiet. But the voice came again. "Helen Hudson called us last time. Before she died, she said that Subject 014 had absolute pitch and was the key to unlocking the entire project." I looked up suddenly. The official record of her mother's death was a traffic accident, but there was indeed a missed call in her old mobile phone, and the number's location showed unknown. "I'll count to 3. Samira lowered her voice. "If he doesn't back off."
"I'm unarmed. The man outside the door seemed to be able to see through our movements. You can check."
"I'm just here to tell you that the lab is in the basement of the old shipyard in Queens, and the entrance is in the ventilation duct of warehouse number. The guards are using a sonic jammer, and your absolute pitch is just the thing to crack it." Samira nodded to me. I held the recorder in my hand and slowly unlocked the door. The man standing at the door was about 40 years old, wearing a washed-out army green jacket. There was an old scar on the left side of his face, running from his brow to his jaw. He was holding a transparent plastic bag in his hand, and inside was a yellowed photo. It was my mother holding me when I was a baby, with the iron gate of the orphanage in the background. It's exactly the same as the one on my chest. "My name is Ethan Cole." He handed over the photo. "Survivor of the Justice League. The answers you are looking for are all in the laboratory of the old shipyard. But remember," his eyes flickered to the pale blue mark on my wrist, "they're not going to send just one car." As Samira took the photo, I noticed a pale pink mark on the back of his neck, shaped like a crumpled flower. Those were scars from electroconvulsive therapy. I'd seen them on several people with Alzheimer's in a nursing home. Virgil called them old-time treatments. "Why help us?" Samira still had the knife. Ethan smiled, and that smile reminded me of the old newspaper clipped in my mother's notebook. December 22, 1983. Fire accident at the orphanage, 37 children all dead. Because I am also the aides of an experiment, he said. And Virgil Hawk, he owes us 37 lives. As he turned to leave, I called out to him. The guard at the lab. Tomorrow morning at 3 o'clock between shifts. He didn't look back. But remember, everyone who worked with me died in the end. The door closed behind him, and Samira immediately locked it and moved the sofa to block it. I stared at the photo in my hand. The one Ethan left behind overlapped with the one on my chest. Even the creases on the edges of the photos were exactly the same. My mother's eyes were looking at me in the two photos, as if saying something I couldn't hear. Sophie. Samira suddenly spoke. I looked up and saw her flipping through the documents. Subject 037 is mentioned here, and the note is Miller's orphan. Sophie Miller, she paused, was sent to an orphanage on the same day as you. The sound of a car starting was heard outside the window and quickly disappeared into the night. I took out my phone and flipped to Sophie's chat box. The message she sent this morning was still there. See you at the usual place tonight. I have something important to discuss, Samira whispered as she re-encrypted the file and put it in the waterproof bag. His scar is in the same position as the one on a guard in the 1983 military photo in Virgil's office. I looked at the cup of hot cocoa on the coffee table. The unmelted chocolate powder at the bottom of the cup looked like some kind of undeciphered code. Ethan's words are still ringing in my ears. Everyone who works with me dies in the end. But we have no way out. The death of our mother, the fire of 37 children, and the name Sophie Miller, like 3 ropes, are pulling us towards the underground laboratory of the old shipyard. Samira suddenly grabbed my wrist. Her hand was cold, but steady. If he's lying, we'll use our absolute pitch to expose him. I touched the photo on my chest. At least we're one step closer to the truth. But what we didn't say was that we were one step closer to danger. The USB flash drive on the coffee table suddenly flashed. It was the automatic save reminder set by Samira. The blue light reflected the light blue mark on my wrist, like some kind of countdown scale. The clouds outside the window dispersed, and the moonlight came in again, shining on the words Sophie Miller, like a sword that has not been unsheathed. I stared at the red warning flashing on the sequencer, and my back teeth ached. When Sammy pulled the tape off Henry's mouth, the guy was still laughing, his Adam's apple rolling up and down with his sneer, like a fish flopping on dry land. Virgil's people can trip all the power supplies in this building before midnight. He spat bloody saliva. 6 hours? That's enough for you to burn the data 3 times. Samira twirled the folding knife around her fingertips and pointed the tip at the hollow of his collarbone. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll nail your tongue to the sequencer. Her tone was like the winter wind in Harlem, chilling people to the bone. I know she's not bluffing. Last week when she was chasing a drug dealer in a Brooklyn warehouse, she actually used a box cutter to cut off the guy's cufflinks as evidence. As sirens blasted at the entrance of the alley, I pulled out my phone and dialed Oliver's number. When a lawyer answers the phone, it's always like he's in court. The first thing he says is, "Mr. Hudson, what trouble are you in now? I need you to come to Alex's identification center now." I looked out the window at the black Ford that slowly turned around. The muddy license plate glowed dirty yellow under the streetlight. Virgil's people attacked the laboratory. The police may have been bribed. We need a legal protection order. There was a 2-second pause on the other end of the line, followed by the crisp sound of keys colliding. Give me 10 minutes. Tell Alex to remove all surveillance hard drives from the lab. Also, don't let anyone in uniform touch the sequencer. Sammy grabbed the lab coat from the lab table and wrapped it around Henry, tying him to the chair like a Thanksgiving turkey. Alex squatted in front of the sequencer, his fingers flying on the keyboard, and the sweat on his forehead sizzled on the metal casing. We have to reset the system and encrypt the cache. Virgil's people used infrasound interference and may have hacked into our local area network. Do you need help? Rachel huddled in the corner, clutching her phone with the 911 call history still on it, her fingernails leaving a crescent mark on her palm. "Unlock the physical lock of the backup server," Alex said without looking back. "It's on the second floor of the ventilation duct, in the blue tin box." There was a sound of brakes in the back alley, and when Oliver's old Cadillac broke through the cordon and rushed in, half a roadblock was still hanging on the front bumper. He pushed open the door in a suit and tie, and threw his briefcase on the operating table, with the metal buckle making a crisp sound. "Who is the sheriff on duty?" As soon as the policeman in navy blue uniform stepped over the threshold, Oliver's ID card hit his nose. "Emergency protection order from Manhattan Supreme Court." He flipped out a piece of paper with a red seal. "According to Article 42 of the Electronic Evidence Protection Act, no organization may interfere with the identification process of key physical evidence in this case without the permission of the presiding judge." The sheriff's Adam's apple moved, and his eyes swept from Henry, who was still twisting in his chair, to the progress bar on the sequencer that was restarting. "We received a report of an attack here. The attacker is over there." Oliver pointed at Henry. "My client will sue him for intentional destruction of electronic equipment and illegal invasion of private places. As for you," he pushed his gold-rimmed glasses, "if you leave now I can pretend that I didn't see the coffee cup in the trunk of your car." He paused. "The blue bottle coffee that Mr. Virgil Hawke often goes to, right?" The sheriff's face instantly turned purple. He winked at his men and kicked Henry's chair. "You are so cruel." After the door slammed shut, Samira whistled softly. "How do you know they drink blue bottle coffee?" "I saw Virgil's driver bought it last week when I was helping a real estate developer fight a demolition lawsuit." Oliver adjusted his cufflinks. "For people addicted to caffeine, their habits are more obvious than fingerprints." When the sequencer's progress bar reached 15%, Samira took out another USB flash drive from Henry's coat. "It was missed during the body search just now." She shook the metal piece. "It may contain Virgil's information." We huddled in front of the computer. The files in the USB drive were garbled, but the title of one encrypted document made my heart skip a beat. "Sophie Miller Genetic Matching Report." "Sophie Miller." Samira read out the name and tapped her fingers on the keyboard twice. "Is this name in the orphanage's files?" I took out the old notebook I carried with me, and the memories of 1982 came flooding back, mixed with the smell of disinfectant. Before I was adopted, the girl in the bed next to me always sang "Twinkle Twinkle Little Star." I touched the old scar on the back of my neck, which was the indentation left by her using an ice pack to cool me down when I had the flu. The nun said she was taken away by a couple named Miller, but there is no record of her in the adoption documents. Samira's mouth stopped at the matching degree column. The numbers were encrypted, but the 97.3% at the end made my eyes hurt. Half-siblings have a 25% match rate, and identical twins have a 99.9% match rate. She looked up at me. 97%. Maybe they're direct relatives. Or maybe we share a special gene sequence. I remembered the military's sonic weapons project files. Virgil mentioned memory-sensitive bodies that require specific genes to withstand infrasound stimulation. The sequencer's prompt interrupted the conversation. Alex took off his reading glasses, and the words on the report jumped on the screen. Mitochondrial DNA match, 89.6%, and some sites of the Y chromosome are highly similar. Elliot, you and Sophie Miller are related by blood, but not siblings or parents in the traditional sense. What is that? My temple began to throb, and my absolute pitch detected a subtle hum in the ventilation duct. Was it the remnant of infrasound or new interference? It could be a chimera. Samira flicked through the genetics data. 2 embryos merged in the womb and retained the DNA of both after birth. But it is more likely. Her finger stopped on project number Nexus 7, the product of military experiments. Rachel suddenly raised her phone. Sophie Miller's social account has been updated. 2 hours ago, she posted a photo of roses in an old church in Queens. I recognized the church in the photo, with its ivy-covered stone walls. It was where we were temporarily housed after a fire at the orphanage. In the location of the photo is the small chapel on the east side of St. Mary's Cemetery. The timestamp shows 21. She might be waiting for us. I grabbed my coat, and the hum in my absolute pitch suddenly changed pitch, like some kind of flare piercing the night sky. Samira checked the blade of her folding knife. Virgil's men might be waiting too. Oliver tossed me the car keys. I have an anti-eavesdropping device in the trunk of my Cadillac, and a spare phone in the rear bumper. He pointed at Henry. I'll hand him over to a real FBI friend, not Virgil's informant this time. As we rushed down the stairs, the night wind blew the sycamore leaves into our faces. Samira's phone suddenly vibrated. It was an anonymous text message. Under the 3rd floor tile in the basement of the chapel, you will find the answer you are looking for. I looked at the spires of St. Mary's Cemetery in the distance, looming in the night, and the hum in my absolute pitch became clearer and clearer, like some kind of countdown drumbeat. Sophie Miller's name surged in my memory, overlapping with the girl who sang "Twinkle Twinkle Little Star" during the fire. Behind us, the car lights in a corner suddenly lit up, and the red light cast 2 long shadows on the wall, like 2 knives about to fall. At 3 o'clock in the morning in Harlem, the fluorescent lights of the convenience store turned into blurred spots in the rain and fog. I parked my car in front of a fire hydrant, and the sound of the wipers scraping across the windshield was like some anxious heartbeat. In the passenger seat, Samira was wiping the barrel of a Glock 17 with a cotton swab, the metal gleaming coldly at her fingertips. Sophie in the back seat was holding the waterproof document bag, her hair still dripping with rainwater from running from the subway station. Half an hour ago, a mysterious man suddenly sent a text message saying that he wanted to meet in advance at the old warehouse on 10th Avenue. The places he chooses are pretty consistent. I pinched my brows, and the migraine felt like a thin needle stirring gently in my temples. Absolute pitch brings not only sensitivity to sound waves, but also the after effects of being squeezed by frequency. Last time in Virgil's nursing home, I discovered the old filing cabinet hidden in the basement because I captured the abnormal infrasonic fluctuations in the ventilation duct. At the cost of vomiting in the bathroom for 20 minutes, Samira stuffed the gun into the holster at her ankle, the hem of her black overalls just covering the edge of the holster. Ethan said that everyone who worked with him died, but he also said that he could find the key nodes connecting the 1982 orphanage fire and the military project. She turned her head and looked at the back seat. Sophie, are you sure you want to come? Sophie's fingers unconsciously stroked the gold-stamped lines on the document bag, which was a copy of the 1983 military group photo stolen from Virgil's office. The guard in military uniform in the photo had a crescent-shaped scar behind his right ear, which was exactly the same as the scar I saw on Virgil's surveillance video when he shaved. My mother's death certificate was handled by Virgil. Her voice was very soft, but it sounded like an ice pick knocking on the glass. You are not investigating some mysterious experiment, but my mother's life. The iron door of the warehouse creaked harshly in the rain. The mysterious man stood in the shadow of a pile of rusty oil drums, with the hood of his black hoodie pulled down low, revealing only his high nose bridge and metal-framed glasses that glowed with a cold light. There was an insulated box at his feet, with water droplets condensing on the lid. Mr. Hudson, Miss Kareem, Miss Miller. His voice was processed by a voice changer, like the electric sound of an old radio. I'm glad you didn't get intercepted by Virgil's people. Samira took a half step forward, and the tip of her leather shoe kicked an empty beer can, and the crisp sound of pop echoed in the warehouse. We want to know your purpose. Her right hand was loosely placed on her waist, where there was a pepper spray. Although I know she is more accustomed to using a gun, but when you are not sure whether the other party is armed, the spray is a safer deterrent. The mysterious man took off his glasses, revealing a pair of light gray eyes. I stared at the frequency of his pupil contraction. A voice changer can change the voice, but it can't change the breathing rhythm when speaking. 3 years ago, my sister was sent to Virgil's nursing home. He took out a sealed bag from the incubator, which contained a yellowed medical record. 3 days before she died, I installed a micro recorder at her bedside. He pressed the play button on his phone, and a sharp high-frequency sound suddenly exploded in the noise of the current, like nails scratching a blackboard. I subconsciously covered my ears, and the migraine instantly changed from a needle prick to a blunt hammer. 400 hertz. I gritted my teeth and stated the frequency. It's the same sound I heard in the attic on the night of the orphanage fire. I was 7 years old that year, hiding in a wooden box containing old Bibles. Through the gap I saw the nanny covering her ears tightly with both hands before she was engulfed by flames. At that time I thought she was choked by the smoke. It was not until last week that I used audio software to analyze the old tapes left by my mother that I discovered a continuous 400 hertz sound wave in the background sound. The mysterious man put on his glasses again. That's the test sound wave of the Swarm project. The military used it to create mass panic. Later, Virgil's team improved the technology and was able to accurately destroy the memory nerves in the human brain. The last thing my sister said was, "They're picking my brains out. Now you know why I cooperated." Samira took the medical record and quickly scanned it with the cold white light of her phone. Does the informant you mentioned, Jack Thompson, really have the connection between the organ trafficking group and the laboratory? He's a cleaner at an underground hospital. The mysterious man pulled out a crumpled piece of paper from his pocket. 10 o'clock tonight, in the abandoned garage on 37th Street in East Harlem. He only believes in cash and physical evidence. He pointed to the document bag in Sophie's arms. You bring that photo, he will talk. The rain stopped at 5 in the morning. When we returned to Samira's apartment, the leaves of the green ivy on the windowsill were still dripping with water. Sophie dozed off on the sofa with the briefcase on her knees. Samira made ginger tea, and the steam blurred the dark circles under her eyes. Do you believe him? His breathing rate is consistent with the courier who anonymously sent my mother's death certificate 3 years ago. I turned the mug and watched the wolfberries floating in the ginger tea. The fingerprints on the courier slip were wiped too clean at the time, so it seemed like he deliberately left clues. Now it seems that he had been planning this for a long time. But Ethan's warning is not groundless. Samira disassembled the gun and placed it on the coffee table. The parts glowed dully in the warm light. The private detective who exchanged clues with us last time was found dead at the Brooklyn Pier with blood all over his ears. I touched the silver chain on my chest, and inside the pendant was a photo of my mother. September 15, 1982, when she stuffed me into the wooden box. The necklace clasp caught my collar. We need information about Jack. I pointed to the New York map on the wall. The abandoned factory circled in red was on the other side of the Harlem River. If that place is really the entrance to the laboratory, Sophie and I will meet you outside. Samira interrupted me. You and the mysterious man go in to see Jack. If there's no signal for half an hour, she patted her holster, I'll take my old gangster brothers from Harlem and break down the door. At 9:50 p.m., the mysterious man and I were standing in front of the abandoned garage. The rusty roller door was half open, and a mixture of gasoline and moldy smells wafted out from inside. The mysterious man handed me a miniature headset. Hold the call. His fingers paused on the door handle for half a second, and I heard the sound of his Adam's apple rolling. My absolute pitch captured it, and there was tension hidden in that slight sound. There was a crisp sound of metal colliding from inside the door. I touched the copy of the group photo in my pocket, and my migraine started to ache again. In the darkness, a hunched figure crawled out of the repair ditch, with a scar on his face from his left eyebrow to his right jaw. Do you have money? His voice sounded like sandpaper. The mysterious man held up the envelope of cash. And this. Jack's eyes swept over the photo I handed over, and he suddenly took 2 steps back, like a cat whose tail was stepped on, knocking over the oil barrel next to him. "Where did you get it from?" His voice trembled. "Virgil said that whoever touches this will have their brain dug out." I stared at his red eyes. 3 years ago, the fire at St. Mary's Hospital killed 7 children who were waiting for organ transplants. The destination of their organs is related to the Swarm Project laboratory. Right, Jack's Adam's apple moved. I heard the sound of his accelerated heartbeat, like the beat of a drum on a sheet of iron. 3 days later, at midnight, in the abandoned freezer of the old shipyard in Harlem, he suddenly grabbed the envelope and stuffed it into his arms. "The organ traffickers are going to transfer a batch of goods, and the trucks will pass through the underground passage of the freezer." His voice suddenly dropped. "There is an iron door with a combination lock down the passage." The mysterious man and I looked at each other. Samira's voice came from the headset. "We have located it. It's the old shipyard and freezer. When I left the repair shop, the night wind brought with it the fishy smell of the river." I looked up at the sky and saw that the moon was mostly covered by dark clouds, like a squinting eye. The mysterious man suddenly stopped. "Hudson, you'd better remember." His voice changer was not turned on, and his voice was low and hoarse. "Virgil's laboratory is not the end. It is the entrance to the abyss." I touched my aching temple and heard the whistle of a freighter in the distance. Samira's car stopped at the corner and flashed its lights twice, a sign that it was safe. Sophie leaned her head out from the passenger seat, the briefcase in her hand casting a long shadow. The old shipyard's freezing plant was just a blurry dot on the map, like the silver chain on a mother's necklace. Once it started shaking, it could never stop. The night wind suddenly changed direction, bringing with it a faint high-frequency hum. I squinted my eyes. The sound was very soft, but like a thin needle. It was accurately piercing into the deepest part of my memory. It was exactly the same frequency as the last words I said to my sister on the night of the fire in 1982. "Brother, my ears hurt so much." Samira honked the horn, and the car lights drew 2 bright white tracks in the darkness.
I got into the back seat, and Sophie handed me a bottle of ibuprofen.
The moment the car started, I caught a glimpse in the rearview mirror and saw a mysterious man standing at the door of the repair shop. His eyes under the brim of his hat were flashing coldly, like some kind of beast waiting to be hunted. The neon sign of the old shipyard and cold storage plant was faintly visible in the night ahead, like a rusty coin slowly sinking into the dark pool. I stared at the abandoned factory outside the windshield. The metal rolling door was half-hanging, like a torn animal hide, revealing the dark abdominal cavity inside. Samira parked the car behind the container pile 300 meters away, and the handbrake clicked. Jack said the transaction would be at 10 o'clock tonight. It's 9:40 now, and the peripheral surveillance was cut off half an hour ago. But don't believe this is a coincidence. The veins on the back of Sophie's hand that was holding the file bag bulged. "Elliot, what did you just say in the car?" "That frequency. Same as 1982. I touched the back of my neck, where the skin was getting hot. It feels like someone is twisting a thin steel wire in my cochlea. Absolute pitch. Always gives me this kind of sign before it strikes. Just like the noise when an old radio is tuned to FM, which first makes a crackling sound in my nerves." The mysterious man at some point walked around the car and tapped on the window with his knuckles. He didn't wear a voice changer today, and his voice sounded like sandpaper scraping against iron plate. "Follow me closely. There are 3 underground floors in the freezing factory. Megan's people will patrol the trading area on the 1st floor. The 2nd floor is the warehouse, and the 3rd floor..." He paused. "You'd better not go there." Samira pushed open the car door, her tactical boots stepping on the broken glass. "What's on the 3rd floor?" "A gift from Virgil." The mysterious man didn't explain further and turned to walk into the shadow of the factory. The smell of rust mixed with the fishy smell of rotten water rushed into my nostrils. I was the last one to fall behind, and the buzzing in my ears became clearer and clearer. It was not the sound of the wind, nor was it a mechanical failure. It was the sound of living people moving, the friction of leather boots scraping against concrete, the light sound of a holster hitting a metal pipe, and even a kid chewing gum, smacking his lips at a frequency of 27 times a minute. 7 people. I lowered my voice. 10 meters in front of the left, 2 in the back right, 5 meters in the back, and 3 behind the rolling door in front. Samira took out a pair of cufflink-sized binoculars and quickly scanned the area. The 2 on the left are smoking. The red dot is under a 4-meter-high ventilation duct. There may be surveillance cameras there. Sophie suddenly grabbed my sleeve. In the direction she pointed, there were several iron boxes covered with cloth piled up in the corner, with half of a silver instrument sticking out from the corner of the cloth, which looked like a dialysis machine in a hospital. Looking closer, I saw dark red scabs on the metal surface. I rubbed them with my fingertips and put them to the tip of my nose. It was blood, no older than 72 hours. Organ transplant equipment. Samira's voice was as cold as an ice cone. These tubes are for oxygen supply, and the one next to them is an extracorporeal circulation machine. They take the organs here and load them directly onto trucks for transportation. Sophie's document bag fell to the ground with a bang. The information inside was spread out, and the top one was a photo of a college student who had disappeared 3 months ago, with a teardrop mole under his eye socket. Exactly the same photo on the pending list that I saw in Megan's phone.
It looks like you guys had a lot of fun.
A female voice came from above. I looked up and saw Megan standing on the second-floor platform, with a gun tucked under her leather jacket, followed by 4 men holding steel pipes. She tapped the railing with her fingertips, painted scarlet.
Mr. Hudson, I thought you were just a podcaster who liked to flip through old newspapers. I didn't expect you could be a detective.
Samira stood in front of Sophie and me, and her right hand quietly reached for the anti-wolf stun gun at her waist. The mysterious man retreated into the shadows at some point, like a stone blending into the darkness. Hand it over. Megan tilted her head. The file bag you just looked at. It contains what Virgil wants. I'll keep it for him. We were just passing by. I curled the corners of my mouth, and my temples began to throb. My absolute pitch was overloaded, and the sounds in my ears seemed to be fast-forwarded. The footsteps of Megan's men, the sharp sound of steel pipes rubbing against the ground, and even the rustling of rats crawling in the ventilation ducts were all squeezed into a bowl. Passing by, Megan smiled and snapped her fingers. The men behind her immediately spread out and surrounded us. The nearest yellow-haired boy was approaching with a steel pipe swinging, and I could hear the sound of his Adam's apple rolling. He was nervous, but more excited, like a dog waiting to be bitten. Samira suddenly bent down, picked up a broken brick, and threw it at the surveillance camera on the left. With a pop sound, sparks flew everywhere. When everyone turned their heads, she whispered, "Elliot, the third one on the right. His trouser legs are stained with oil. He must be operating a machine. His hearing is poor. Sophie, run to the ventilation duct. They can't catch up." I clenched the magnet in my pocket. I had picked it up at the auto repair shop before, and it could interfere with the metal detector at a critical moment. The buzzing in my ears suddenly became louder, like an alarm. I counted the footsteps. The yellow-haired man was 3rd from the left, the tattooed man was 5th from the right, and Megan was right above. Her heart rate was 84 beats per minute, faster than usual. What was she afraid of? You're afraid of him. I suddenly raised my voice, staring at the shadow behind Megan. You're afraid of what he has in his hands. You're afraid that Virgil will know that you have hidden the list. Megan's pupils shrank. Her eyes swept over the mysterious man's position, and her Adam's apple moved. What the hell did you say? At 2 a.m. last Wednesday, you had your men hide cargo number 3 at the Brooklyn dock, but it was intercepted. I continued, deliberately making my voice tremble. He did it, didn't he? If Virgil's people come to investigate, do you think you can put the blame on us? Megan's gun clicked into place. The men behind her obviously hesitated, and the tattooed man's steel pipe dropped half an inch. They were looking at Megan's reaction, and Megan was looking at the mysterious man. Samira took the opportunity to drag Sophie towards the pile of pipes on the left. I bent down, grabbed the iron wrench on the ground, and smashed it against the knee of the nearest yellow-haired boy. He fell down with a scream, and the steel pipe rolled to my feet. "Run!" I yelled and hooked the bracket of the ventilation duct with the steel pipe. The sound of metal rubbing against each other was so painful that it stung my eardrums. But this was exactly what I wanted, to cover up the noise of Sophie climbing the pipe. Megan's bullet flew past my ear and hit the iron box behind me, sparking. I crouched among the equipment, and in my absolute pitch, the footsteps of the pursuers sounded like drums. Samira led the way and used a wrench to pry open a rusty iron door, revealing a staircase leading downwards to the second underground floor. "Where is the mysterious man?" Sophie looked back while running. "I'm looking for it too." In the chaos just now, that figure disappeared like smoke. There were fresh scratches on the wall at the corner of the stairs, as if they were made by something sharp, and they glowed coldly. It was metal. "Don't stop." Samira kicked open the door to the second basement floor. "It's darker here, with only the emergency light in the corner flashing green." I heard the sound of water dripping, very slowly, one drop every 3 seconds. Exactly the same sound as the rain in the basement of the orphanage. Megan screamed from behind. "Don't let them get away. Catch Sophie. There's something in the file bag." "What's going on?" Samira suddenly turned around and pressed the stun gun on the neck of the tattooed man who had caught up with her. He convulsed and fell, and Samira ripped off his walkie-talkie and threw it to me. Interfere with their communications. I ripped off the intercom antenna and smashed it to the ground. The buzzing in my ears suddenly changed frequency, from high-frequency spikes to low-frequency vibrations, like the roar of some machine starting up. The sound did not come from the pursuers but from the third floor underground. It was muffled and sounded like a heartbeat. "Elliot?" Sophie grabbed my wrist. "You're as white as paper." The third floor underground. I pointed to the iron door at the end of the stairs. The door lock was the latest electronic lock, with a fingerprint reader next to it. Megan didn't mention it just now, but the mysterious man said, "There is Virgil's gift there." Samira took out the master key. "First, deal with the pursuers. They're not chasing us anymore." I closed my eyes. The sound of footsteps in my ears suddenly disappeared, leaving only the low-frequency vibration, which became clearer and clearer. Megan's people have retreated to the first floor. She is on the phone, saying, "The target has entered B2, requesting support." Sophie's document bag suddenly made a rustling sound. I looked down and found that when she ran, a piece of document was scattered on the ground. It was an old photo with yellowed corners, and it was a group photo of the orphanage. I recognized myself immediately, 8 years old, standing in the front row holding my sister. On the far right of the photo, there is a man in a baseball cap with only half of his face showing. His outline is exactly the same as the mysterious man. "Sophie," I picked up the photo. "Where did you get this photo?" Her lips were trembling. I don't know, the document bag was still sealed when I got on the car. Maybe someone stuffed it in at the factory." The low-frequency vibration suddenly rose as if something was hitting the ceiling of the third floor underground. The iron door creaked slightly, and dark red liquid oozed out of the keyhole. Was it blood? No, more viscous, like some kind of organic tissue. Samira pulled us back and said, "Let's get out of here first. Megan's support will arrive in 5 minutes. We have to..." "Wait." I pressed my ears. A new sound mixed in with the vibration. It was a person's scream, distorted by something. Is it a child's voice? Sophie's tears suddenly fell. I heard it too, like the crying sound in my ears when I had nightmares when I was a child. There were footsteps coming from the top of the stairs. This time it wasn't Megan's men, but heavier leather boots, at least 8 people. Samira kicked open the emergency exit next to her, and a rusty wind blew in. We stumbled onto the ground, the neon factory sign overhead flickering like a blinking eye. Where is the mysterious man? Sophie turned back, panting. There was no one at the factory gate, only a silver object reflecting light on the ground. It was the baseball cap that the mysterious man often wore, with the letters VH embroidered on the inside of the brim, the abbreviation of Virgil Hawk. There was a siren sound behind me. It was the support that Samira called in advance, but I stared at the hat. The low-frequency vibration in my ears had not disappeared, but instead went through the blood vessels into my brain. Sophie still held the old photo in her hand. Half of the mysterious man's face in the photo overlapped with Virgil's ID photo when he was young. Elliot? Samira tapped me on the shoulder. We have to go. The police are here. I nodded, but couldn't help but look back towards the 3rd underground floor of the factory. Behind the iron gate there, the low-frequency vibration continued, like something sleeping that was awakened by our intrusion. And in Sophie's file bag, there was another note written in Morse code. They are copying using sound. The wind lifted my collar, and I touched the back of my neck. The skin there was still hot, exactly the same temperature as it was on the night of the fire in 1982 when my sister pulled my sleeve and said, "My ears hurt." I wiped the cold sweat from my forehead, and the metal stairs of the factory made a hollow echo under my feet. Samira's palms were still stained with rust from climbing over the wall just now, and she was grabbing my wrist and pulling me towards the safe passage. Megan's men had chased me for 3 floors with modified electric batons, and their curses were still buzzing in the ventilation duct. Wait. Sophie suddenly grabbed the back of my collar. The file bag in her arms made a rustling sound as she moved, and the corners of the old photos she had just picked up from the 3rd underground floor were wrinkled. I followed her gaze and looked over there. Next to the fire hydrant at the corner, there was a woman in black overalls with her back to us, her fingers rapidly tapping on her cell phone keyboard. "Lucy?" Samira's voice suddenly became tense. The woman turned around when she heard the voice, and the silver earrings behind her ears flashed in the dim light. They were in the shape of a police badge. "Mr. Hudson, Miss Kareem." Her voice was lighter than I expected, like a leaf floating on the water. "I'm Lucy Stewart from the NYPD. I've been undercover under Megan's command for 3 months. She glanced at the file bag in Sophie's arms. "Did you just come up from the 3rd underground floor? There's an infrasound generator in the soundproof wall there, right?" I felt a sudden sharp pain in the back of my neck. The memory of that rainy night in 1982 was pulled back. My sister curled up in the corner of the orphanage's storage room, scratching her ears with her little fingers and crying, "Brother, there are bugs crawling in my head." The firefighters who were fighting the fire at the time said that it was the shock wave of the explosion, but the infrasound that Lucy mentioned at this moment matched the continuous low-frequency vibration in my ears perfectly. "Thomas Wilson is in the medical room on the top floor." Lucy fished out a crumpled factory floor plan from her overalls pocket and circled the easternmost room on the 3rd floor with a pen. "He performs live organ harvesting operations for organ traffickers. There are nearly 3 years of transaction records in the computer." There were dark brown stains between her fingernails. I stared at it for 2 seconds and suddenly realized that it was dried blood. Samira laid the floor plan on the fire hydrant and moved her fingertips along the red line of the safe passage. "I will distract the guards on the 2nd floor, and you go to the 3rd floor through the ventilation duct." Sophie was waiting at the back door. The sirens were coming, but Virgil's men might arrive before the police. When she looked up, her hair on her forehead was stuck together by sweat. "Elliot, can you hear the guard's position with your ears?" I closed my eyes. The sounds of the factory seemed to be put under a microscope. There was the crisp sound of leather heels hitting the ground in the corridor on the left. 2 seconds apart, it was 2 people. There was a gurgling sound of swallowing saliva in the ventilation duct on the right. It must be a nervous novice. There was a buzzing sound of metal colliding from directly above. It was Megan's stun gun charging. There are 3 at the staircase on the 2nd floor, and 2 at the corner of the 3rd floor. My temples were throbbing as I opened my eyes. The entrance to the ventilation duct is above the fire hydrant. Climb in and turn right. The 3rd partition is loose. Samira thrust the tactical flashlight into my hand. 20 minutes, or I'll blow up the gas valve on the 1st floor. She nodded at Lucy, and as she turned, she pulled out a switchblade from her boot. The blade made a scratching sound as it scraped against the wall, her signal to attract attention. Lucy and I crouched down and climbed up the fire hydrant. The metal partitions above our heads creaked under the weight. The dust in the ventilation duct made it hard to open my eyes. When Lucy poked open the 3rd partition with a tactical pen, I heard the crisp sound of shattering glass from downstairs, mixed with Samira's deliberately high-pitched scream. "You caught the wrong person." The guard's footsteps surged past like a tide. Lucy gestured to me, "Go," and we slid along the pipe into the storage room on the 3rd floor. The musty smell mixed with the smell of disinfectant hit us in the face. We had arrived at the medical room. Thomas's office door was ajar, and the faint blue light of a computer screen leaked through the gap. The moment I pushed open the door, I suddenly felt a sharp pain in the back of my neck. That was a warning of a sudden change in the infrasonic frequency. "It's you," Megan's voice came from behind. When I turned around, I saw her standing at the door holding a stun gun, the metal tip flickering with blue light, and behind her were 4 men holding steel pipes. Lucy's hands were shaking slightly at her side, but her voice was as steady as a rock. "Sister Megan, these 2 are the fat sheep I caught. I heard they can get rare blood types." Megan's pupils shrank. She stared at the police badge earring behind Lucy's ear, and suddenly laughed out loud. "Miss Stewart, do you think I'm blind?" She waved the electric baton. "Cut out their tongues. I want to hear their screams before they die." As my men surrounded me, I reached into my pocket for the metal lighter, something Samira had stuffed in my pocket this morning, saying it could be used as a weapon in a pinch. Megan's stun gun beeps at 12,000 hertz, and I watch her wrist move as she flicks the switch and taps the metal lamp on her desk with her lighter. Buzz. The 2 frequencies of sound waves collided with each other, and a sharp sound exploded in the air. Megan's stun gun flashed, and the blue light went out. I took the opportunity to pounce on her and grab her wrist. Her nails scratched the back of my hand, but I heard Lucy yelling, "Bobby, who paid for your sister's surgery last week?" The tall man holding the steel pipe paused. Lucy continued, "Thomas sold your sister's kidney to a drug lord. I have records." Bobby's steel pipe fell to the ground with a clang. He rushed over and grabbed Thomas's neck. "You said it was a tumor removal." In the chaos, I snatched Megan's stun gun and hit her on the back of the neck with my backhand. She groaned and collapsed to the ground. Some of her subordinates hesitated with steel pipes in their hands, while others had already started looking through Thomas's computer. "Found it." Lucy held up Thomas's mobile hard drive. 3 years of transaction records are all here. But just then, a shrill alarm tore through the air. Red warning lights were spinning on the ceiling, and I heard the roar of a heavy truck downstairs. Not a police car, but a modified riot control vehicle. Virgil's men. Lucy's face turned green in the red light. They blocked all the exits. Thomas suddenly laughed, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, staining his white coat like a withered rose. "Do you think that catching me will end it?" His voice was torn apart by the alarm. "Those voices have long been planted in your bones." I touched the back of my neck, and the skin there was surprisingly hot. Again, the infrasonic vibrations came from the duct, clearer this time than before, the rhythm of Morse code. Tick, tick, tick. There's no escape. Amid the alarm, I heard Sophie shouting downstairs. The back door is welded shut. Samira's tactical flashlight shone in from the stairwell, and her shadow was stretched out like a knife hanging over her head. We are trapped. What's even more terrifying is that I suddenly realized that the frequency of the infrasound waves in the ventilation duct just now was exactly the same as the vibration in my ears when my sister cried and said my ears hurt on the night of the orphanage fire, and the alarm sounded like a rusty steel needle piercing my ear. I bit my back teeth hard, and the metallic taste exploded on the tip of my tongue. It was the lip that was bitten when I wrestled with Thomas just now. When Samira's flashlight swept over me, I saw sweat on her forehead, and the tips of her tactical boots rolled over the broken glass on the ground, making a tiny sound. Electrical system. She suddenly spoke, her voice drowning out the alarm. The circuit systems of these old factories all use underground pipes. I saw similar structures when I followed the community electrician to repair old houses in Harlem. Lucy tugged at her bloody cuffs. The beige sweater she wore while undercover had long been torn, revealing the newly formed scabs on her arms. The control center is on the B2 floor near the boiler room. Megan and I came to collect the goods last week. She mentioned that the main switch box had an electromagnetic lock installed. Thomas was still laughing. I tied him up in the corner with a fire hose. The blood on his white coat had turned dark brown. When he heard the word electricity, his laughter suddenly stopped and his Adam's apple moved. If you remove the gate, the sounds will be clearer. The skin on the back of my neck began to feel hot again. The infrasound in the ventilation duct was still vibrating, and this time I heard more. Underneath the Morse code of "can't escape," there was a layer of even fainter frequency, very much like a heartbeat. Memories of 1982 suddenly came flooding back. My sister Lily was only 5 years old at the time. On the night of the fire, she huddled in my arms, desperately scratching her ears with her little fingers. Brother, there's a buzzing sound, like bees building nests in my bones. Samira's hands were on my shoulders, and the warmth seeped through the thin shirt. Elliot, wake up. She rubbed the back of my neck with her fingertips, and the skin there was surprisingly hot. They are using infrasound to interfere with our nerves. We must cut off the source now. I took a deep breath and forced myself to focus back to reality. Absolute pitch was beating in his temple, like a sophisticated sound meter, capturing at least 7 sets of footsteps downstairs. The hard soles of leather boots, the elasticity of sneakers, and a group of people dragging their feet, which should be the one with a broken toe among Megan's men, divide into 2 groups. I wiped my face and handed the tactical knife to Sophie. Samira and Lucy go to the B2 floor to cut the power, and Sophie and I will take Thomas to find the side door. Once the power is cut off, all the electromagnetic locks will fail, and then we can break out. Sophie's fingertips trembled as she took the knife. She and I are potentially related. When the DNA test results came out last week, the match was 23.7%, which is exactly the value for cousins. But at this moment there was no fear in her eyes, only some sharp light. I will follow you. Samira pulled off the silver necklace from her neck, an amulet engraved with Arabic that had been left to her by her grandmother. She pressed the necklace into my hand. If nothing happens in half an hour, take Sophie and Lucy's spare keys and leave through the sewer pipe. Don't make it sound like your last words. I squeezed her wrist and felt her pulse beating fast. We need to live to drink iced Americano at that crappy coffee shop in Harlem. After they disappeared down the stairwell, I squatted down and untied Thomas. His wrists were tied up until they turned purple, but he was still laughing. Do you think cutting off the power supply can stop the sound waves? That thing has been planted in your body for a long time. Virgil conducted experiments in an orphanage 20 years ago, using crying as a carrier. Shut up. I pulled the rope tight. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll throw you to Megan's people. Sophie suddenly tugged at the corner of my clothes, and pointed her finger to the end of the corridor. There was a rusty iron door with a faded emergency exit sign hanging on the lintel. My absolute pitch detected 3 sets of footsteps behind the door. The frequency of the leather boots hitting the ground was 1.2 hertz, which was different from what I heard on the second floor before. They should be new reinforcements. They are changing guard. I lowered my voice. There are still 30 seconds left. Wait until this group reaches the corner. The infrasound in the vents suddenly changed pitch, like someone scratching fingernails across a blackboard. My temple suddenly twitched and I almost fell down. Sophie held me. Her hands were as cold as ice. Elliot, it's okay. I gritted my teeth and took out the iron wrench I had picked up from the tool room. From my pocket. Listen to me and count to 3. There was a click of a lighter behind the door, and someone lit a cigarette. 2. The footsteps stopped. He must be leaning against the wall smoking. 3. I picked up the wrench and smashed the fire alarm next to me. There was a sharp buzzing sound, and the person behind the door cursed something, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps. I dragged Sophie over and used my shoulder to push the iron door open. Thomas was dragged behind by Sophie with her arms tied behind her back. He suddenly hit Sophie's calf with his knee, and she staggered and fell into my arms. Fuck! I elbowed Thomas with my backhand. His nose made a crisp sound, and blood splattered on Sophie's coat. Outside the door was a narrow passage filled with rusty iron barrels and abandoned conveyor belts. My absolute pitch detected the sound of metal rubbing 10 meters to the left. Megan's men, carrying knives. 5 meters to the right, there was the sound of holsters colliding. It was Virgil's man, equipped with a Glock pistol. Squat down. I pushed Sophie and Thomas behind the iron barrel, picked up the iron chain at my feet and swung it to the right. Hoo! A gunshot rang out and the bullet flew past the tip of my ear, splashing sparks on the wall. The knifeman on the left took the opportunity to pounce on me. I raised my leg and kicked him in the knee. He fell down with a groan, and the switchblade in his hand fell to the ground. Sophie picked up the knife and stabbed it into his thigh with her backhand. The blood immediately soaked his trouser legs, and he curled up like a shrimp in pain. I dragged Thomas and continued running, and caught a glimpse of Sophie's face from the corner of my eye. Her expression was eerily calm, as if she was doing something very ordinary. At this moment, the whole factory suddenly fell into darkness. The alarm stopped abruptly, leaving only the faint infrasonic vibrations in the ventilation duct. Samira succeeded.
Follow me.
I took out my cell phone and turned on the flashlight. The beam of light swept across the drainage outlet at the base of the wall. Lucy said that the drainage pipe of the old factory could lead to the Hudson River. As we entered the pipe, we heard shouting from behind. The sewage was over my ankles and had a foul smell. Thomas suddenly stopped struggling, his voice echoing in the pipe. Do you think you'll be safe if you escape? Virgil doesn't want your lives, but your memories. The light of the exit was getting closer and closer, and I could hear the sound of the river flowing. Sophie climbed out first, then Thomas, and finally me. The night wind, wrapped in the smell of the river, blew on my face. I leaned against the wall to catch my breath, and when I looked up, I saw at the dock on the opposite bank there were 3 black military jeeps parked with their headlights on, illuminating the figures standing next to the vehicles. The leader was wearing a dark grey windbreaker and holding a cigarette in his hand, with the flame flickering on his face. It's Virgil. His voice floated over with the river breeze, with an old-fashioned gentleness. Elliot, welcome home. The vibrations of infrasound suddenly exploded in my ears, this time clearer than ever before. I touched the back of my neck, and the skin there was so hot that it almost burned. There seemed to be something buried beneath the skin, beating back and forth with Virgil's voice. As the sewage poured down my trouser legs and into my boots, I thought the worst that could happen was that I was blocked in the drain by Virgil's men. It was not until we collapsed, dripping wet, in the abandoned warehouse, left behind by Samira's great-uncle, watching the flickering emergency lights on the wall, and listening to her wiping the abnormally hot skin on the back of my neck with an alcohol cotton pad, that we realized the real trouble had just begun. There is slight redness and swelling in the subcutaneous tissue. Samira gently touched the back of my neck with the tip of the tweezers, and I shrank my shoulders in pain. She lowered her voice, as if she was coaxing a frightened wild cat, but I didn't touch anything foreign. Last time when Virgil used infrasound interference in the factory, you said there was a pulsating feeling here. I stared at the dusty old radio in the corner of the warehouse. A sharp buzzing sound suddenly broke out from the noise of the electric current. My temples began to throb, and my absolute pitch accurately decomposed the frequency into vibrations below 20 Hz. It matches the frequency of the infrasound when he speaks. I pressed my forehead. It could be an implanted microgenerator. Or maybe they buried something in the kids in the orphanage 30 years ago. Samira finished for me, the coolness of the alcohol swab seeping down the back of her neck and into her spine. The metal buckle made a crisp click as she buckled the medical box. So we need those military files from the Cold War. When Virgil says welcome home, where do you think he means? Of course I know. The Gothic building in Lower Manhattan that was converted into a nursing home, with its ivy-covered exterior, was once the St. Mary's Orphanage. In the winter of 1982, 6 children, including me, mysteriously disappeared during a snowstorm. The official record says we were adopted by a well-meaning family, but I hear my 7-year-old voice on old tapes crying out. They put little buzzing boxes in my ears. I contacted Emily Green. I fished out my wrinkled phone from my wet coat. On the screen was a missed call from half an hour ago. She used to do file decryption at the National Security Agency and now teaches information security at Columbia University. She said that in order to access the 1978-1985 Sonic Cognition Project files, she had to hack into the military's old system. Samira raised an eyebrow. Need a hacker? Tom Wilson. As I gave my name, I heard the roar of a garbage truck rolling over the tracks outside the warehouse. That was the signal we agreed upon. 2 long and 1 short metal friction sounds. The door was pushed open from the outside, and cold wind blew in snow particles. A man wrapped in a black hoodie bent over and came in, holding 3 metal boxes, the size of hard drives in his arms. Elliot Hudson. He put the box on the table, and the sound of metal clanging echoed in the empty warehouse. I recognized it as a custom-made electromagnetic shielding box. Tom Wilson's face was hidden in the shadows, but his voice had a certain electronic hoarseness. He hacked into the New York City transit system last year, just to prove that the microphone array of the surveillance camera can be disturbed by infrasound waves. Samira said you need to enter the Argo archives. Emily arrived at 3 in the morning. She was wearing a beige windbreaker and carrying a leather briefcase, as if she had just slipped out of an academic dinner. The system protection is a relic of the Cold War, using outdated encryption algorithms, but the physical protection is more powerful than it is now. She opened her notebook, which was densely filled with various codes. The files are stored in the Anvil military base in New Jersey, 3 floors underground. The entrance has iris recognition and sonic locks, and the perimeter has thermal imaging surveillance and mobile sentries. The military has recently stepped up its security. Samira pulled up a satellite map, showing red markers forming a network around the base. 3 days ago they changed their patrol route, and the camera angle was adjusted 17 degrees. Someone noticed we were checking. Tom's fingers flew on the keyboard, and the blue light from the screen made his eyes blue. I need 48 hours. He didn't even look up. I need to make a phishing program disguised as a system patch from the Ministry of Defense, and then find 3 springboard servers.
Migraine again? Samira handed me the ibuprofen, and I realized I was pinching my temples.
The buzzing sound of the electronic equipment in the warehouse was infinitely amplified in my ears. Tom's laptop fan was spinning too fast. Emily's pen was vibrating at 2.5 Hz. as it moved across the paper, and even the emergency light in the corner was flashing at 10 hertz. These sounds were like countless fine needles piercing my brain. An old problem. I took a sip of cold water, and the effect of the medicine began to spread in my blood vessels. 48 hours later, when Tom said ready, the first snow of the year was falling on the warehouse's tin roof. The moment his finger pressed the enter key, the green progress bar on the screen began to wriggle like a living electronic snake. The first layer of defense was cracked. Tom's voice suddenly dropped. It was the X9 encryption protocol, which was simpler than expected. Emily leaned over to take a look. Maybe they thought no one would touch the old system, so they relaxed their protection. When the progress bar jumped to 37%, a line of text suddenly exploded in the center of the screen. Access log, March 15, 1982. St. Mary's Orphanage, child number E. My breath hitched. Shire 07 was my orphanage number. Soundwave implantation experiment record. 7-year-old male. Absolute pitch. Suitable as a carrier of infrasound resonance. Every word Tom read out was like a hammer. Implant model M12, installed through minimally invasive surgery in the ear canal. Can receive 220 Hz instructions, memory clearing program activation conditions, exposure to infrasound waves of a specific frequency. Samira placed her hand on my trembling back. The screen continued to scroll, and more numbers appeared. SK14, Samira's initials. LW03. I remember the girl who always hid in the stairwell and drew stars. I haven't seen her since the winter of 19. The core files are behind the second layer of security. Emily's voice tightened. We need to crack the biometric lock. Wait. Tom suddenly raised his hand. His fingers hovered above the keyboard. In the blue light of the screen, I saw cold sweat on his forehead. There is a reverse tracking signal. They are locating our IP. Jump to the third springboard server. Emily grabbed her briefcase and began packing the documents. Too late. Tom's fingers tapped frantically. They're using quantum tracking technology. This isn't a Cold War system. Virgil may have upgraded his protections long ago. The warehouse's emergency light suddenly went out. In the darkness, I heard Samira cock the bolt of her rifle. She always carried a .38 in her boot. Outside the window came the sound of tires rolling over the snow. Not just one car, but 3. Tom's laptop screen suddenly lit up with a glaring red light, and the alarm sounded like a sharp whistle, almost tearing the eardrum in my ears with absolute pitch. They're coming. Samira's voice was soft, but every word was like an icicle. They're coming from the north and east. There are at least 8 of them. I touched the back of my neck, and it started to feel hot again. In the darkness, some familiar symphonic vibrations came from afar, mixed with the sound of footsteps getting closer and closer. It was Virgil's voice, floating on the wind, with old-fashioned gentleness. Elliot, it's time to go home. When the iron door of the warehouse was banged loudly, I was holding Tom's laptop, and the red light from the screen was hurting my eyes. Samira's .38 rifle was pressed against the rear window, and her breath condensed into white mist on the glass. There are 2 SUVs to the east, and the one to the north is a bulletproof car. Virgil should be inside. Her voice was like ice-hardened steel wire. The frequency of infrasound is below 20 Hz. They want to use this to shatter our internal organs. The burning pain in the back of my neck shot up along my spine, and my absolute pitch interpreted the low-frequency vibrations into countless fine needles that pierced into my temporal bone. Tom's forehead was pressed against the keyboard, sweat dripping on the F key. Quantum tracking has locked our location, unless we can hack into their main server. Richard Brown, I said suddenly. Samira paused with her gun. The administrator, who's always looking through old newspapers in the archives. His hands were shaking the last time we met. He made 3 copies of his 1982 Soundwave experiment report at 3 a.m. last Wednesday morning. I fished out the crumpled note from Richard's pocket, which he had stuffed under my coffee cup last week in the cafe. His fingernails were full of old archive dust. His daughter spent 3 months at St. Mary's Orphanage, the same batch as me. Samira's pupils shrank. St. Mary, the orphanage that was burned down to its foundations, was Virgil's experimental base. The banging on the door stopped. There was a metallic friction sound coming from outside. It was the hydraulic pliers cutting the door lock. Tom's Adam's apple moved. I can hack into the backup port of the archive, but I need internal permissions. Come with me. Samira pulled off the blackout curtains by the window, and cold wind carrying snow blew in. She pointed to the red fire escape 3 buildings away. Richard lives in an old neighborhood in Brooklyn, on the 3rd floor. There's a ceramic cat with a missing ear on the windowsill. She took out her phone and swiped it quickly. He logged into the intranet with his work ID 20 minutes ago. He should be home now. I stuffed the notebook into my arms and followed her out the rear window. The snow made a crisp sound under my feet, and Virgil's laughter came from afar, mixed with the vibration of infrasound, like someone was grinding my brain with sandpaper. Samira dragged me into the junked pickup truck at the entrance of the alley. The dashboard lights flickered when she started the engine. She always said, "Cars in Harlem have their own temperaments." Richard was clutching a half-cold glass of whiskey when the door to his apartment opened. The lampshade was of faded green silk, which made his grey hair glow coldly. "Elliot?" His voice trembled, and his eyes glanced at Samira behind me. "You shouldn't have come." Adoption records from St. Mary's Orphanage in November 1982, marked by the military as experimental transfer. I threw Tom's copy of the document on his coffee table. The edges of the pages were still stained with warehouse rust. "On your daughter Rebecca's adoption form, the adoptive parent's address is an abandoned mental hospital in New Jersey." Richard's whiskey glass clattered to the carpet. He squatted down to pick it up, but his fingertips got stuck in the crack on the rim of the cup. The same crack I had seen in the archive surveillance. At 2:17 a.m. last Thursday, he used a pen to circle the name Rebecca Brown 17 times on the 1982 Soundwave report. They said it was a special adoption program. His voice suddenly became hoarse. The day I signed the confidentiality agreement, Rebecca was sitting in the reception room, holding her doll, and asked me, "Dad, are you going to take me on the carousel?" He looked up with red eyes. Later I checked and found out that the mental hospital was taken over by the military in 1979. The 3rd floor underground was a sonic weapons laboratory. Samira squatted down and pulled his hand out of the broken glass. Her fingertips pressed on his wrist. "We have a recording of a conversation between Virgil and the current Secretary of Defense. They were discussing the destruction of all records of unsuccessful experiments from 19... Her voice was very soft, as if she was comforting a frightened child. "Rebecca's death certificate says pneumonia, but her autopsy report shows that all the capillaries in her lungs were ruptured. They were shattered by infrasound." Richard's shoulders began to shake. I fished a USB drive from my coat. It was given to me by an anonymous sender last week in the confessional at the old church. Tom later decrypted it and found that it contained surveillance footage from the orphanage on November 5th. In the footage, Virgil was holding a baby wrapped in a blue blanket. I remember the blanket had a little moon embroidered on the edge, and stuffing it into a black sedan with military license plates. "Rebecca's blanket is pink with stars embroidered around the edge," Richard said suddenly. He ran his fingers over the scratches on the USB drive. "My wife embroidered it herself." The alarm in the warehouse suddenly exploded in my head. I grabbed Tom's computer, and a green progress bar popped up on the screen. Richard had been entering his work number of day, Rebecca's birthday, November 3rd. The archive's main server is protected by 2-factor authentication, but the old system from 1982 has a loophole. His fingers flew across the keyboard. "Enter the first letters of the pinyin of Rebecca, plus the number of the experimental subject at that time." When the progress bar jumped to 99%, sirens sounded outside the window. Samira pulled open the curtains suddenly. 3 black SUVs stopped downstairs. The headlights illuminated the epaulettes reflecting behind the windshield. They were Elizabeth White's people. Her beret was always pulled down low, covering the scar on her right eye. They hacked into my login log. Richard's face turned pale. White just changed the tracking protocol last week. The computer made a ding sound and an encrypted folder popped up. The title of the top document made my blood freeze. Sonic Weapons Project, Orphan Subject Survival Report, 1982-2005. And in the attachment was a string of DNA matching results, and the name at the top was Elliot Hudson. There was a sound of kicking on the door downstairs. Samira put the gun in my hand and picked up Richard's paperweight, a copper block with honorary employee engraved on it. There is an escape ladder in the back window. You take the computer and leave first. Richard suddenly grabbed my wrist. His hand stopped shaking. His knuckles turned white. Back then, they said the experiment was to heal war trauma, and that those children would become the ears of the nation. He loosened his hand and took out a key from the drawer. Basement garage area B2, locker number 7. There is the original tape from. The sound of kicking on the door was getting closer. I grabbed my computer and keys, and Samira dragged me to the kitchen. The iron bars of the rear window made a noise as she pried them open with a folding knife. The knife was brought over from Mexico by her grandmother, and the Chinese characters for peace were engraved on the scabbard. Jump. She pushed me out of the window and flipped out herself. The snow-covered fire escape staggered under my feet, and Elizabeth's voice came from downstairs. Elliot Hudson, you have been surrounded. The infrasonic tremors came again. I held onto the railing and gasped for breath, the burning pain in the back of my neck almost exploding. The computer screen was lit in my arms, and in the attachment of the encrypted folder, there was a line of frequency data that I was very familiar with. It was exactly the same as the infrasound when Virgil shouted, "It's time to go home," outside the warehouse. There was a sound of metal breaking behind me. Samira's hand suddenly tightened on my arm, and her breath puffed behind my ear. They climbed up from the second floor. Downstairs, Elizabeth's voice became clearer. "Put down your computer, you still have a chance." I looked down at the computer in my arms. The DNA report with my name on it was glowing coldly on the screen. Richard's key pressed against my palm. Locker number 7 in the underground garage hid the truth of 1982. And at this moment, White's men had already climbed up the escape ladder. Samira's folding knife flashed coldly in the moonlight, and the vibration of infrasound mixed with the approaching footsteps formed a prelude to death in my ears with absolute pitch. The burning pain in the back of my neck went up my spine. I stared at the computer screen in my arms, which was glowing with a cold light. Virgil's infrasonic frequency data left a red mark on my retina. Samira's fingertips dug into my arm, and the force seemed to nail me to the shaking escape ladder. There was a sound of metal friction coming from the second floor, and at least 3 footsteps were climbing up the ladder, and each step made the snow fall down. "Richard is trembling." Samira's voice was close to my ear, and her breath with the smell of gunpowder mixed with the snow filled my collar. Only then did I notice that downstairs the man in the camel coat was leaning against a fire hydrant, his briefcase chain jingling on his shaking wrists. Half an hour ago he was still patting his chest and saying military secrets are more important than my life, but now he is like a leaf blown by the wind. The vibration of the infrasound suddenly changed its pitch, and I gasped. It was Elizabeth's loudspeaker. "Mr. Hudson." Her voice was torn into pieces by the infrasound. "There are 3 positioning chips in the computer in your arms. If you put it down now, we can still negotiate terms." Samira's folding knife popped open with a click, and the blade shone green in the moonlight. She tugged at my collar with her other hand. "They have thermal imaging. If we drag them down any further, the escape ladder will not hold up." The metal handrail of the escape ladder was groaning slightly. I glanced down and saw half an ice ridge embedded in the snow on the 3rd floor platform, reflecting the light from the 2nd floor window. That was Tom's location. He should have hacked into the military's communication system. "Richard," I yelled. my voice bouncing off the snow-covered outer wall. He looked up suddenly, his eyes behind the glasses like a frightened deer. "Remember what you said last Wednesday?" I suppressed the itch of my migraine. "You said the file encryption protocol in 1982 uses an outdated voice print lock, and now you need to prove that you are not lying." His Adam's apple moved, and his briefcase fell to the snow with a thud. "They said they would revoke my pension, the orphans that Virgil sold for experiments." I pulled the computer closer to my chest. The words Elliot Hudson on the DNA report made my eyes ache. "Your daughter's kindergarten classmate, the curly-haired girl who always stuffed crayon drawings into your briefcase, is also on the list." Richard's face suddenly turned as white as snow. The sound of metal breaking was heard from the second floor. The nearest pursuer had already climbed to the corner of the third floor, and the tip of his black combat boots scraped against the railing of the escape ladder. Samira's knife flashed past the corner of my eye, and she shouted upward, "It's your turn." The top floor window was smashed open with a bang, and Tom leaned out, the blue light of the laptop shining on the tip of his nose. "The interference wave has been injected into their communication band." His voice was full of the excitement unique to hackers. "Now their intercoms will play Morse code and Virgil's infrasound at the same time." Suddenly a burst of curses broke out downstairs. I saw 3 soldiers covering their ears at the same time. Sparks came out of one of them's walkie-talkie, and a burnt smell mixed with snow entered his nostrils. Elizabeth's loudspeaker went silent. She turned around and slapped the soldier next to her, leaving a red mark on the corner of her mouth due to her lipstick. "Richard!" I grabbed the railing of the escape ladder and jumped down. I shivered as the snow poured into my boots. Samira followed behind me, and the blade accurately cut the strap of the tactical vest of the pursuer on the second floor. The guy fell into the snow pile, cursing. Richard was still standing next to the fire hydrant, his briefcase open, revealing half of a yellowed Morse code manual. He had said last week when he was drunk that it was a relic of his father's World War II. "Go and explain the system failure to Miss White." I pushed Richard towards Elizabeth. "Just say, the voice printer lock was cracked by infrasonic resonance, and now you need to personally confirm your authority." He staggered 2 steps, looked back at me, his Adam's apple moved, and finally he clutched the manual and walked towards the group of chaotic soldiers. Samira dragged me deeper into the alley, and Tom jumped down from the top floor holding the computer, landing on a pile of garbage bags and rolling twice. Elizabeth screamed from behind, "Seal all exits. They're going to the underground garage." I touched the key Richard gave me in my pocket, and the location of locker number 7 became clear in my mind. It was behind the roller shutter door of the supermarket unloading area, and I needed to enter 3 sets of Morse code. The third trash can on the left. Samira suddenly grabbed my arm and we slipped into the gap between 2 trash cans. The footsteps of the pursuers passed by directly in front of us, and one of them shouted, "Miss White said they have the DNA report. That thing will prove Virgil's experiment." The infrared vibration intensified again. I covered my ears and squatted down, feeling like my temples were being thrashed by a drill. Samira half-crouched to protect me, and her folding knife drew a silver arc above our heads, cutting off the tactical flashlight of the soldier who was chasing us. "Hold on." Her voice seemed to come from underwater. "Tom, how long can the interference wave last?" 30 seconds at most." Tom's fingers flew across the computer. "Their backup system is starting up." I stood up, biting my tongue, the taste of blood exploding in my mouth. The rolling door of the underground garage was just 20 meters away, and there was a combination lock hanging on the rusty door handle, just as Richard described. Samira's knife flashed, and the combination lock fell to the ground with a click. I inserted the key, and the sound of metal friction mixed with the shouts of the pursuers was amplified into a deafening roar in the absolute pitch. "Fire!" Tom's cheer was interrupted by the sound of gunfire. Elizabeth rushed in from the alley with a gun in hand. The bullet grazed my ear and hit the rolling door, and wood chips splattered on my face, making it burn. Samira pushed me into the garage and turned around, swung out her folding knife. The blade stabbed into the snow at Elizabeth's feet, making her stumble back in fright. The garage was filled with a choking smell of mildew. Locker number 7 was at the innermost, and the number on the green iron sheet had been eaten away by rust, leaving only half of it. I inserted the key with trembling hands, and the moment the lock turned, the footsteps of the pursuers had already reached the door. Samira kicked over the oil drum next to her, and the smell of gasoline mixed with the smell of mold came out. She took out her lighter and shook it. "If you want to chase me, come in." Bang! The gunshots made the lockers buzz. I yanked open the cabinet door, and a stack of yellowed files fell out. In the top photo, in the corridor of an orphanage, in 1982, a little boy with a hearing aid was looking up and smiling. That was me, with the same birthmark behind my right ear as the one I have now. "Hurry up!" Tom pulled me out, and Samira kicked over the oil barrel behind me, and gasoline spread along the ground. Elizabeth's screams were drowned out by the crackling of flames, and as we rushed into the back alley, we could hear the sirens of fire trucks in the distance. The infrasonic tremor suddenly disappeared. I touched the file in my arms, but the burning pain on the back of my neck did not ease. Virgil's frequency data was still in the computer, and at the bottom of locker number 7, there was a metal box labeled Sonic Weapon Subject Number. A faint electric sound came from it, like some sleeping beast breathing. Samira suddenly put her hand on my back. "There's a car behind us, and the license plate is blocked." I looked back and saw the window of the black car under the streetlight slowly rolled down. The person in the driver's seat was wearing gold-rimmed glasses and smiling at us. "It's Virgil." The vibration of the metal box suddenly became hot, like a piece of red-hot coal pressed against the palm of my hand. The iron door downstairs was hit again, and the door frame made a dying groan. When Samira fired the second shot, I saw the bullet shell draw a silver arc in the moonlight, and hit the wall with a crisp ding sound. This sound was like a key, clicking and opening the lock in my memory. 3 months ago in the abandoned factory, when Virgil's men suppressed us with infrasonic weapons, I relied on my absolute pitch to capture the gaps in frequency fluctuations. The stinging in my left ear was more severe than it is now, but I remembered the rule: when infrasound waves resonate with ambient noise, the source of the emission will have a 0.3-second silence period, enough time to throw a shock bomb in. "Sammy." I stumbled up to the second floor, the metal box in my arms making my teeth chatter. The frequency of the infrasound they used resonated with the current in the box. Emily was squatting at the entrance of the ventilation duct, prying the grill with a Swiss Army knife. When she heard me, she looked up. "You mean this broken box can be used as a locator?" "Tom," I shouted downstairs. The hum of the backup power supply had changed its pitch, and the blue light on the screen flickered. "How much time do we have left?" 1 minute and 17 seconds. The hacker's knuckles clacked on the keyboard. They used electromagnetic interference. I had to go through 3 dark networks. Damn, I was intercepted again. Samira's third shot penetrated the wooden door, and a muffled groan was heard from outside the door. I grabbed the saber from Emily's hand and placed the tip of the knife against the crack at the bottom of the metal box. The design drawings that he found in the orphanage's old archives 3 months ago suddenly appeared in front of him. A Soundwave experimental device from 1982. The core module required an external frequency to activate, and at this moment the sound of the electric current in the box and the infrasound outside the door were like 2 strings plucked by the same hand. With a click, the lid popped open. Inside was not the electronic components I had imagined, but a tape with a yellowed label on the surface. Hudson 07 Memory Reset Test. The edge of the tape glowed with a dark purple light, which was the mark left by the infrasonic vibration. I suddenly understood why my right ear was hurting. What was recorded on this tape was not sound at all, but frequency, a sound wave code that could directly stimulate the brain nerves.
Elliot.
Samira's voice was tight with warning. They're coming. I put the tape in my Walkman and pressed play. The sound of electric current suddenly became louder, like countless fine needles drilling into the eardrum. But at the deepest point of the sting, I caught the gap. 0.3 seconds of silence. A gap shorter than the flap of a mosquito's wings. "Sammy." 3 steps to the left. I yelled. Their source of emission is under the 3rd windowsill on the left side of the porch. She didn't hesitate and rolled sideways. As the gunshots rang out, the roar of equipment exploding could be heard outside the window. The infrasonic scream stopped abruptly, and the hum of the backup power supply became clear again. Tom cheered. "Done." I hacked the command system into pieces, and now the order they receive is to turn in circles. Emily had already pried open the ventilation duct, and as she leaned in, she tossed me a package. Homemade flash grenades, picked up last time at the community warehouse. When I caught it, I felt the rust on the metal surface, but suddenly remembered what she always said. Old things from Harlem are more useful than bulletproof vests. It turned out that she had been prepared. Change of plan. I pulled the hem of my shirt off to wrap around the hot tape. Tom continued to interfere, and Emily watched him. "Sammy, follow me." She pulled out a second gun from her boot, the moonlight drawing a cold line on the barrel. Outflanked. They thought we were trapped upstairs. I pointed to the ventilation duct, but we were able to get around to the side door from the roof. When the backup power went out with a hiss, Tom's low laugh could be heard in the darkness. Just in time. Their night vision goggles should be activated, and my virus just put a disco clip on their screens. We crouched down and crawled into the ventilation duct. The smell of rust made us want to cough. Samira's breath was featherlight on the back of my neck. "How do you know they're not on the roof?" "Because the infrasound source exploded." I counted the pipe joints in the dark. Virgil's people are used to relying on equipment. Now the command system is in chaos. They can't even recognize their own people. The pipe outlet is behind the water tank on the roof. The moment the cover is opened, cold wind blows in with smoke. There were confused shouts coming from downstairs, and just as Tom had said, several beams of flashlight were drawing illogical circles at the base of the wall. Samira slams the butt of her rifle into my back. "Look at the 3rd one on the left. That's Elizabeth." She walks on her heels in her tactical boots. I followed her gaze. Under the moonlight, the woman was yelling into the communicator, and the reflective strips on her tactical vest were particularly dazzling in the night. Some of the soldiers behind her pointed their guns at random, while others squatted on the ground rubbing their eyes. It was obvious that Tom's disco was not just a visual attack. Flashbang. I thrust the package at Samira. "Wait for the count of 3. The tape was still vibrating under my shirt, but this time it had a different frequency, like some ancient drumbeat. I closed my eyes and used my absolute pitch to capture the sound of every gunshot and every footstep. When she counted to 2, Elizabeth suddenly looked up at the roof. Her eyes were like a knife, accurately cutting through the darkness. 3. Samira's hand was faster than my voice, and the flash bomb drew a parabola, exploding a dazzling white light at Elizabeth's feet. At the same time, I pulled her towards the water tank, and the gunshot almost grazed her scalp. More gunshots were heard downstairs. In the chaos, some people shouted, "We are the same people," and some cursed, "Damn it." Left. I dragged Samira to the other side, and the bullets hit the water tank, and sparks flew. Their firing point is on the right side of the porch. Absolute pitch now became a megaphone of pain, and every gunshot was like hammering a nail in my temple. But I smiled instead. When the enemy loses command, when their equipment becomes toys, when their fear begins to spread, the battle is half won. Samira's gun fired continuously, and I counted the time she changed the magazine and threw the second flash bomb. There was a dull thud of something heavy falling in the darkness, followed by Elizabeth's scream. "Hold on!" Ceasefire. When the smoke had almost cleared, the scene in the moonlight looked like an absurd painting. 5 soldiers squatted at the foot of the wall with their heads in their hands. 2 of them were holding down their bleeding arms and blaming each other, and Elizabeth was kneeling on one knee with a tactical knife against Tom's neck. At some point she had actually gone around to the back of the building. "If he moves, he'll die." Her voice was steady, but the sweat on her forehead betrayed her. Hand over the tape. Tom winked at me, still able to laugh, even with the knife point pressed against his throat. "Boss, she doesn't know I just hacked her knife. The locator in the handle is now sending coordinates to the FBI." Elizabeth's pupils shrank suddenly. I took the opportunity to hold up the tape. "You want it? Come and get it." The tip of her knife trembled slightly, which was a flaw. Samira's gun went off at the same second, and a bullet grazed Elizabeth's ear and hit the wall. She screamed and let go, and Tom slipped out like a slippery fish and handcuffed her with his hacker bracelet, which had an electric shock module to prevent escape. The battle was over faster than I thought. When the red and blue lights of the first police car illuminated the corner of the street, Elizabeth slumped to the ground, staring at her handcuffed hands and sneering. "You think you won? Virgil's laboratory is..." "Forget about it." Samira squatted down and fished a memory card from the hidden pocket of her tactical vest. "We can find it ourselves." Engraved in small letters on the metal surface of the memory card were the words St. Mary's Orphanage, Underground Cemetery. My fingers began to tremble as I held it. St. Mary's, the orphanage where Samira and I grew up. As for the underground cemetery, I used to think it was just a legend told by old nuns to scare children. The sirens were getting closer, and Emily had already started picking up the scattered equipment. Tom squatted beside Elizabeth, using the hacker bracelet to retrieve her communication records, and suddenly whistled. "Hey, look at this." Last Wednesday, she contacted an account called Gravekeeper, and the address was St. Mary. Samira's fingers gently stroked the notches on the memory card. When she looked up, there was a light in her eyes that I had never seen before. It turns out that the answer we have been looking for 20 years has been hidden in the place where we grew up. I put the tape back into the metal box, and its vibration stopped at some point, like an ordinary piece of iron. But the memory card under the shirt still had body temperature, burning his skin red. The sound of sirens could be heard in the distance, and further away, the spire of St. Mary's Orphanage cast a long shadow in the moonlight, like an arrow pointing to the ground. We don't know what is hidden underground, we don't know who the Gravekeeper is, and we don't know how many secrets are buried in Virgil's laboratory. But when Samira held my hand, I heard my heartbeat coincide with the frequency of the tape. That was the voice of truth, finally emerging from the darkness. The wind from the back alley brought a burning smell into my throat. I clutched the file bag in my arms and could feel Samira's fingertips pinching my lower back. She was reminding me not to stagger. When I rushed out of the archives just now, my migraine came back. My right ear felt like it was stuffed into a honking beehive, and Virgil's smile behind his gold-rimmed glasses was still burning my retina. "Turn left." Samira's voice was like steel wire tempered by ice. Emily said that the third fire escape could lead to the abandoned warehouse. She had sawed off the iron lock in advance. Tom's breathing was rumbling to my left. He was carrying a laptop with Virgil's frequency data on it, and the metal casing was hurting my arm. 3 hours ago, we were debugging the signal receiver in his basement in Brooklyn, but now we were like rabbits chased into thorn bushes by hounds. Elizabeth's troops, Virgil's black car, and the metal box with sonic weapon subject number 23 labeled on it, pressing against my other armpit. The sound of the electricity inside was as soft as a baby's heartbeat, but it made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. The warehouse door creaked open a crack, and Emily's face emerged in the darkness, her index finger on her lips. Behind her was a window half covered with old newspapers, and the moonlight that came in dyed her blonde hair silver gray. Come in. She pulled my wrist in, her soles rolling over the broken glass on the ground. I just checked the ventilation duct 5 minutes ago, and there was no sign of thermal imaging surveillance. Samira locked the door with her backhand, and the moment a metal bolt fell, I suddenly staggered. My absolute pitch detected some kind of wrong vibration. It wasn't the siren of a fire truck, nor the roar of a subway in the distance, but a low-frequency, irregular vibration, like someone typing out Morse code, but more chaotic than Morse. Emily put her hand on my shoulder. You look paler than file paper. I pressed my temples, and the vibration was drilling through the ground to the soles of my feet. There's something wrong here. I squatted down and put my palms on the concrete floor. Like infrasound. No, more like the resonance of an electronic device. Tom had already put down his computer and started to dismantle the equipment bag he was carrying. Impossible. The base Emily chose can even block cell phone signals. His words suddenly got stuck, and his fingertips pinched a sesame-sized piece of metal, which glowed coldly in the moonlight. Fuck, it's a micro-tracker. Samira's dagger was unsheathed, and the blade was pressed against the collar of Tom's neck.
When was it installed?
During the breakout. Tom's Adam's apple rubbed against the blade. In the alley behind the archives, Elizabeth's men pulled my backpack strap. I thought they were trying to steal the equipment, but it turned out Emily suddenly raised her phone, and the signal detector on the screen jumped wildly. They have set up a network 3 kilometers away. She pulled up the satellite map, and the red dot was shrinking in a fan shape with the base as the center. 10 minutes ago it was on the Brooklyn Bridge, and now it has reached one. My migraine went up a notch, and the buzzing in my right ear turned into a shriek. Can you take it apart? I pointed at the tracker in Tom's hand. It can be dismantled. Tom pulled down the hem of his shirt and wrapped the tracker into a small ball. But the signal has been located here. They know which area we are in. He suddenly looked up, his eyes lit up like diodes. But I can hack into their command system and move the location coordinates 2 kilometers to the east, provided that I can connect to their encrypted network. Samira has already started walking around the warehouse, her boot heels tapping out a neat rhythm. There's a pile of abandoned shelves on the left, and half a wall on the right. There's a skylight that people can climb through. She looked back at me, her pupils shrinking to pinpoints in the dark. Elliot, use your absolute pitch to keep an eye on the surroundings, and shout if there's any sudden change in frequency. Emily pushed the filing cabinet against the door to use as a roadblock. Tom, you only have 5 minutes. I sat down against the wall and gently placed the metal box at my feet. The sound of electricity continued, and this time I heard something else, like some kind of suppressed resonance that longed for release, which overlapped with the tingling frequency in my temple. Experimental subject number 23, a label from 1982, a little boy with a birthmark behind his right ear. I touched the back of my neck, and the skin there was burning. We've got it. Tom's cheer made me look up sharply. He was holding up his phone, and the red dot on the screen was drifting eastward. They now think we're in the old laundry room in Harlem. That should buy us half an hour. Not enough. Samira pushed the last shelf to the door, and when she turned around, her trouser legs were stained with broken glass. Judging from the sound of footsteps, the vanguard will arrive in 3 minutes at most. My right ear suddenly exploded with a piercing sound. Not a headache, but actual sound waves. Low frequency, about 30 hertz, like some kind of mechanical hymn, approaching from all directions. They are coming. I held my ears and stood up. The sound of electricity in the metal box suddenly became rapid. They are all around. Emily took out a small jammer from her bag and threw it out the window. It can block their thermal imaging for 30 seconds, she said, pulling the file bag from my arms. I'll take a photo of the key documents and upload them to the dark web. Even if the person is caught, the evidence will be... Shut up. Samira's dagger had been replaced with a gun. Only then did I notice the black holster on her waist. Elliot, take the metal box to the second floor. There is a ventilation duct where you can escape. Tom, stay with me and guard the door. Emily, you are responsible for passing the information out. No, I grabbed her wrist. Let's go together. You can't leave. She pulled her hand away, her fingertips rubbing against the birthmark on the back of my neck. They want you, Subject 23. And the sonic data. Her voice suddenly became softer, like the tone she had used when she first told me about her mother's deportation in the attic of the old church in Harlem. I've seen this kind of thing on the Pakistani border. They won't leave anyone alive, but you have to live and let everyone know the truth about. Suddenly there was a crisp sound of breaking glass downstairs. Tom's fingers flew across the keyboard, his face turning blue as the blue light from the screen reflected on him. They cut off the circuit, but the backup power supply can last for 2 minutes. The sound of electricity in the metal box turned into a sharp buzzing sound, which coincided exactly with the stinging pain in my right ear. I bent down and picked it up, and could feel the vibrations in my palms penetrating my skin and reaching my bones. Samira was already standing at the door, her back to me, her gun glowing coldly in the moonlight. Elliot, my temple was throbbing and the back of my neck was still filled with wind from James's punch. The guy was 6 feet 5 inches tall, with muscles bulging like iron under his black short-sleeved shirt. At this moment he was cursing and knocking away the wild rose bushes beside the tombstone, his knuckles cracking. Sammy, get behind me. I tugged at her sleeve. Her leather boots made a creaking sound on the gravel ground. This girl always liked to wear Martin boots with steel spikes, and she had kicked 3 trash can lids into pieces when she was chasing a drug dealer last time. When James's fist came at me with a fishy smell, I smelled the whiskey in his breath. It was cheap bourbon, mixed with tobacco and rust. Exactly like the smell of the drunks I'd hang out with on the Brooklyn docks. I dodged to the side and hit him in the ribs with my elbow, earning a muffled groan. Samira took the opportunity to go around to the right, and the steel nails of her Martin boots stepped accurately on the instep of his foot. She taught me this trick. The human arch has dense nerves, and it is more effective than kicking the knee. Fuck. James staggered 2 steps and reached out to grab her ponytail. I lunged over and grabbed his wrist, pressing my fingertips against his ulnar nerve, a street fighting technique I'd learned from Sammy. He loosened his grip in pain and grabbed my neck with his backhand. I heard the sound of my Adam's apple being squeezed, like the noise in an old radio. Elliot, Samira's voice was trembling with tension. Savior came faster than I thought. The beam of Anna's flashlight cut through the twilight, and the zipper of the tool bag Peter was carrying. Here, Anna held up the rubbing paper. The corner of the paper was blown up by the wind. The pattern of the stone tablet overlaps with the Soundwave experiment record in the basement of Hawk Nursing Home. James's attention was diverted for a moment. I took the opportunity to push his lower abdomen with my knee. He curled up like a shrimp. I grabbed Samira's hand and ran towards the stone tablet. Press these bumps. Anna's fingertips touched the surface of the stone tablet. Under the moonlight, the prismatic bumps covered with moss glowed coldly. The 1982 Masonic tombstone engraving manual said, "The ballad of the dead should be sung to the rhythm of the heartbeat." Elliot, can your absolute pitch hear the sound of the gears? I closed my eyes. The sound of the wind, Samira's breathing, James's struggling groans. Then I caught a very fine metal friction sound inside the stone tablet, like the spring of an old-fashioned clock. 3 sets of gears, I said, my temple throbbing as I opened my eyes, and the frequencies are 261, 1329 and 1392 Hz. Do me, and so in the key of C. Peter's multimeter scanned the stone tablet, and the red numbers jumped. There is no electromagnetic trap, but there may be a mechanical trigger. He pushed up his glasses. Follow the sequence, and hold each press for 3 seconds. Samira's hand came up and she pressed on the first bulge with me. The coolness of the metal seeped through my skin, like holding a frozen coin. 3 seconds later, the gear sound changed. The second bulged the third. When the last note was pressed, the stone tablet made a dull roar. The crack opened up from the bottom, revealing stone steps leading downwards. The smell of mold, mixed with the fishy smell of earth, came out, like an old wooden box that had been pried open. Anna turned on her headlamp, and the beam swept across the stone steps, illuminating the serpentine patterns carved on the wall, exactly the same as the marks on the sonic experiment in the basement of Hawk's nursing home. "Follow me." Samira pulled out the tactical knife from her waist, and the blade glowed coldly under the headlight. The tomb passage is narrower than expected, and can only accommodate 2 people side by side. I walked in front, and my ears were filled with tiny vibrations, the friction of springs under the stone bricks, and the squeezing sound of wooden wedges in the cracks of the wall. Absolute pitch is like a double-edged sword. At this moment, every unusual sound is beating a snare drum in my brain. "Stop." I grabbed Samira's arm. Her tactical knife almost cut through my sleeve. There was a click sound from the ground right in front of me. I squatted down and saw a half-inch of cold light in the gap between 2 bricks. It was a poisoned spike. "Listen." I pointed to the left wall. The sound of a crossbow being drawn. Frequency 180 Hz at the 3 o'clock position. Anna took out a magnifying glass and said, "There is resin in the cracks in the wall, which should be the adhesive for triggering the mechanism." Peter took out a miniature air pump from his toolkit and pumped 2 pumps of inert gas into the cracks in the wall. "The resin becomes brittle when it gets cold," he said. "The mechanism will fail in 30 seconds. As we moved along the right wall, James's footsteps had already reached the entrance of the stone steps. "Don't even think about running." His roar shook the dust off the wall. "Mr. Hawk must live." The first crossbow arrow flew past Samira's ear and lodged itself on the stone wall behind her. The tip of the arrow was glowing dark blue. I dragged her to the ground. The spikes right below popped out and made 3 bloody holes where we were standing just now. "Left," I shouted. Anna and Peter were already standing against the wall. James's figure appeared at the corner. He picked up a broken brick and threw it at me. I dodged sideways and the broken brick hit the stone brick that triggered the mechanism. Another spike popped out and pierced his trouser leg. "Fuck you." He covered his calf, blood flowing down his leather boots. "I'm going to tear your bones." "Get down." Samira threw the tactical knife, which hit his ear and hit the wall. While he was stunned, we crouched and ran forward. The tomb passage became deeper and deeper. Fine dust particles floated in the beams of the headlights. The musty smell in the air turned into the smell of rust. It was the smell of blood, old blood. The stone bricks in front suddenly sank half an inch. The sound of metal chains sliding rang in my ears, twice as loud as the previous trap. "Jump." I grabbed Samira's wrist and pulled her up. We crashed into the ceiling, and the bricks cracked with a bang, revealing a bottomless pit underneath. The pit was full of barbs that flashed coldly under the headlights. Anna's breath was right beside my ear. These traps matched the defense systems documented in the military sonic experiments in the 90s. Peter's voice trembled. "Did the Project Hawk participated in back then ever use living people for testing?" I heard James's muffled roar from behind. He kicked open the bricks of the trap and was climbing down by grabbing the crack in the wall. Samira picked up the tactical knife. I dropped on the ground and held it in her backhand. "Elliot, there is light ahead." In the area where the headlights couldn't reach, there was a faint blue light flickering, like the indicator light of an old radio. As the light got closer, I heard a new sound, not the mechanical sound of the trap, but some low-frequency vibration, below 20 Hz, just at the edge of human hearing. Absolute pitch allowed me to pick up a deeper frequency. It was Morse code, the rhythm of dots and dashes mixed in with the vibrations. Revenge. Samira's grip suddenly tightened. her tactical knife pointed at the dark blue light source. There was a skeleton there, half sitting on a stone platform, with a metal plate inserted in its chest, and the plate was engraved with the same prismatic protrusions as those on the stone tablet. Between the skeleton's finger bones, there was a half piece of yellowed paper. The words on the paper were soaked in blood, but a few letters could still be recognized. My name. James's footsteps were approaching. The sounds of the trap's gears, the crossbow's cocking, and the low-frequency Morse code all mixed together in my brain. The throbbing in my temple turned into a dull pain, as if someone was chiseling it with a drill. Sammy pulled me and said, "Let's go and get that piece of paper first." "Be careful." Peter suddenly pounced over. I was knocked to the side. A crossbow arrow flew past my left chest, pierced into the skeleton's skull, and nailed half a piece of paper to the stone platform. James's laughter came from behind, mixed with blood foam. "Run, run again." His words were interrupted by a muffled sound. Samira's tactical knife pierced his thigh to the bone. He stumbled into the trap, triggering bricks, and another spike popped out. "Let's go!" Samira pulled me up. We rushed towards the skeleton. I pulled off the paper that was pinned by the crossbow arrow, and the words in the blood stains gradually became clear. "Elliot, they used your voice." Suddenly a roar was heard from deep in the tomb passage, as if a huge metal door was pushed open. The low-frequency vibrations suddenly became stronger. My migraine exploded, and my vision went black. Samira's screams became indistinct. Peter was shouting structural instability, and Anna was saying sonic resonance. When I forced myself to open my eyes, I saw the metal plate on the skeleton's chest suddenly light up and merge with the faint blue light source. The prismatic protrusions on the card began to rotate, exactly the same as the mechanism on the stone tablet. In the center of the metal plate, a new line of Morse code appeared, with a frequency so high that it was piercing. Deep. James's moans were completely drowned out by the roar. Samira's hand was shaking as she held mine. Peter's multimeter was giving off a shrill alarm, and Anna's hand was shaking as she held the magnifying glass. Behind us, stone chips began to fall from the top of the tomb passage, and in front, the ball of blue light is expanding. My temple was throbbing, and when Samira dragged me into the tomb, the back of my neck was still stained with stone chips from the tomb passage. The low-frequency vibration was like a rusty steel needle, drilling into the brain from the ear hole. Absolute pitch was a curse at this time. I could even distinguish the vibration frequency 17 Hz, just on the edge of the human hearing threshold. No wonder James's moan was completely drowned out. The tomb chamber was more spacious than I had imagined. The dome was inlaid with faded mosaics, and the star map was mixed with a few symbols I didn't recognize. There were 7 coffins placed in the center. The paint on the wood had long since peeled off, revealing dark red lines underneath that looked like coagulated blood. There were some copper tools piled up in the corner, some of which looked like trumpets and some like gears. Peter had squatted down, and the red light of the multimeter swept across one of the scaled discs. "These symbols are a variant of ancient Syriac." Anna's voice came from the left. She held up the cold light and shone it on the densely packed incisions on the stone wall. But here, she pointed her finger at a group of spiral patterns. They are almost the same as the sonic sacrificial symbols I saw at the ruins of Nineveh in Iraq. I walked over, rubbing my forehead, cold sweat running down my spine into my collar. Just now in the tomb passage, when the Morse code on the metal plate spelled out depths, Samira's palms were full of sticky sweat. Now she was leaning against the door frame, her eyes fixed on the 7 coffins, her right hand quietly reaching for her waist. I knew she was hiding a switchblade, the blade of which was sharpened by an old craftsman she had at a night market in Harlem, who said it could pierce through 3-centimeter thick oak at a critical moment. "Elliot," Peter called to me suddenly, his voice trembling. He was scratching the inner wall of the brass horn. The curvature of this resonance chamber is almost the same as the old-fashioned loudspeaker I disassembled in the acoustics lab last week. When he looked up, his glasses were covered with a layer of white mist, but it's more sophisticated, as if it was specially designed to amplify a certain frequency. I leaned over, and just as my fingertips touched the bronze wall, I felt a sudden sharp pain in my temple. There was a sound, very soft, like the tail end of a hummingbird's wings. Absolute pitch automatically filters out ambient sound and captures that slight abnormality. It's the sound of breathing, with a slight nasal congestion, and the frequency is 2 beats slower than that of an ordinary person. "Sammy," I yelled, turning around. A woman stepped out of the shadows. She was wearing a dark gray windbreaker with a vertical collar, revealing her chin line that looked as if it had been carved with a knife. The most eye-catching thing is her eyes, which are gray-blue and glow like ice under the cold light. I have seen this kind of look when we were tracking the Brooklyn serial arson case last year. The firefighter who was smiling in the fire had this kind of warmth in his eyes. "You shouldn't have come," she said, her voice like sandpaper scraping against glass. "It's not too late to back out now." Samira's switchblade was already unsheathed, the blade twirling between her fingers. "What's in time?" she asked. "Buried in the tomb as fertilizer, or skewered and roasted by that lunatic named James with a crossbow?" The woman's eyes swept across Samira's knife and fell on my face. "Elliot Hudson," she said, my name with a weird curl at the end. "You think you're looking for the truth? You're just a clue. What they want to..." "That's enough," I interrupted her. "In 1982 there was a fire at St. Mary's Orphanage, killing 23 children. The official report said it was a circuit failure. But when I was 6 years old, I hid in the attic and heard a low-frequency noise similar to a train whistle, which was the same frequency as the vibration in the tomb just now. I took out my phone and called up the old files I had copied from the archives last week. Also, the nameplate on the third coffin behind you is exactly the same as the number of the sonic weapon design drawing I found in the remains of a retired military engineer." The woman's pupils shrank. The next second, she suddenly raised her hand, and I saw a flash of cold light. It was not a knife, but a metal wire, as thin as a hair, which was wrapping around Samira's wrist. Samira reacted very quickly, dodging sideways as the switchblade slashed towards her waist and abdomen. But the woman was like a slippery fish. She leaned back, and the hem of her windbreaker swept across the copper gear in the corner. With a clang, the gear rolled to Peter's feet. "Help Anna," I shouted to Peter and rushed towards the woman. Her metal wire came around again, rubbing against the back of my hand, causing a burning pain. It was then that I noticed that her fingernails were glowing a faint blue, exactly the same light as the metal plate in the tomb passage. "They use your voice as a key," she suddenly yelled. The wire wrapped around my neck. "The cries of those children in 1982. Your cries are..." "Shut up." Samira pounced on her from the side and hit her knee with her shoulder. The two fell together beside the coffin. The switchblade stabbed into the woman's sleeve, but was blocked by something hard, and sparks flew. Only then did I see clearly that she was wearing a silver vest under her windbreaker, which looked like some kind of stab-proof equipment. "Symbols," Anna suddenly screamed. "The symbols on the stone wall are moving." I turned my head and cold sweat instantly soaked my shirt. The originally static spiral lines are now slowly rotating along the stone wall, like a whirlpool blown by the wind. Peter rushed over holding a multimeter, and the numbers on the display jumped wildly. 16.8 hertz. It matches the previous vibration frequency. The woman took the opportunity to push Samira away, and staggered towards the coffin in the center. She took out a piece of metal from the inner pocket of her windbreaker. It was exactly the same as the metal plate on the chest of the skeleton in the tomb. The moment the metal sheet was attached to the coffin lid, the entire tomb suddenly shook, and the mosaics above fell down. "Ground," Peter shouted. I looked down and saw dark brown liquid oozing out from the cracks in the bluestone slabs. It smelled like rust. It was blood. The metal sheet of the woman began to heat up, but she seemed to feel no pain. She stared at the crack in the coffin lid and laughed softly. "Here it comes." "What's coming?" Samira wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and drew the switchblade again. Her answer was a more violent vibration. I staggered and held onto the stone wall, and heard a dull cracking sound above my head. It was the stone beam supporting the dome. Anna screamed and pulled Peter away. A piece of gravel brushed past my ear and hit the central coffin, sparking sparks. The woman suddenly turned around and the ice in her grey-blue eyes melted, as if she suddenly panicked. She grabbed the metal piece and tried to run, but Samira put a knife to the back of her neck. "Tell me," Samira gasped. "What's coming?" The vibrations in the tomb chamber became more and more intense, and I heard a roar similar to the sound of gears meshing from below. The bluestone slabs began to crack, and more blood oozed out of the cracks, even overflowing over the toes of my shoes. The woman stared into my eyes, and suddenly gave me a weird smile. "You think you are looking for the truth? No, Elliot." Her voice was torn apart by the vibration. "It is the truth that is looking for you." There was a loud noise overhead. I looked up and saw that half of the dome was falling, and rubble was raining down like a torrential rain. Samira dragged me to the corner, and Peter hid behind the brass trumpet with Anna in his arms. The woman was hit on the shoulder by the rubble, but she was still smiling. Her metal piece fell into a pool of blood, merging with the light coming through the gap in the central coffin. That light was exactly the same as the faint blue light in the tomb passage. The shaking was getting worse. I could hear something slowly rising from the ground. When the blood reached my ankles, my back teeth felt sore from biting them. The moment the bronze piece was fitted into the groove, the buzzing sound inside the wall was like half of an orchestra was taken away. But the remaining vibration was still drilling into the bones. There are 7 grooves, and we only filled 1. The mechanisms in this damn place are far from being broken. Samira lifted Claire's wrist with the tip of the knife, and the woman collapsed in a pool of blood, her pupils dilated like shattered glass beads. Her scream from before was still lingering in the dome of the tomb, mixed with the faint blue light seeping from the cracks in the coffins, dyeing everyone's shadow a blue-gray color. The remaining 6 grooves. Anna pulled at her bloody cuffs and swept her archaeological flashlight across the wall. These patterns are not decorations. I've seen similar ones in the ancient tombs of Mesopotamia. A 7-pointed star array, corresponding to 7 keys. Peter squatted in the corner, searching for broken bricks, and picked up half a piece of rusty iron with metal tweezers. The size is about the same as the first groove. He pushed his glasses, and there were still blood spots on the lenses from Claire's struggle. But the material is wrong. The bronze piece has a magnetic reaction, and this piece, he rubbed the iron piece with his cufflinks. It feels like lead. I stared at the coffin in the center. The blue light in the gap jumped more rapidly, in perfect sync with the fluctuation frequency of the blood at my feet. Absolute pitch was beating a snare drum on my temple. I could hear some kind of urging hidden in the light, like someone shouting quick in Morse code. Maybe the key is in the coffin. As she said this, Samira's knife was already against the coffin lock. She turned to look at me, the tip of the knife reflecting the old scar on her brow bone. "Are you sure? Last time we opened this broken box, we were almost choked to death by the poisonous fumes." "Not sure." I touched the back of my neck. Anna's breath just now was still hot on that piece of skin. "But if we delay any longer, the blood will overflow into the vents." Peter suddenly said, "Hush." The beam of his flashlight stopped at the base of the north wall of the tomb, where there was a pile of rubble half a person's height, and a palm-sized copper box was sticking out from a crevice in the stone. The marks on the lid made Anna gasp. "It's exactly the same as the starburst on the edge of the groove." As we gathered around it, the green rust on the surface of the copper box fell off, Peter scraped away the rust with tweezers, revealing a line of cuneiform characters. I couldn't recognize them all, but Anna's fingers were shaking. This is the Forbidden Box. In Mesopotamian legend, it is used to seal living creatures cursed by the gods. Living creature? Samira poked the lid of the box with the tip of her knife. What could be inside? A mouse? More troublesome than rats. An old voice exploded from behind us. Old John's crutch struck the blood, and the splashing water wet the legs of his coarse cloth trousers, which had been washed white.
When did he come?
The vines at the entrance to the tomb were still swaying, but I didn't hear any footsteps just now. This old man's footsteps are lighter than a cat's. The things in that box should have been burned in 1982. He stared at the copper box. His cloudy eyes suddenly brightened frighteningly. If you open it, it will be like letting Pandora's sneeze out.
1982.
My throat tightened. That was my last year in the orphanage. The year of the scream on the tape. Samira didn't let go of the knife. How did you know? Old John didn't answer, but instead grabbed my wrist. His hands were like frozen bark, and between his nails was green rust like the copper box. Child, the answer you are looking for is not in the box. Listen to me, seal it, and leave here. My migraine started to throb. My absolute pitch detected that the buzzing sound inside the wall had risen half a tone. Blood had overflowed my shoelaces and was crawling towards my knees at a speed visible to the naked eye. If the grooves are not filled, the entire tomb will be completely flooded, and the things in the coffins, who knows what will become of them. I'm sorry, Mr. John. I pried his hands apart. We can't wait. Old John retreated to the corner while Peter cut open the box lock with the lab's micro-welding torch. His shadow shrank into a ball, like a piece of flattened black cloth. With a click, the moment the lid of the box popped open, a smell of rust made my eyes sore. Samira took a half step back and drew a semicircle in front of her with the knife. What the hell is that smell? She was answered by a buzzer. Dozens of dark brown flying insects swarmed out of the box, their wings vibrating at a piercingly high frequency. They did not fly around randomly, but split into 7 groups and circled around the grooves in the wall. There was a bit of faint blue embedded on the back of each flying insect, exactly the same as the light in the crack of the coffin. They're looking for a spot. Anna's archaeological pen hit a flying insect, which was thrown against the wall and stuck to it like a magnet. My temples are about to explode. Absolute pitch breaks down the vibration frequency of flying insects into jumping numbers. 261 Hz, 329 Hz, 392 Hz. This is a set of scales. Do me, and so in the key of C. Clap your hands after me, I shouted at the top of my lungs. 2 short and 1 long. Quick. Samira was the first to react. She slapped her thigh with her palm, and the crisp sound drowned out the chirping of insects. Peter pulled Anna's arm, and their palms opened and closed in rhythm. The formation of the flying insects was disrupted for a moment, and a few of them slammed into the wall, but more of them poured out of the box and quickly filled half of the tomb. They're replicating. Peter's neck was stung, and a red bump appeared. There are insect eggs at the bottom of the box. I reached for the bronze piece in my pocket. I had hidden it when Samira pulled it out. The frequency of the flying insects suddenly increased, like someone scratching glass with fingernails. My migraine exploded, white noise flashed before my eyes, and I vaguely saw Claire's shadow swaying. When her vision returned, Claire was gone. In the pool of blood where she had just been lying, only half of the broken nylon rope was left. Samira cursed in Arabic and chased deeper into the tomb with a knife in hand. But the swarm of flying insects blocked her like a wall. Don't chase me. I held her back. Get rid of these bugs first. But there were more and more bugs. Their vibration frequencies began to overlap, synthesizing into a deeper roar. I heard the sound of falling stone chips above my head. The dome of the tomb was shaking, and more blood oozed out of the cracks, mixed with the dark blue of the insect swarm, turning everyone's face into a ghostly color. Old John was still huddled in the corner. When I looked at him, he was making the sign of the cross over the remains of the copper box. The shape of his lips clearly meant it's over. The flying insect's vibration frequency suddenly became the same. That's a full C major 7th chord. There was a sound of gears meshing inside the wall. I looked up and saw that the 7th groove suddenly lit up red, and we hadn't even found the 2nd key yet. The blood reached his knees. The swarm began to crash into our faces. Something heavier awakened deep underground. The burning pain in my left shoulder felt like being branded by a pair of tongs. James's iron rod brushed Samira's ear and hit the bluestone slab, and the sparks splashed on the back of my hand. I used the force of pushing her to roll under the altar, and the metal bracket hurt my ribs. This was the 3rd time he had forced me into a corner. The guy was 6 feet 5 inches tall, with muscles as solid as concrete. When Samira hit him on the knee with a fire extinguisher, I thought he was going to kneel down, but he swung the iron bar back and broke half of the brick wall. The rubble hit Peter's tablet computer and cracked it. Elliot left. Samira's voice was like a taut string. I looked up and saw James's shadow falling over me, and the broken bricks wrapped around the tip of the iron rod were falling down. This bastard obviously still remembers the grudge that Samira had used to poke his eyes with a flashlight. Now his goal is clear: to destroy me first, and then deal with her. I gritted my teeth and flipped over the altar. My lower back hit Anna's archaeological box. The metal buckle hurt, but I happened to touch the handle of the Luoyang shovel exposed at the corner of the box. Go on. Anna lowered her voice. Her hand, which had been holding the brush for years, was surprisingly steady at this moment. The Luoyang shovel flew towards me with a sound of breaking through the air. The moment I grabbed the wooden handle, James's iron rod had already hit my head. At the critical moment of life and death, my absolute pitch suddenly came to my mind. The frequency of the iron rod cutting through the air was 210 hertz, exactly the same sound of the breaking beams I heard in the old theater in Brooklyn last week. As I dodged sideways, the tip of the Luoyang shovel accurately poked into the pit of his elbow where he held the stick. Fuck. James roared so loudly that the earth shook and the iron rod fell to the ground with a clang. Samira took the opportunity to pounce on him from behind and kneed him in the caucus. This move was the spinal cord breaking move. She taught immigrant mothers in community self-defense classes. I didn't dare stop. I grabbed the tactical flashlight that fell on the ground and smashed it on the back of his neck. Not to hurt him, but to remind him of the feeling of us using a high-frequency sonic jammer to force him to bang his head against the wall in the abandoned hospital 3 days ago. Sure enough, James's body suddenly stiffened, and a muffled whimper came from his throat. Peter, traps. Samira gasped. Peter was squatting by the stone door, his forehead wet with sweat, his fingers flying across the cracked tablet. The arrangement of the symbols is the same as the ventilation system diagram of the Brooklyn Navy Yard in Miss Anna. Does that bronze relief rotate counterclockwise? Anna said nothing, but clasped the bronze iris below the stone door with her gloved hand and turned it half a circle clockwise. Click, like the sound of an old-fashioned clock being wound up. The stone gate began to tremble. I heard the soft click of gears inside the wall, the same sound the steam valves in the old boiler room made when I played hide and seek in the orphanage basement 20 years ago. James suddenly jumped up and threw Samira to the corner, knocking over the candlestick that old John was leaning against. The old man didn't even make a sound, but just reached out to catch the falling candle. The flame swayed in his wrinkled palm, reflecting a strange light in his eyes. Elliot! Samira's warning exploded along with the muffled sound of the stone door opening. When I turned around, I saw James picking up the iron rod on the ground, and this time he aimed at my temple. The wound on my left shoulder suddenly throbbed with pain, and Sister Martha's words exploded in my ears. They can't steal your voice. Damn it, this time I'm going to steal his balance. I bent down, picked up the gravel at my feet, used my absolute pitch to calibrate the parabola, and accurately hit the old injury on his ankle. It was from a rusty bear trap he stepped on when he was chasing us in the warehouse last week. James staggered to one knee, Samira's tactical boot already against the back of his neck. The iron rod fell to the ground with a clang, causing an echo in the gradually widening gap in the door. The smell of rusted metal mixed with damp earth came out, like an old coffin being pried open. I picked up Sister Martha's note from the ground. The ink blurred in the mist, and the 3 words "open the door" suddenly became 3-dimensional, as if they were carved into the paper by sound waves. "Don't kill him." Old John's voice was like sandpaper on bronze. He stood beside the stone door without knowing when, and stroked the mist seeping out of the door with his skinny fingers. "This kid knows more than the files the detectives found in the nursing home." James looked up, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth, but he laughed out loud. "Do you think you can find the answer by opening the door? The thing's inside there." He suddenly choked up, looking past us at the gradually clearer view inside the stone gate. "The mist is flowing." It was not the wind that was blowing it, but some force that was pulling it, like an invisible hand kneading the grey fog into a whirlpool. Peter's tablet suddenly made a crackling sound of electricity, and the symbols on the screen became garbled, turning into a line of flashing Morse code. "Pay attention to low-frequency resonance." Anna gripped the Luoyang shovel tightly, her knuckles turning white. "Mechanical sound. Is it gears or turbines?" I heard it. What came from the depths of the fog was not the cry of a baby, but a deeper sound, like a heartbeat, but with a metallic vibration. Once, twice, and on the 3rd time, a black shadow emerged from the mist. Not a humanoid shape, more like some kind of mechanical device wrapped in mist. Its outline grew and shrank with the vibrations of the sound waves. There was a bulge at the very front that flashed a cold light in the flashlight beam, like the firing port of some weapon. James suddenly struggled violently, and Samira's hand pressed on him with veins popping out. "What is he shouting?" I pricked up my ears. My absolute pitch captured the frequency of the vibration in his throat, which was his native language distorted by fear. "Turn it off. Turn it off quickly."
They said the experiment wouldn't wake up.
The mechanical sound inside the stone gate suddenly became louder, and the outline of the black shadow became clearer. I saw that its surface was engraved with the same spiral pattern as that on Sister Martha's iron box, and it exactly matched the strange indentation behind the victim's ear in the 1982 murder scene photograph. As Samira's flashlight beam swept across it, I heard my heartbeat suddenly become disordered. That thing was resonating with my absolute pitch. "Back off." Old John's voice suddenly turned like an icicle. "Everyone back off." But it was too late. The bulge at the front of the black shadow began to rotate, and the low-frequency vibrations it emitted made my temples throb. This was a sign of an impending migraine. Samira grabbed my arm, Anna protected Peter behind her, and James collapsed on the ground. Tears and snot mixed with blood, repeating, "They lied to me," over and over again. The dark shadow in the mist was still approaching. Every time it moved, the mechanical sound grew louder, as if someone was winding up some monster that had been dormant for 40 years. But I knew that what we had just pushed open was not the stone door of a cemetery at all. It's Pandora's box. I stared at the piece of metal on Anna's fingertips. It glowed coldly under the torch, like a piece of solidified mercury. When old John said this was a frequency calibrator, the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. In the iron box that Sister Martha stuffed into me before she died, in addition to the yellowed adoption documents, there was also a wrinkled note with the words "Sonic Lock" written on it in the nun's unique neat handwriting. It turns out that since the scream on a rainy night when I was 12 years old, all the clues have been waiting for me to grow up. "Elliot, come here." Anna's voice brought me back to reality. She squatted in the recess below the stone door, where a palm-sized bronze mechanism was embedded. The surface was engraved with spiral symbols, like the texture of a crumpled record. Peter held up the spectrometer, and the blue light swept over the symbol. A string of garbled characters popped up on the instrument screen. It has the same origin as the symbol on the stone door. Anna opened the leather notebook she carried with her, which contained the patterns she had copied from other stone tablets in the cemetery. "Look at this," she pointed to a twisted Z symbol in the notebook, and compared it with the notch on the mechanism. The Z, in Morse code, but there is an extra notch here, like a waveform diagram of frequency fluctuations. Paul John suddenly coughed, his hunched back rising and falling in the shadows. In the late summer of 1982, they hid the calibrator in the bell tower of St. Mary's Orphanage. His cloudy eyes suddenly lit up. Those in green uniforms said that this thing can lock the resonant frequency of sonic weapons, and can also lock the memory. I blurt out. Fragments of my childhood suddenly came flooding back. The crisp sound of heavy rain hitting the stained glass windows, the sobbing of the nuns with their mouths covered, and the man in the green military uniform who pinched my chin and said, "You have a really good ear," and then stuffed something cold into my ear. I would always wake up in pain in the middle of the night, covering my ears and banging my head against the wall, until Sister Martha applied a hot towel to me and hummed an off-tune hymn. There was a muffled sound coming from behind the stone door, like someone banging their head against the wall. Samira gripped my wrist, the warmth of her palm seeping through my skin. There are 3 minutes left in the countdown. Her tactical watch was flashing red. Half an hour ago, when we entered the tomb, Peter detected that the frequency of infrasound in the air was increasing at a rate of 0.1 Hz every 5 minutes, and exceeding 16 Hz would cause organ resonance. "Found it," Peter shouted suddenly. The garbled code on the spectrometer screen began to reorganize. The symbols on the mechanism corresponded one by one with the 27 symbols on the stone gate, as if strung together by an invisible thread. Anna poked the tip of her pen on the notebook. Each symbol corresponds to a frequency. The mechanism is the key, and the stone door is the lock. "You are not allowed to touch this thing." A hoarse male voice rolled out from the deepest shadows of the tomb. When I turned around, the torch flickered for a moment, and when it lit up again, a man who was 2 meters tall was standing 5 steps away. There was a scar on his left cheek that ran from his brow to his jaw, like a dark red centipede. His right fist was clenched into an iron rod, as thick as a knuckle, the tip of which was stained with dark brown stuff, fresh blood. "James Harris," Samira whispered. Her hand quietly reached for her waist, where she kept the folding knife she always carried with her. I had seen this name in the community archives: 3 attempted assaults, 2 cases of dealing with troublesome residents for nursing homes, and the last 3 months as a special assistant to Virgil Hawke. Virgil is the nursing home manager, and what old John called a former member of the military program. Now that I think about it, that nursing home with the sign "Sunny Old Age" always has a burnt smell in the soundproof room on the 3rd underground floor that cannot be covered up by disinfectant. "Get out of here now if you know what's good for you." James's iron rod made a harsh friction sound on the ground. "Otherwise I will make you become mold spots on the wall like those 2 nosy reporters last month." His eyes swept across the notebook in Anna's arms, and then stopped at my hand holding the frequency calibrator. His pupils shrank into pinpoints. "Hand it over. If we leave, will your master's secret remain hidden forever?" I heard my voice trembling, but Samira's fingers gently hooked around my little finger. This was the hold steady signal we agreed upon. She took a half step forward, blocking Anna and Peter, her black curly hair shining chestnut under the torch. "Are you sure you can stop 4 living people?" James smiled, revealing his 2 gold teeth. "Little girl, you should be glad that you didn't live in Harlem." He suddenly rushed over and hit my temple with the iron rod with a sound of wind. I instinctively turned sideways and my back hit the stone door. My absolute pitch suddenly burst out at this moment. The frequency of his footsteps was 1.2 Hz. which overlapped with the numbers on the infrasound monitor. This was not a coincidence. My head started to throb, as if someone was stirring my E-canal with a thin needle. But I saw the flaw in his lower body. His center of gravity was biased to the left when his left foot landed. "Right," I shouted. Samira's folding knife had already popped out, and she ducked to avoid the sweeping iron rod, with the tip of the knife slashing towards James's right knee. He groaned and the iron rod hit the stone ground, sparks flying. Anna dragged Peter back to a corner. Peter used his body to protect the spectrometer while Anna continued to flip through the notebook frantically, drawing lines on the symbols with a pen. The roar behind the stone gate suddenly became louder, like some kind of response. James's face twisted, and the iron rod swept across Samira's waist. She rolled over to my feet. I took the opportunity to grab his wrist holding the rod. My absolute pitch captured the frequency of his pulse. Tenderest 2 beats minute, 30 times faster than normal. He was in a hurry. "Key!" Anna suddenly screamed. The moment I turned my head, James's elbow hit me hard in the stomach, causing me to double over in pain, and the frequency calibrator to slip from my fingers. Samira rushed over to pick it up, but James's iron rod had already hit her back of the neck. Click. The light sound of the mechanism turning drowned out the sound of the wind from the iron rod. When I looked up, all the symbols on the stone door lit up with a faint blue light, like activated circuits. James paused, staring at the stone gate. Blue light reflected in his pupils. He suddenly let out a wild beast-like roar and swung the iron rod faster. Samira pressed the calibrator into my hand. The back of her hand was dripping with blood. I couldn't tell if it was caused by a knife or an iron rod. I clenched the metal piece tightly. It felt bone-chillingly cold, but it was clearer than ever that this thing should be put back where it belongs. The stone gate began to shake, and stone chips fell down. James's iron rod was only 10 centimeters away from Samira's head. I heard my own heartbeat drowning out all the noise. In my absolute pitch, all frequencies suddenly became terribly clear. James's breathing rate, Samira's heartbeat, the rustling sound of Anna turning pages, and the voice behind the stone door, which was vibrating at a frequency of "Put it in." Old John's voice cut through the chaos. I turned around and pressed the frequency calibrator into the groove in the center of the mechanism. At the moment when the blue light burst, James's iron rod hit my left shoulder. The severe pain made my eyes go black, but I saw the stone door slowly crack open, and the wind rushing out of it smelled of rust, mixed with a familiar smell that made my stomach churn. It was blood, the blood of that rainy night. And James's second attack has already arrived. Samira's knife pierces his forearm. He roars and punches. I stumble back, my back against the crack in the stone door. Something moved in the darkness inside the door, and Anna's scream cut through all the sounds. The frequency matches. "Elliot, the door is opening." James's fist grazed my face and hit the stone door, sending stone chips flying into my eyes. I wiped the blood and saw Samira pick up the spectrometer that Peter dropped on the ground and smash it against James's knee. He staggered and fell, and the iron rod rolled to my feet. The crack in the stone door was getting bigger and bigger, and the roar coming from inside was no longer a roar. It's the sound of a baby crying. I suddenly remembered that when I was 12 years old, Sister Martha hid me in a secret compartment in the bell tower. She was covered in blood, but she smiled and said, "Don't be afraid, Elliot. They can't steal your voice." Then she handed me the iron box, turned and walked towards the stairs and never came back. Now the crying sounds behind the stone gate are becoming clearer and clearer, just like the ones I heard in the old videotapes of the orphanage. Those erased sounds that should have belonged to James had already climbed up. He wiped the blood off his face, and the madness in his eyes became even more intense. Samira stood on my left, Anna and Peter huddled on my right, and old John leaned against the wall with his eyes closed, as if listening to something. A piece of yellowed paper floated out from the crack of the stone gate. I bent down and picked it up. On it was Sister Martha's handwriting. "Open the door, child. What you want to hear is never the testimony they give." James raised the iron rod again. This time he aimed at Samira's head. I rushed over and pushed her away, feeling a burning pain in the wound on my left shoulder. But I heard the sound of the stone door opening completely. Like a sigh, something walked out from the darkness inside the door. And James's iron rod was coming towards the back of my neck. With the sound of wind, my temples began to throb. A warning sign before absolute pitch overload. The vibration frequency in the roar was like a thin needle, drilling into the brain along the ear canal. Exactly the same as the noise in the tape, and I was only 7 years old at that time, huddled in a broken cardboard box in the storage room of the orphanage, listening to this buzzing sound coming from the corridor, followed by Sister Martha's scream, and then the crisp sound of blood dripping on the tile. "Elliot?" Samira pinched my wrist. "Concentrate." The muzzle of her Glock 17 was always pointed at the stone gate. The smell of leather rubbed by the holster on the side of her waist mixed with the smell of rust and the blood penetrated into my nostrils. Only then did I realize that I had closed my eyes without knowing when. Sweat flowed down the back of my neck into my collar, softening the label of my old sweater from the orphanage. It was the only thing I brought out of the storage room, and it still had the crooked letter E, knitted by Sister Martha on it. The beam of Anna's mountaineering flashlight moved across the stone gate, and when the light spot swept across the red symbols, a slight buzzing sound came from the metal surface. "It's an ancient Norse rune." Her voice was 2 degrees higher than usual, "but it's deformed. Look at this spear of tire. The spearhead has been transformed into a spiral pattern, like a sound wave pattern." She touched the edge of the symbol with her fingertips and suddenly retracted her hand. The metal was so hot that it could burn blisters. Peter's scanner had long been scrapped. At this moment he was taking pictures of the symbols with a portable spectrometer, and there was a layer of white mist on the lenses. Thermal imaging shows that the temperature of the symbol is rising rapidly, increasing by 5 degrees every minute. He pushed his glasses, synchronized with the frequency of the roar. I stared at the spectrum curve jumping on his screen, and my heart skipped a beat. Those jagged peaks completely overlapped with the audio image of the 1982 tape saved in my mobile phone. Old John suddenly got up from the ground, his coarse cloth coat stained with blood, like a soaked rag. 37-2, 45-6, 98.7. He grabbed my wrist, his nails almost digging into my bones. "These are the numbers they measured in the laboratory back then. They said they can shatter the memory in the human brain." His eyes suddenly fixed on the right side of the stone door, where there was a half-finger wide gap covered by moss and rust. "Look." When we got closer, Samira's tactical flashlight revealed the small mechanism hidden in the gap, a palm-sized bronze plate engraved with symbols different from the main pattern of the stone door. Not deformed Nordic runes, but a more neat geometric pattern. 3 concentric circles in a triangle with a dark green gem in the center, glowing faintly under the flashlight. It might be the keyhole. Anna used an archaeological brush to brush away the rust on the bronze plate. The material is different from the main body of the stone door. It should have been added later. When her brush touched the edge of the gem, the whole mechanism suddenly made a light click sound, and Peter was so scared that he almost dropped the spectrometer into the blood. That's when the roar changed. Before, there was a dull, low-frequency vibration, but now there is an additional layer of high-frequency whistling, like someone scratching a blackboard with fingernails, mixed with some kind of wet, tearing sound. The stone door began to shake, and the rubble on the top fell down and hit the blood at my feet. The red dots splashed onto Samira's gun handle like a withered rose. The frequencies are superimposed. I held my throbbing temple and forced myself to distinguish the tangled sound waves. The main frequency is 45.6, which matches the number Old John said. Before I could finish my words, Old John suddenly grabbed my hand and pressed it on the bronze mechanism. His palms were hot, like a piece of coal just out of the fire. Use your ears, kid. They used to say that only perfect pitch could calibrate the frequency. Samira pressed the butt of her gun against my back. The they he mentioned, are they the military project you're looking for? Her breath swept across the back of my neck, bringing with it the coolness of mint candy, and overlapping for a moment with the lavender scent of Sister Martha in my memory. I stared at the gem on the bronze plate, and suddenly found that its color was changing with the roar. It was dark green just now, and now it was a faint blue, just like the swaying searchlight outside the storage room window on a rainy night. Elliot, Anna's voice was urgent. The temperature of the symbol is already 80 degrees. If we delay any longer, the stone gate might melt through. Her mountaineering flashlight shone on my face. Tiny dust floated in the light spot. I suddenly saw the geometric pattern on the bronze mechanism. The radius ratio of the 3 concentric circles was exactly the same as the sound wave diagram I had drawn in my childhood sketchbook. Sister Martha taught me that. She said little Elliot's ears were a gift from God. And then one night she was taken away by the buzzing sound. Old John's fingers tapped a rapid rhythm on the back of my hand. It was the Morse code for fast. Samira switched the gun to her left hand and grabbed my shoulders with her right hand, her body temperature seeping through my sweater like an anchor. I took a deep breath, closed my eyes, and put my ear to the bronze mechanism. In addition to the roar, there was a more subtle sound, like the sound of electricity when an old radio was tuning. In the main frequency of 40.6 Hz, there were 3 clearer sub-frequencies, 30, tender, 40. I shouted, and the pain in my temple suddenly exploded, and white noise flashed before my eyes. Old John's hand tightened suddenly, and the bronze mechanism made another click sound, 3 times this time, like the crisp sound of some kind of lock spring opening. In the light of Samira's flashlight, I saw Anna and Peter look up at the same time, and the expressions on their faces changed from tension to astonishment. The gem on the bronze plate was changing color. This time it was a glaring scarlet, and the roar behind the stone door suddenly raised a level. The mechanism has been activated. Anna's voice trembled, her fingers hovering above the gem. But it requires. We need to calibrate the frequency. I wiped the blood from my nose. I had overused my absolute pitch. The number old John said plus 101.3, 4 frequencies. I looked at Samira. Her pupils shrank to the point of a pin. It is exactly the same as the frequency of the noise in the tape in the stone door shook more violently, and a piece of rubble fell at Peter's feet. When he squatted down to pick it up, I caught a glimpse of a light pink scar on the back of his neck, shaped like a 5-petal flower. Exactly the same special adoption mark I had seen in the orphanage files. But before I could think about it, old John suddenly pulled my arm and pressed the button. Now, use your ears to stack the 4 frequencies. Samira pointed her gun at the stone door. The red light there was already blindingly bright. I could even see a swaying black shadow through the crack in the door, like a human figure wrapped in a blood mist. Anna and Peter squeezed over. Anna holding up her rune notebook, Peter adjusting the frequency output port of the spectrometer. Their shadows swayed in the blood, overlapping with the shadow on the wall of the storage room, and I was like that then, huddled in a cardboard box, listening to the sounds outside, thinking about the gift from God that Sister Martha talked about. It turned out that it was never meant to make me a hero, but just to let me hear what is hidden behind this door today. Ready? Peter's voice was tense. The spectrometer can simulate frequency output. You need to confirm the position of each peak. Anna spread the rune notebook on the blood and circled 4 symbols with a pen. These 4 correspond to the god of sound waves in ancient Norse mythology. They may be the key to frequency. Samira's finger was on the trigger, her knuckles turning pale. I'll count to 3 and you guys do it. 1. Before he uttered the second word, the roar from behind the stone gate suddenly turned into a scream, as if something had stabbed a vital point. I stared at the gem on the bronze mechanism. Its color was changing at a speed visible to the naked eye, from scarlet to indigo, and then to dark green. Exactly the same sequence of numbers that old John read out. "Now," I yelled, grabbing Peter's spectrometer output port and pressing it on the mechanism. Anna pressed the tip of her pen against the 4 symbols at the same time, and the crisp sound of metal collision, mixed with roars, exploded in the tomb. The stone door suddenly shook violently, and black liquid oozed out from the cracks, carrying the fishy smell of rotten meat. Samira fired her gun, and the bullet hit the stone door, sending up a trail of sparks. Old John slumped to the ground and began mumbling numbers again. This time I heard it clearly. It was June 15th, 1982, the date of the orphanage fire. "The mechanism has responded." Peter pointed at the spectrometer screen. "The frequency match is not." The tip of Anna's pen suddenly sank into the symbol, and the metal groaned in a deformed voice. "There's only one left." I covered my aching temples and forced myself to prick up my ears. Amid all the chaotic noises, I heard the most subtle frequency, like a gossamer, floating up from the depths of my memory. It was the lullaby hummed by Sister Martha. She always said it was out of tune, but now I understand that it was not out of tune at all. She was teaching me how to remember this frequency.
10 went free. I almost shouted. The last frequency is...
Peter's fingers tapped quickly on the spectrometer, and the waveform on the screen suddenly converged into a straight line. The bronze mechanism made a shrill buzzing sound, and the gems emitted a dazzling white light. The shaking of the stone door suddenly stopped, and the black shadow in the gap also froze, as if the pause button was pressed. Samira's gun was still smoking. She stared at the stone door and said in a much softer voice than usual, "It is not moving." Old John suddenly laughed, with tears in his eyes. "It moved, kid. It's just waiting." He pointed to the bronze mechanism, where a small drawer popped out at some point, and inside lay a silver metal piece engraved with the same sound wave pattern as in my childhood sketchbook. Anna and Peter moved forward at the same time. Just as Peter's fingers were about to touch the metal sheet, clear human laughter suddenly came from behind the stone door. "Welcome home, Elliot." The voice was hoarse and familiar, like sandpaper scraping across vocal cords. "I've been waiting for this day for 40 years. My blood instantly froze. I had heard this voice on a tape from 1982, and in countless nightmares. It was the man who took Sister Martha away. The man in military uniform who knocked on the back door of the orphanage on a stormy night. Samira reloaded her gun and pointed it at the stone door. Peter's hand hovered above the metal sheet, not daring to drop it. Anna clenched her archaeological brush until her knuckles turned white. Old John's laughter continued, mixed with the voice behind the stone door, like a strange duet. As I stared at the metal pieces in the bronze mechanism, I suddenly remembered Sister Martha's last words. That day she stuffed me into the storage room, blood seeping out from the wound on her chest and staining my collar red. She touched my ear and said, "Remember, Elliot, your voice can kill them." The sonogram on the metal sheet was glowing now, exactly as I remembered it being drawn by Sister Martha. The voice behind the stone door is still laughing, and we have finally found the key to open this door, or rather, the weapon to keep it behind the door forever. Anna's fingers touched the metal lightly, and she looked up at me. "This is frequency calibrator." Old John stopped laughing. It was the core component used by the military to control sonic weapons. His eyes swept over each of us, and finally stopped at my face. "Now it's time to make it really useful." The laughter behind the stone gate suddenly changed its tone, as if something was strangling its throat. I picked up the piece of metal, and it was cool to the touch, as cold as Sister Martha's hand when she last held mine. Samira placed her hand on the back of my hand, giving me some warmth. Peter was adjusting the spectrometer. Anna was flipping through the rune notes, and old John was leaning against the stone door with his eyes closed, as if waiting for something. and the roar sounded again. This time it was different. It was no longer a threat, but more like some kind of countdown clock. I know we are only one step away from the truth. This step will completely reveal the secret of that rainy night in 1982, the blood and sounds in my childhood memories, and all the truth hidden behind this stone door, about sonic weapons, illegal adoption, and about myself. Chapter 66, Mysterious Guidance and Unknown Crisis. I stared at the flying insect that hit my face, and my nose was suddenly stimulated by a faint bitter fragrance. The smell mixed with the smell of blood is like wormwood soaked in rust. Is it the smell of herbs? Sammy, I tugged at her sleeve, my voice torn apart by the sound of insects. Do you smell the herbs? She narrowed her eyes and used the tip of the knife to pick away the swarm of insects that were flying towards Anna. Yes, it smells a bit like the insect repellent soup my grandma cooks. Peter suddenly staggered 2 steps. His knees sank into the blood. This way. He pointed to the northwest corner of the tomb, where there was a pile of rubble half a person's height. A few clusters of grey-green stems and leaves emerged from the cracks in the stones, with dead insects hanging on the edges of the leaves. I rushed over, dug my fingernails into the cracks in the stone, and pulled out a handful of muddy grass. After crushing the leaves, a bitter fragrance spread out, and a few flying insects actually fell crookedly into the pool of blood. Find a torch, I shouted. Samira immediately took off the tactical light from her waist and smashed the glass cover with the back of a knife, causing gasoline and sparks to splash onto the broken grass. The moment the flames rose, the swarm of insects seemed to have their souls sucked away. Their vibration frequency turned into a harsh noise, and the originally neat C major 7th chord shattered into pieces. They crashed into the herbal smoke and fell to the ground. The faint blue fluorescence on their wings spread in the blood, like a handful of broken stars. Old John moved over from the corner and put his skinny hand on my shoulder. There was green rust from the copper box between his fingernails, and he spoke with a sour smell like aged wine. You have more ways than I thought. Blood covered his leather shoes. This tomb was not built for the dead, but for sound. In 1982, they dug a hole underground and used orphans to conduct sound wave experiments. He suddenly grabbed my wrist tightly. Those bugs just now were symbionts of the experimental subjects, relying on specific frequencies to survive. What you burned was sound-stopping grass, which the military uses to interfere with sound wave resonance. Who are they? Samira put the tip of the knife to his Adam's apple. Virgil? Old John did not dodge. His cloudy eyes reflected the flickering flames. Go to the east wall. He pointed to the darkest corner of the tomb, where the stone wall was covered with vines. When the 7th groove lights up red, the real door will open. The key you are looking for is behind the door. We waded through the blood. The vines are artificial, with Morse code engraved on the wire-wrapped leaves. I counted the dots and dashes, and my heart skipped a beat. Warning. After sonic lock is activated, do not reverse. Sammy tore through the vines, revealing the blue stone door behind him. The door is 5 meters high, and its surface is engraved with spiral symbols that resemble the DNA double helix, or the ripples of sound waves. Anna touched the stone pattern and used the flashlight on her phone to illuminate a carbon powder in the indentations. These are ancient Egyptian set symbols, but the arrangement is like a frequency spectrum. Peter took out a portable scanner and scanned the stone door with a blue light. It has heat induction. The temperature behind the door is 15 degrees higher than the tomb. I reached out and pressed on the stone door. The stone surface was freezing cold, but there was a vibration under my palm, very slow, like a heartbeat. 1, 2, wait, I held my breath. Absolute pitch allows me to detect lower frequencies, vibrations hidden in the air, 2 octaves lower than the vibration frequency of flying insects. Samira also frowned. Did you hear that? Anna's phone screen suddenly went black. Peter's scanner made a crackling sound, and the thermal image on the screen distorted into gibberish. Then there was a roar. It was like a wild beast with its mouth covered, squeezing out from a very deep place, causing the symbols on the stone gate to tremble. I took a half step back and bumped into Samira with my lower back. Her gun was loaded, her knuckles shining white. Peter's scanner fell into the blood and bubbles gurgled up. Old John slumped on the ground, resting his forehead against the stone door. What he muttered was no longer, "It's over," but a string of numbers I couldn't understand, like Morse code or some kind of frequency. The roar became clearer and clearer. I heard the sound of bones rubbing against each other, the sound of moist breathing, and a familiar tremor that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. It was the noise from the tape in 1982, the inhuman sound that always buzzed in my ears in my childhood nightmares. All the symbols on the stone gate suddenly lit up red. Samira held my hand. Her palm was sweaty and as cold as mine. We stared at the stone door and listened to the thing behind it, moving step by step toward us from the darkness. My temple was throbbing, and the burning sensation of gravel scraping against my ears hadn't yet subsided when Samira's hand grabbed the back of my neck and dragged me toward the corner. As we hit the wet stone wall, I caught a glimpse of Peter, holding Anna, rolling behind the brass trumpet, heavier than the coffin, and now humming with the vibrations, like someone blowing a broken trombone. Claire. Samira's knife was still against the back of the woman's neck, but where was the panic in her grey eyes? The words, "The truth is finding you," just now were like an icicle piercing my eardrum. Now she was grinning, and blood was flowing from her forehead and dripping onto the piece of metal. The piece of metal lay in a pool of blood, emitting a faint blue light, and formed a line with the light coming through the gap in the center of the coffin, like a glowing chain. "Be careful," Anna screamed suddenly. I looked up and saw half of the dome falling down covered in dust, and a rain of gravel was pouring down on my head. Samira pressed me into her arms, and my lower back hit the protruding edges of the stone wall, causing me to gasp in pain. In the corner of her eye, Claire staggered towards the metal piece. As soon as her fingers touched the edge, Samira's boot tip kicked her in the waist. The woman bumped into the coffin, and the metal sheet bounced up with a clang. Only then could I see clearly that there were some hair-thin lines engraved on it. Was it Morse code? The vibration suddenly changed frequency. My back molars began to tremble, and my absolute pitch felt like a string was being pulled, separating the buzzing sound into different bands. Under the stone wall in the front left, there was a regular clicking sound mixed in with the roar of gears, as if some kind of mechanical device was running. I grabbed Samira's wrist. The vibration source is on the left. It's not a natural collapse. It's a mechanism. There was stone powder on her eyelashes, but the tip of the knife was steady. "Are you sure? Listen." I pulled her close to the left wall and put my ear against it. In addition to the low frequency that makes people's brains ache, there is also the sharp whistling of metal friction. The frequency is about 18 Hz, and the sound waves when the blue lights appear in the tomb passage. I stopped suddenly 3 months ago in an old warehouse in Brooklyn. I captured the abnormal frequency with a spectrum analyzer, which was also a... Claire suddenly laughed out loud. She stood up with the help of the coffin, and the gravel on her shoulders fell off. "Smart little anchor, you finally got the tune." Her accent changed, with a hint of Eastern European accent. "You dug too deep and triggered the old man's temper." Samira's knife moved forward another half-inch, leaving a red mark on her neck. "Whose temper is this?" "Virgil." Claire's pupils suddenly contracted, and this reaction was more direct than any answer. My heart sank. Virgil Hawke, the hypocritical old man who read poetry to the elderly in the nursing home, was indeed related to all this. "Let's solve the vibration first." Anna poked her head out from behind the brass horn, her archaeological shovel pressed against the crack of the coffin. "Peter, give me the UV lamp." The young man frantically rummaged through his backpack, the vibration making his movements like a slow-motion silent movie.
I glimpsed that the blood on the coffin had already spread to Claire's feet. The blood was not red, but dark purple, with a smell of rust. It was not human blood. Elliot. Samira suddenly pulled me around. At some point, Claire pulled out a switchblade, and the blade scraped across my arm, cutting a hole in my shirt. I grabbed her wrist with my backhand. Her skin was as cold as ice, and her bones were abnormally hard, not like a living person. "Let go," I yelled, but her other hand had already pinched my palm, her nails almost digging into the bone. "You thought you found a secret?" She came closer, her breath smelling of rotten leaves. "It's a trap." Before she finished her words, the ground suddenly sank and she and I staggered at the same time. Samira took the opportunity to knee her in the lower back, and Claire groaned and fell into the blood. The metal piece flew up again, and this time I caught it. It felt heavy in my hand, made of bronze, and the Morse code on the surface was soaked by blood, revealing a few letters. "Resonate." "Look at the wall," Peter shouted suddenly. I looked up and saw several rows of half-palm-wide grooves on the stone wall that had cracked due to the vibration, arranged in the shape of a distorted star map. Anna held up an ultraviolet light and shone it over. A fluorescent green symbol appeared on the edge of the groove, exactly the same mark I had seen in the archives of the orphanage fire in 1982. It was a confidential symbol for the military's sonic weapon project. Claire struggled in the blood, but this time, Samira didn't give her a chance. She pulled off the tactical rope around her waist and quickly tied Claire's hands behind her back to the legs of the coffin. The woman stared at the bronze piece in my hand and suddenly became quiet. "You're going to regret opening this resonance point, Elliot, when the frequencies match." Her voice was shattered by the more violent vibrations, and dark brown mucus containing broken bones emerged from the cracks in the ground. "Deal with the mechanism first." I stuffed the bronze piece into Samira's hand. "You keep an eye on her. Anna and I will watch the groove." Samira nodded, and the tip of the knife never left Claire's throat. Anna had already taken out a small brush to clean the grooves. Peter held up a portable projector and projected the star map onto the wall. The positions of these grooves are exactly consistent with the Orion constellation on March 17, 1982. The day when the orphanage fire occurred. I touched the edge of the groove and felt a scratch with my fingertips, as if it had been repeatedly carved by some sharp tool. My absolute pitch suddenly stabbed. The 18 Hz sound waves were mixed with higher frequency vibrations, like someone beating an invisible drum. "It's the resonant frequency," I murmured. "These grooves are tuning holes. To stop the vibration, we need to make them resonate with the bronze piece." Samira raised the metal piece in her hand. The faint blue light suddenly became brighter, causing ripples to appear on the fluorescent symbols in the grooves. Claire struggled violently beside the coffin, and real fear finally appeared in her grey eyes. "Don't. You don't know what's locked up there. Shut up." Sammy pulled the tactical rope tight and turned to me. "Elliot, what do you say?" I stared at the groove in the wall, then at the piece of bronze in my hand. The 18 Hz vibration was still intensifying, and the roar underground had turned into a sound similar to the roar of a giant beast. "Something is breaking through the last barrier." "Put the bronze piece in there," I heard myself say. "Perhaps that's the key to stopping the vibrations." Samira didn't hesitate. She walked towards the nearest groove with the bronze piece in her hand. Claire's scream was swallowed by the shock, and Anna's breath puffed on the back of my neck. "If I guess wrong, then let's bet," I interrupted her, watching Samira's hand about to touch the groove. "We have no other choice." As soon as the bronze piece was inserted into the groove, the whole wall suddenly emitted a clear buzzing sound. The frequency of the vibrations began to change, like someone tuning an out-of-tune piano. I heard the crisp sound of metal breaking underground, followed by the dull thud of something heavy falling. Claire collapsed in the blood. The smile on her face completely disappeared. Did it work? Peter touched the ground tentatively, and the vibration indeed weakened.
Samira pulled out the bronze piece, and the light in the groove gradually dimmed, leaving only a faint mark. Not yet. I touched another groove. The temperature felt wrong under my fingertips. There are 7 of these grooves. We only put 1 in. Samira wiped the blood off the knife. Where are the remaining 6? I looked at the coffin in the center. The faint blue light in the gap was still flickering, echoing the light on the bronze piece. The blood had already reached our ankles, fluctuating with a certain rhythm, exactly the same frequency as the new frequency captured by absolute pitch. Maybe. I licked my cracked lips. In the coffin, the stone walls of the side passage creaked together like grinding iron, and my lower back hit the wet rock wall hard. Samira's hand was still holding my wrist, and her palm was full of cold sweat. The documents in the waterproof bag were pressed against his chest through his shirt. The residual acidic liquid was burning his skin through the fabric, like a red-hot coal cake embedded between his ribs. They're chasing us in. Peter's voice trembled. I squinted my eyes and looked in the direction of the secret door. The blinding light of the flashlight seeped through the cracks in the stone that had just closed, and the cursing roars of Tony's men, mixed with the sounds of metal colliding, came in. James's shadow squeezed in first. Half of his face was still bleeding from acid corrosion, and a low beast-like howl came from his throat.
Samira, let go of me. Tactical knife already in hand.
Her breathing was so light that I could use my absolute pitch to detect the frequency of her every exhalation, a sign that she was preparing to attack. I held my throbbing temple and my ear started to buzz. That was the rhythm of Tony's men's leather boots rolling over gravel. There were 3 men. The 2 steps in front of me on the left were holding steel pipes, and the one on the right was breathing rapidly, probably because his arm had just been burned by acid. 3 o'clock, I whispered to Samira. She nodded, and when she turned around, she brought a gust of wind, and the tactical knife accurately cut the wrist of the man holding the steel pipe. Amid the screams, I bent down and picked up the gravel at my feet. My absolute pitch detected the approaching rapid breathing on the right. It was the one who was burned. He was holding an electric baton, and the sizzling sound of the electric current sounded like a high-frequency buzzing to me. I threw the gravel at his knees with my backhand, and when he staggered, I pounced on him and hit him hard on the back of his neck with the waterproof bag. The documents made a muffled sound in the bag, as if I was venting my anger for 40 years ago. "Elliot," Anna's voice rang out overhead. I looked up and saw that she and Peter were working together to stuff the waterproof bag into the crack in the stone wall. It was a loose bluestone slab, and Peter pried it open with a small screwdriver from the laboratory, revealing a half-foot wide secret compartment behind the slab. "Hide here." Anna gritted her teeth and pushed the bag in. Peter immediately sealed the gap with gravel, his fingertips still stained with blood from the fight just now. Suddenly, old John slammed the rock wall. "Look here." The beam of his flashlight swept across the rock wall above our heads, where some crooked symbols were engraved, triangles inside spirals, almost the same as the sound wave frequency patterns I had seen in the old files of the orphanage. In 1982, I repaired the ventilation ducts for the orphanage. The old man's finger touched the symbol. This is the mechanism of the air pressure valve. If you turn it correctly, it can lead to the underground drainage. Peter immediately leaned over and took out a miniature laser rangefinder from his backpack. Angle 32 degrees. Depth 5 centimeters. His voice suddenly rose. "These symbols are Morse code." I stood on tiptoe to see. Sure enough, the number of turns of the spiral corresponded to dots and dashes. SOS, a distress signal. Old John's hand began to turn the triangular symbol at the top, and with a click, the sound of gears meshing came from deep in the stone wall. Quick! Samira's tactical knife was against the throat of the last thug, and the man's hand holding the gun was shaking. I rushed over to pull her, and I heard James's roar behind me. That madman was actually trying to squeeze out through the cracks in the stone wall with his bare hands, and blood was flowing down through his fingers. When the mechanism was fully activated, the ground next to our feet suddenly cracked, and a musty smell mixed with the fishy smell of the sewer surged up. Old John jumped down first. Peter held Anna, and I pulled Samira and slid down. The passage was narrower than expected, and the stone walls were covered with slippery moss. We ran forward, crouching, the flashlight beams leaving after images, until Samira suddenly stopped. The end of the passage was blocked by a faint blue wall of light. That light was not a lamp, but some kind of energy, like a blue silk covering the air, with fine ripples on the surface. When I got closer, my absolute pitch suddenly exploded with stinging pain. The wall of light was vibrating at an absurdly high frequency, as if someone had poked an electric drill directly into my ear canal. This is a sound barrier. I covered my ears as a migraine began to creep up from the back of my neck.
Samira stretched out her hand and touched the wall of light, but her fingertips suddenly retracted as soon as they touched the blue light. It's hot, like high-voltage electricity.
There were footsteps behind me. It was not the heavy muffled sound of James, but the sound of Tony's Oxford shoes. Every step was taken precisely and slowly, as if measuring the distance to death. His laughter floated over first, mixed with the buzzing of the light wall, like a rusty needle scratching my brain nerves. Dear Elliot, where do you think you can escape to? The wall of light suddenly brightened, and our distorted shadows were reflected in the blue ripples. I heard Samira say, in my ear, "What should we do now?" And old John's hand was trembling as he reached for the stone wall. There the same spiral symbol appeared again. My thumb trembled slightly on the live broadcast button on my phone. The barrage of comments flooded across the screen like a tide. Keywords such as the name on the sarcophagus and the soundproof cabin were swiped across the screen crazily. Samira's electric shock device left a red mark on her palm. She stared at the shadow at the entrance of the passage, her Adam's apple moving. Tony brought some weapons. Judging by the footsteps, at least 3 steel pipes. Old John was still staring at the inscription Elliot Hudson on the wall, his age-spotted hands stroking each letter as if he was confirming some ancient contract. The tip of Anna's archaeological knife made a ding sound, and the green rust on the sarcophagus peeled off, revealing a line of small words embedded in the bronze. Frequency anchor point. Peter's spectrum analyzer suddenly beeped, and he took off his headphones. It matches the frequency band when the light wall disappeared before. My temples were throbbing, and my absolute pitch seemed to be fast-forwarded. Tony's breathing in the channel, the crisp sound of James's stepping on gravel, and the notification sound of the live broadcast audience's rewards were all twisted into a tangled mess in my cochlea. Suddenly, a fragment of memory came to my mind. 3 weeks ago in a used bookstore in Brooklyn, I turned to a 1983 copy of the Journal of Electronics, and inside the pages was a yellowed rubbing. The symbols on it were exactly the same as the markings around the wall. "Robert," I blurt out. Samira turned to look at me, her eyebrows raised. "The old man who always types Morse code on the bench in Central Park," I said quickly. He helped me decipher the encrypted paragraph in the military experiment log last week. The shadow at the entrance of the passage was suddenly cut open, and a hunched figure squeezed in, bringing down a piece of stone dust. Robert Johnson adjusted his reading glasses that were crooked on his nose. He was wearing an old navy jacket that had been washed out and bleached, and holding a tin biscuit box in his arms. "Miss Hudson," he nodded at me, his eyes suddenly brightening as he scanned the symbols on the wall. "Do you need a Morse code expert?" "How did you find this place?" Peter asked in surprise. Robert patted the cookie box. "The spectrum analyzer you left at my house last week has never been turned off." He squatted down and took out a magnifying glass and a well-read copy of Cryptology from the box. "These symbols are not ordinary Morse codes. Look at this triangular gap. They are voice-print Morse codes used in military experiments in the 1970s, which use frequency fluctuations instead of dots and dashes." The air in the tomb was filled with the smell of rust. Robert's fingers moved over the symbols, and every time he touched a notch, he pressed his tongue against the roof of his mouth, making a short click. Samira suddenly touched my arm. Her fingers were cold. "Tony will be here in 30 seconds. I looked down at the live broadcast, and the barrage of comments had exploded into "call the police and run."
Found it.
Robert's magnifying glass banged against the stone wall. Each symbol corresponds to a frequency node, 7 in total. Destroy them, and the light wall will disappear forever. He raised his head, his eyes behind the lenses glowing with enthusiasm. Just like the experiment in 1982, they used these nodes to lock the coverage of sonic weapons. There was a sound of metal friction at the entrance of the passage, and Tony's figure finally appeared. He had a shaved head and a scar on his left cheek running from his brow to his jaw. The steel pipe in his hand glowed coldly under the flashlight. James followed behind him. This 2-meter-tall burly guy was holding a fire axe with dark red stuff stained on the axe blade. It was unclear whether it was from the fallen rocks or blood from even earlier. "Hudson," Tony licked his lips. His scar twisted. "Mr. Virgil said, to make you whole." His eyes swept over Samira. As for this illegal immigrant, Samira's electric shock device lit up blue light in her palm. She took a half step forward to block Robert and me. "You'd better worry about whether you can get out of here intact." Old John suddenly stood in front of Anna and Peter. His originally hunched back straightened up, and his voice was colder than I had ever heard. "They are looking for Elliot. Let the others go. Everyone stay." James's voice was like sandpaper scraping against iron sheets. He raised the fire axe, and the handle was wrapped with a faded blue ribbon, exactly the same color as the ribbon on the paperweight knife in the director's office of the orphanage in my childhood memory. My temple ached so much that it felt like it was about to split. My absolute pitch detected the frequency at the edge of the wall of light and began to vibrate. The summoning melody became sharper. Robert grabbed my wrist and said, "The nodes are at the 4 corners, and the center of the light wall. Peter and I will destroy them. It will take 3 minutes." Samira pressed the back of my hand, which was the delay code we agreed upon.
"Tony," I laughed deliberately, holding up my phone to his scar. "Do you know how many people are watching right now?"
37,000, and still rising. The barrage was instantly flooded with "call the police" and "record it." Tony's scar twitched, and he waved the steel pipe. "Turn off the live broadcast, or I'll smash this girl's head." "Then you have to catch up with me first." Samira suddenly bent down, picked up the gravel at her feet, and threw it at James's knee. The big guy roared and swung his axe. She rolled to the other side using the cover of the sarcophagus, and accurately poked his calf with the electric shock device. James's muscles twitched violently. The fire axe fell to the ground with a clang, and a blue ribbon fluttered up. I could see the small words embroidered on it. "St. Mary's Orphanage Class of..." Tony cursed and rushed towards me with the pole in hand. I dodged to the side and almost dropped my phone. The live broadcast screen showed Samira kicking James's wrist, and the comments were filled with comments like "the heroine is so handsome." Peter dragged Robert towards the wall of light, and Anna followed behind holding old John. Stone chips kept falling from above their heads. It was unclear whether it was because of the fight or the collapse of the wall of light. "Hudson." Tony's steel pipe brushed my shoulder and hit the sarcophagus, and sparks flew from the bronze coffin lid. I glanced over and saw that Robert had taken out the spectrum analyzer and pointed it at the first node, and Peter was adjusting the frequency, and their mouth shapes seemed to be shouting faster. Samira's stun gun lit up again. James's roar made the tomb buzz. His hands were shaking as he grabbed a fire axe, but his eyes were always locked on me, like some kind of trained hound. The wall of light suddenly rippled, and I heard the melody and the frequency completely changed. It was no longer a call, but a warning of an impending dam burst. When Tony's pole came crashing down on me for the 3rd time, I stumbled back, my back hitting the wall with my name on it. Old John suddenly rushed over and used his body to block the blow for me. He groaned and knelt on the gravel. Run to the light wall. Samira's stun gun pierced Tony's waist, and he fell on the sarcophagus with a howl, making a dull sound when he hit the bronze. Peter's voice suddenly cut through the chaos. 3 nodes destroyed. James's fire axe came down with the sound of wind, and I instinctively lowered my head. The axe blade embedded into the stone wall beside me, and the words St. Mary on the blue ribbon were split in half. The wall of light began to flicker, like the snowy screen on an old television. Robert's voice was filled with ecstasy. The 4th node. Hudson, did you hear that? The frequency is collapsing. Tony got up from the ground and picked up the fire axe that had fallen in the corner. His eyes were red. Go to hell. Samira rushed over and pushed me, and I hit the wall of light, and the stinging pain shot from my back to my fingertips. But this time the wall of light did not bounce back, and I fell into it. There was white fog in front of my eyes, a deafening buzzing in my ears, and in the deepest part of the fog, I saw a row of instruments with flashing red lights, and a photo covered with black cloth. Half of a baby's face was revealed at the edge of the photo, with a light pink birthmark on the forehead, exactly the same as the one in my mirror. Behind me, I could hear Samira's scream, Tony's roar, and James's gasps. I reached out to peel back the black cloth. As my fingertips touched the corner of the cloth, the fog suddenly began to swirl, and a new melody mixed into the frequency sound. That was the sound I would hear in the basement of the orphanage every rainy night during my childhood. It was like the sound of the wind or the whimpering of some creature outside the wall of light. Peter's voice penetrated the mist. The last node, can't hold on. And farther away, I heard Virgil Hawk's voice, as if rising from the bottom of a deep well. Elliot, welcome home. As soon as my fingertips touched the black cloth, the mist suddenly swirled like disturbed ink. The sobbing sounds from rainy nights of my childhood surged out from the depths of my memory, mixed with the hum of instruments chiseling dull pain on my ear bones. That was the sound from the basement of the orphanage, the sound that made me curl up in the corner of the bed and cover my ears every thunderstorm night before I was 12. At this moment, it was no longer blurry, but rather terrifyingly clear, as if some creature was breathing against my eardrum. Elliot, catch me. Samira's scream pierced through the mist. I turned around and saw her clinging to the edge of the bare wall. Tony's fire axe brushed against the ends of her hair and hit the wall, sending sparks flying. James lunged at me from the other side, his rough hands almost grabbing my ankles. I stumbled back, my back hitting a metal bracket, and the black cloth covering the photo slid to the ground. The baby's face was fully exposed. The light pink birthmark spread from the corner of my temple to my brow bone, and it was exactly the same shape I saw in the mirror every morning when I shaved. Faded pen writing on the back of the photo reads, Subject 07152, Sonic Resonance Test. The fog suddenly cleared. I fell on the hard ground, and the back of my head hit my head with a dull thud. When he looked up, he saw Robert running to the end of the corridor with his back bent. Peter followed behind him, holding the cables that he had pulled from the corner of the wall in his arms. Tony's curse exploded behind him. Fuck your ancestors. Those 2 bastards want to dismantle the node. Samira rushed over and pulled me. Get up. They are going to cut off the barrier's power supply. Her nails dug into my arm, and I realized that the wall of light had turned translucent blue at some point, like a piece of melting ice. The sound of James's leather boots was getting closer. I grabbed the wrench on the ground and hit his knee with my backhand. Samira taught me this trick. Attacking the lower limbs is more effective than a head-on attack. He staggered with a groan, and I took the opportunity to grab Samira and run towards Robert. The third relay. Robert's voice was breathless. He was using a screwdriver to pry open the metal box on the wall. Peter, pass me the insulating tape. The lab assistant's hands were surprisingly steady.
He didn't even look at Robert when he handed the tool. His eyes were fixed on the jumping frequency graph on the mobile phone screen. The frequency is attenuated by 37%. They can't hold on for 3 minutes. Tony's fire axe struck the floor at our feet, sending sawdust flying into Samira's face. She swung out the anti-wolf spray from her waist with her backhand and sprayed James's eyes accurately. The big man covered his eyes and knocked over the fire extinguisher, and foam sprayed all over the ground. I took the opportunity to grab Robert by the back of the collar and pulled him away. The wires in the metal box crackled and sparks flew. The node was damaged. The moment the wall of light disappeared with a bang, the entire building shook. There was a groaning of twisted metal in the ventilation duct, and dust from the ceiling fell on the back of my neck. Samira kicked open the wooden door next to us, and we filed in. Peter held the door with his body, and Tony's axe hit the door panel, leaving spiderweb-like cracks.
Are we safe?
Anna wiped the sweat from her forehead. In her arms she held a brown paper bag she had picked up from the corridor, with a gold-stamped logo of the Army Medical Research Department printed on the cover. I looked around. This should be an abandoned laboratory. A rusted microscope was tilted on the laboratory table, and culture dishes were piled up like a hill. The most eye-catching thing was the entire wall of filing cabinets. The dates on the labels ranged from 1979 to 1985, which completely overlapped with the time I spent in the orphanage. Peter has already started looking through the filing cabinets. Wearing gloves, he pulled out a stack of yellowed papers. The top one read, "Record of experimental subject's brain area stimulation." In the attached photo, there were densely packed electrodes on the baby's scalp. Anna leaned over and used a magnifying glass to shine on the symbol at the footer. This is the ancient Egyptian Sekhmet symbol, which stands for power and destruction. I've seen similar symbols in the underground temples in Cairo. Her voice trembled. They are using religious symbols to classify experiments. They are crazy. Look at this. Samira held up a medical record, and the name on the cover made my blood freeze. Elliot Hudson, admitted to hospital May 7. There was an ultrasound report inside, with the mother's name painted in black, but the diagnosis column clearly stated, the fetus's cochlear development is abnormal, and termination of pregnancy is recommended. And on the last page of the medical record it was noted in red pen, sound wave sensitive constitution meets the requirements of project number. My throat tightened. My memory suddenly flashed back. On a rainy night when I was 12 years old, I sneaked into the basement to find food and saw a man in a white coat holding a baby wrapped in a blue blanket. The baby had the same birthmark on his forehead as me. They said, the resonance frequency of 07152 is more stable than that of 07151, and may be able to withstand higher intensity sound wave stimulation. Click. The sound of the metal door closing was like a knife stabbing into my eardrums. I looked up suddenly. The door panel that was shaking violently just now was now motionless, and light green gas was seeping out of the keyhole. Samira was the first to react. She covered her mouth and nose, and stepped back. Poison gas. Anna's magnifying glass fell to the ground with a clang. Peter pulled off his shirt and covered his face. The ventilation system is locked. These filing cabinets are sealed. I rushed to the door and banged on it. The metal door was freezing cold and there was no response. The poison gas became thicker and thicker. I could taste the metallic taste on the tip of my tongue. My temples were throbbing. My absolute pitch was sounding the alarm. There was a high-frequency hum in the air, exactly the same frequency as before the wall of light disappeared. Elliot, Samira grabbed my arm, her eyes already beginning to turn red. Look at the ceiling. I looked up and saw liquid leaking from the vent grill, dripping onto the lab table and producing white smoke. Peter took out his cell phone and called old John, but there was only a snowflake on the screen. Robert grabbed the beaker on the table and smashed it against the window, but the glass didn't move at all. It was bulletproof.
The documents were blown all over the place by the poison gas. I saw a photo floating to my feet. A man in a white coat was holding two babies, one wrapped in a blue blanket and the other in a red blanket, both of whom had light pink birthmarks on their foreheads. The man's face was painted black, but on the half of his ear that was exposed, he wore a silver hearing aid exactly the same as Virgil Hawk's. The cough was like a hammer hitting my chest. I reached for the recorder in my pocket, the one I always carry with me when I do a podcast. Samira's hand covered ours, and our palms were sweaty. She pointed to the pile of documents on the ground, then pointed at me. "We have to take this evidence out." The gas reached my knees. I bent down to pick up the scattered medical records, and suddenly my vision went dark. The sobs of my childhood rang out again, clearer than ever, like someone beating a gong in my skull. In a trance, I heard Virgil's voice coming from somewhere far away, with a smile of victory. "Elliot, do you think you can win by finding evidence? You're wrong," I said to the air, my voice torn into pieces by coughing. Samira stuffed a stack of documents into my arms. Her lips were purple, but her eyes were surprisingly bright. We squatted back to back, wrapping our coats around the most critical pages. As the poisonous gas flowed over my chin, I heard Peter shouting something, Anna coughing, and Robert banging on the door, but the sounds gradually became blurred, leaving only the roar in my temple and the sobbing in my memory of that rainy night, getting closer and closer. At the last second, I saw the picture of the baby on the blue blanket float before my eyes. His eyes suddenly moved, as if to say, my temples were throbbing, and my absolute pitch was like a tape thrown into a shredder. The frequency of the vibration of the wall of light created sharp echoes in my cranial cavity. Samira's fingers were still clenched, the fingertips that had just been burned red by the light wall, and in my peripheral vision they looked unreal bluish-white. Peter was half crouching and setting up the spectrum analyzer. The metal casing made a dull sound when it hit the mossy stone wall. The sweat on his forehead dripped onto the screen of the instrument, creating a blurry spot of light. Frequency 400 Hertz. Peter's voice was calm, typical of a technician, but the shaking of his fingertips on the control panel betrayed him. It's 3 times higher than the upper limit of human hearing, but the energy fluctuations are regular, attenuating by 0. He looked up at me. "Elliot, can your ears capture more subtle changes?" I bit my back teeth and shook my head. The migraine was drilling along my cervical spine into my eye sockets, as if someone was poking my optic nerve with a red-hot wire. The buzzing of the wall of light suddenly rose half a tone, and my knees weakened. Samira held my arm in time. The warmth of her palms seeped in through my shirt, mixed with the burning sensation of the wall of light, reminding me of the feeling of suffocation when I was locked in a soundproof cabin in the basement of an orphanage when I was 12 years old. At that time, they said they wanted to test the hearing limit, but how could the buzzing sound outside the cabin be so similar to the vibration frequency of this wall of light?
Elliot?
Samira's voice was a little anxious. She held the stun gun in her other hand and waved the flashlight towards the passage behind her. Tony's footsteps came closer, and the scratching sound of his Oxford shoes scraping against the stone wall and the buzzing of the wall of light intertwined into some kind of strange chord. I suddenly remembered old John's movement towards the stone wall just now. His age-spotted hands were pressing on the spiral symbol. The marks were deeper than other places in the passage, and stone powder fell on his worn cuffs. Old John. I stumbled over, my fingertips brushing the edge of the symbol. Those spirals were not ordinary carvings. The grooves were filled with some dark green substance that felt like dried resin. If you got close, you could smell a very faint smell of rust. Anna stood behind me without me noticing. Her white-gloved fingers tapped lightly under the symbol, the mark of 1981. When she looked up, the flashlight flashed across her glasses, It matches the year of the sonic experiment record I found in the basement of an old church in Brooklyn. Virgil's military project had 7 secret laboratories in New York at the time, so this wall of light is the laboratory's defense system. Samira turned the electric shock device in her palm. Then how do we turn it off? Peter's spectrum analyzer suddenly emitted a shrill beep, and he ripped off his headphones. The attenuation has stopped. The frequency is now stable at 41,200, and the energy value is starting to rise. Tony and the others may have triggered an external switch. He pointed to the jumping red numbers on the instrument. In 3 minutes at most, the barrier energy will return to its peak value. By then, let alone a breakthrough, anyone standing within 2 meters will be burned. Old John's hand suddenly stopped on the symbol, and his cloudy eyes flashed with a sharpness I had never seen before. The spiral is a graphical expression of sound waves. He used his fingernails to scratch the green paint in the center of the symbol, revealing a smaller scratch underneath. It was Morse code: 3 dots, 3 dashes, and 3 dots. SOS, SOS, signal. He looked up at me and said, "Back in the lab, we used this to remind each other." "We?" Samira pointed the stun gun at old John. "Are you also a member of the project?" "I'm a caregiver." Old John's voice suddenly fell silent. They locked the children in a soundproof cabin, saying they were testing the effects of infrasound on brainwaves. One night, little Elliot, his cloudy eyes suddenly fixed on my face. "You were only 7 years old at the time you crawled out of the cabin. Your face was covered in blood, and you said they poisoned the sound. Later, I stole the experimental log and hid it in the spiral symbol in each laboratory." The hum of the wall of light suddenly changed its pitch, like someone tuning an out-of-tune violin. I covered my ears, and my absolute pitch suddenly became clear. There was a melody hidden in those chaotic frequencies. It was Silent Night, an off-tune child's voice with a nasal tone, which was very similar to the singing I heard through the door in my childhood memory, when I was locked in the storage room on Christmas Eve in the orphanage. "It's the children's voices," I blurted out. "The barrier's energy sources, the recorded sound waves." Anna yanked off the silver chain around her neck. It was the cross she always said she inherited from her grandmother. It was now glowing blue in front of the wall of light. "This is an alloy containing niobium, which is sensitive to high-frequency sound waves." She pressed the cross on the spiral symbol, and sparks flew from the friction between the metal and the stone wall. Virgil's project uses children's vocal cords as biological microphones. The sound waves they collect are sealed in these symbols to drive the defense system. "So to close the barrier, we have to use..." Samira's eyes swept from me to old John. "Cover it with original sound waves." Tony's laughter suddenly exploded at the entrance of the passage. His flashlight cast a huge shadow on the stone wall, like a monster with bared fangs and claws. "Dear Elliot, do you think you can turn the tables with these antiques?" James groaned behind him. Apparently, the big guy was squeezing through the narrow passage with his body. "In 3 seconds, I will make the headlines in Harlem tomorrow. Become amateur detective team trapped in ancient tomb." 3 seconds. Peter's voice cracked. "The energy level is not..." I fished out the old tape recorder I always carry with me, the one I always use when I do podcasts, and it was incredibly hot in my palms. Old John put his hand on the back of mine. "Use your own voice." His thumb rubbed across a light pink scar behind my ear. "They tinkered with your vocal cords. Your voice waves resonate with these symbols." The blue light of the wall of light began to flicker wildly, and Samira's stun gun began to crackle in her hand. I took a deep breath and sang towards the spiral symbol, singing the out-of-tune Silent Night. I was 7 years old when I heard the melody blurred by tears through the crack in the door of the storage room. In absolute pitch, the frequency of the light wall began to fluctuate, like the surface of a lake into which a stone was thrown. The needle of the tape recorder swung wildly. Old John's hand pressed the last Morse point on the symbol, and a stone wall suddenly emitted a dull roar. The blue ripples of the wall of light began to collapse, like silk with its threads pulled out. Tony's curses mixed with James's roars exploded into one. Samira pulled me forward, Peter followed closely with the spectrometer, and Anna supported the staggering old John. The moment I turned around, I saw dark green liquid oozing out of the spiral symbol, and it gathered on the ground into a doodle that my younger self had drawn in my experimental journal. A bird with sonic wings. Hurry. Samira's voice was torn apart by the wind, and we rushed into the gradually disappearing wall of light. Behind us, we heard Tony's gunshot, and the bullet grazed my ear and nailed into the stone wall. As the last of the blue light faded, I heard old John whisper behind me. They use sound to make a cage, but sound can also be a key. At the end of the passage, there is a circular tomb chamber with a sarcophagus in the center engraved with patterns that are the same as the spiral symbol. Anna's flashlight swept across the wall where names were densely engraved. I leaned in to take a closer look, and my blood instantly froze. The top line was Elliot Hudson, May 17, 1982, exactly the same as my death date in the orphanage fire record that year. Samira suddenly tugged at my sleeve and pointed her flashlight at the corner of the tomb, where there were a dozen rusty soundproof cabins. The numbers on the cabin doors exactly matched the numbers that recurred in my childhood nightmares. Peter's spectrometer sounded again. This time it was not an alarm, but a steady hum, like a heartbeat, like breathing, like the crying of countless children sealed in time. Behind him, there was the muffled sound of Tony breaking open the passage, and James's roar caused rocks to fall in the tomb. Anna was already squatting in front of the sarcophagus, scraping the green rust on the lid with an archaeological knife. Peter disassembled the battery compartment of the spectrometer and stuffed something into the crevice. Old John touched the name on the wall, and his tears fell on the words Elliot Hudson, leaving a blurry mark. I took out my phone and turned on the live broadcast. This was my last card. When the camera swept across the soundproof cabin, and the sarcophagus with my name engraved on it, tens of thousands of comments instantly popped up on the screen. Samira's electric shock device was in her palm, and she raised her eyebrows at me. Are you ready to let the whole world hear the truth? The air in the tomb suddenly became thin, and I heard the frequency before the wall of light disappeared, recombining into a new melody in absolute pitch. It was not a threat but a call. Tony's shadow was already reflected at the entrance of the passage, and James's breathing was so close that it seemed to be behind his ear. Nana suddenly let out a low cry, and her archaeological knife picked away the last layer of rust on the sarcophagus, revealing a line of small words underneath, which glowed with a cold metallic luster under the flashlight. Peter leaned over, and his eyes behind the lenses suddenly widened. This is, and I have heard the most core secret hidden in that frequency. When the dark green liquid flowed over my leather shoes, I smelled a hint of rust mixed with a sweet and fishy smell. Anna's rubber gloves rustled on the documents, and Peter's detector beeped a higher pitch every time it scanned a page. The sound was like a thin needle drilling into my temple. Absolute pitch is sometimes a troublesome gift, especially when the hum of mechanical devices, the dripping of liquids and the light sound of Samira's knuckles pressing on the holster collide with the eardrum. On March 17, 1982, Subject 3's beta waves in the brain area were abnormal. It is recommended to increase the sound wave frequency to 21,000 Hz. Anna suddenly read out loud. The pages were soaked in liquid and became soft. Memory transplant surgery record. Here is the post-operative evaluation, which says the subject rejects the original memory and needs to use drugs to block the hippocampus. I squatted next to her and brushed my fingertips over the words, subject. The ink was spread out by the liquid, like a green mist. The boy in the photo, whose eyes were exactly the same as mine, suddenly moved in my memory. It wasn't that I was recalling it deliberately. but some sealed fragment was banging against the door. In the orphanage, 40 years ago, the white door at the end of the corridor was always locked, and the buzzing sound coming from behind the door, and the humming of the mechanical device now, the frequency actually overlaps. Elliot? Samira put her hand on my shoulder. Her body temperature seeped through her coat like an anchor. I looked up and saw the mechanical device behind her was leaking the same dark green liquid. The scratches on the metal shell were glowing. This thing is leaking the same liquid as the one on the ground. She lowered her voice. The temperature is rising. Could it explode? Peter's detector suddenly screamed. His fingers flew across the screen. pH value 2.3. Strong acid. This liquid corrosive to metal. Before he could finish his words, the mechanical device made a click sound, and a crack appeared on the top. Dark green liquid gushed out and instantly flooded over our calves. The cold mist crept up my trouser legs, and I heard James swearing not far away. He had just been lying on the ground, pretending to be dead, and now he was using his elbows to move backwards. The skin on his ankles had been corroded and formed red blisters. We have to go. I grabbed the documents in Anna's arms. The pages stuck together like a brick soaked in poison. These evidences can't stay here, and they can't fall into their hands. Samira had taken 2 steps towards the entrance when she suddenly stopped. Her back was as tense as a string. The door is blocked. I heard it, the dull sound of an iron door being hit by a metal instrument, mixed with the sound of several people's footsteps. Tony Richards' laughter first burst into the tomb, carrying the sour smell of rotten teeth. "Mr. Hudson, you really made me look for you." He squeezed in through the crack of the door, the rivets on his leather jacket flashing coldly, followed by 4 big guys. The steel pipes in their hands cast distorted shadows on the wall. "James, that idiot, said you were digging up the past, but I didn't believe it. Do you really think you can overturn anything with a few pages of torn paper?" James suddenly jumped up and rushed behind Tony. Samira was faster than him and hit him on the knee with the butt of the gun. He howled and fell into the liquid, and the acidic liquid immediately corroded the back of his hand and produced green smoke. "Traitor," Samira spat, turning the gun towards Tony. "How did you find it? The locator hanging around that idiot's neck is smarter than a police dog." Tony tilted his head and pointed at James, then stared at the document in my hand. "Hand over the stuff, and I'll let you keep your body intact. Otherwise," he patted the holster on his waist, "I'm very familiar with the structure of this tomb. Once I blow up the entrance, you and these scrap metals will be fed to the worms." The liquid has spread to my thighs. The hum of the mechanical device suddenly rose to 21,000 hertz. I have seen this frequency in the documents. It was the sound wave used to seal memories back then. My temples began to throb, and fragments flashed before my eyes. The man in the white coat pressed my shoulders. The instrument whistled. I cried and shouted, "Mom!" But the woman's face was torn apart by the white noise. "Anna, Peter, put the documents in the waterproof bag." I took off my coat and wrapped the documents. The acid immediately burned holes in the fabric. "Samira, you protect them through the side passage." "Old John, is the secret door in the side passage still usable?" Old John, who had been huddled in the corner, suddenly straightened up. He knocked the ground 3 times with his crutch, and the stone wall on the east side of the tomb cracked open. 40 years ago, I repaired the ventilation holes in this tomb." His voice was like sandpaper cleaning glass. "It can only accommodate 2 people. The rest." Tony's men are approaching. The one in front raised the steel pipe, and Samira's gun went off. The bullet grazed his ear and went into the wall. "Don't move." Her voice was as steady as ice. "If you take another step forward, the next one will hit your knee." I stared into Tony's eyes. He was smiling, but his pupils were trembling. It was a sign of fear. He knew Samira's ability with a gun and the weight of the documents we held. The hum of the mechanism continued to rise. 22,000 hertz, 23,000. My migraine was about to explode, but there was something hidden in that sound, like a key poking at the lock of memory.
Elliot!
Peter threw the waterproof bag over. The documents are packed, but the liquid corrodes too quickly. The bag won't last 10 minutes. Tony suddenly waved. His men were divided into 2 teams. One team went to block the secret door in the side passage, and the other team rushed over holding steel pipes. Samira fired 2 shots in a row, knocking down 2, but the remaining 3 had already pounced in front of him. I picked up a metal bracket on the ground and swung it, hitting one of them on the shoulder. The sound of bones breaking, mixed with the scream of mechanical devices, exploded on the eardrums. James took advantage of the chaos to crawl towards Tony and pulled his trouser leg. "Boss, that liquid corrodes the skin." Tony kicked him away, his eyes fixed on the waterproof bag in my arms. "Give me the stuff," he yelled, pulling out his gun. Samira's bullet grazed his wrist. His gun fell into the liquid, and the hole was instantly corroded. The mechanical device suddenly made a muffled sound. The entire tomb chamber began to shake, and the rubble on the top fell down. The level of the dark green liquid rose rapidly and had already reached his chest. I heard Anna shouting something, Peter coughing, and old John's cane tapping faster. Tony's face twisted into a knot. He fished out a remote control from his bosom and pressed his thumb on the red button. "Do you think you can get out alive? There are explosives buried in this tomb. I'll count to 3. 1. Samira's gun was pointed at his forehead. 2. My fingers tightened around the waterproof bag. The documents inside are 40 years of secrets, our lives that were stolen from us. 3. The humming of the mechanical device suddenly turned into a shrill scream. 24,000 hertz. My vision started to blur, and the migraine felt like a hammer hitting the back of my head. But at the last moment before I lost consciousness, I saw Tony's expression clearly. He stared at the mechanical device behind me with wide eyes and said 2 words with trembling lips. "No." The liquid had already reached my chin. Samira grabbed my wrist and pulled it sideways. Old John's voice came from the direction of the secret door. "Quick, it will take 30 seconds for the explosives to activate." Tony dropped his remote. His men began to retreat. Some shouted "run," and some screamed in pain due to the burns of the liquid. James was still crawling on the ground, being swept against the wall by the influx of liquid. The casing of the mechanism cracked. A blue light burst out from the crack like a living lightning. There was a face in that light. It was the boy in the photograph. It was me in the mirror. It was the real Elliot Hudson who had been sealed in the sound waves 40 years ago. The moment Samira dragged me into the secret door, I heard Tony's roar being drowned by the liquid. The waterproof bag was pressed against his chest, and the documents inside were still warm from the acidic liquid. The stone wall of the side passage closed behind him, and there was a muffled explosion. But this is far from over. I could feel the blue light from the mechanism still chasing us. Those sealed memories, those stolen lives, are finally going to make their own voices heard after 40 years of silence. As soon as the soles of my shoes rubbed against the blue stone slabs inside the stone gate, the musty smell went up my nose into my lungs. It was not an ordinary damp and rotten smell, but a mixture of rust and the bitterness of some chemical agent, as if someone had mixed hospital disinfectant and grave soil together and boiled them for 20 years. Samira's fingers left crescent marks on my arm. Her breath swept over the back of my neck. The temperature is at least 5 degrees lower than outside. Old John's cane tapped rapidly on the ground, SOS in Morse code, but he didn't say anything, just pointed forward with his chin. Our flashlights cut 2 pale slits through the fog, and in the frontmost spot of light, the outline of the black shadow was fading into chaos. "It's not a living thing. It's metal. It's a machine." Anna's voice trembled. As an associate professor in the Department of Archaeology at Harvard, her tone at this moment sounded like a child awakened from a nightmare. She touched the wall with her deerskin-gloved hand and paused. "Elliot, look here." I turned sideways, and the beam of light swept across her fingertips. The blue stone slab was engraved with crooked spiral patterns, exactly like the patterns on the inside of Sister Martha's iron box. On that rainy night in 1982, I huddled in the ventilation duct of the orphanage's attic. Through the iron bars, I saw the dark red indentation behind Nurse Mary's ear. As her body was dragged away, it was now imprinted in the center of the spiral pattern, like a template branded there by someone with a branding iron. Low frequency resonance, 37 Hz. Peter's detector beeped, and he pushed up his fogged glasses. "It's the same frequency as the background noise in the recording of the 1982 murder scene you mentioned before." My temple began to throb, and my absolute pitch felt like a switch had been pried on by a steel needle. The hum of the machinery is no longer a chaotic noise, but is broken down into a clear scale. C flattened by a semitone, G sharpened by a semitone, and a repeated triad. This is no ordinary gear turning. It's some kind of precisely calibrated sound wave generator. "James." Samira suddenly grabbed my arm and pulled me back, and our flashlights simultaneously swept towards the back of the team. The thug who could crush a Coke can with his knuckles half an hour ago was now slumped on the ground, his knees drawn to his chest, his nails leaving harsh scratches on the stone slabs. The blood on his face had formed dark scabs, mixed with snot and tears, but the words he muttered were clearer than before. They said the experimental subject would not wake up. They said that after the memory was transplanted, it would become an obedient puppet. "Subject," I repeated the word, my throat tightening. The yellowed newspaper clippings, tucked into Sister Martha's diary, suddenly appeared before her eyes. A short report from the New York Times in October 1982. A fire broke out at the Sacred Heart Orphanage in Harlem. 7 children were missing, and the hospital said it was a protective transfer, and I was the only one who escaped from that fire. The mechanical sound suddenly rose in pitch, causing the flashlight spot to jump around on the wall. Samira's gun was already drawn, and the click of the safety catch was particularly loud in the confined space. But we didn't move. Where the fog was thickest, the metal outline was completely visible. It was a device that was 2 people tall. Its main body was made of dark gray cast iron, and its surface was covered with spiral patterns, like a giant phonograph turntable. There is a bronze column standing in the center of the turntable, with a serpentine pipe wrapped around the column. Dark green liquid flows in the pipe. Every 3 seconds, a string of bubbles emerges, making a slight pop sound. There was a black crystal embedded in the top of the column, which was now emitting a faint blue light as the machinery vibrated, stretching our shadows far too long, and overlapping on the wall to form a twisted monster container. Anna tiptoed closer to the pipe and gently touched the wall with her gloves. "This material looks like lead-lined glass, used to isolate radiation." She suddenly froze. "Elliot, look inside." I followed her gaze. There were translucent masses floating in the dark green liquid, shaped like a human brain. May 17, 1982. Project codename Echo. Peter's voice came from the side of the device. He squatted on the ground without knowing when, and was picking up half a moldy page with tweezers. Experimental subject number 3, male, 6 years old, brainwave frequency matching degree. The success rate of memory transplantation increased to 67%, but the host had a serious rejection reaction, and the skin behind the ear was damaged due to resonance friction. My temples were throbbing and I started to see stars. Absolute pitch converts every word on the page into sound waves that explode in the skull. 1982, 6 years old, an indentation behind the ear. Isn't this me? Samira's hand pressed against my back, the warmth of her palm seeping through my shirt. "Calm down. We need more clues." She turned her flashlight to the bottom of the device. and the light stopped on a line of inscriptions. U.S. Army Medical Corps. James suddenly let out a scream, like a cat whose tail was stepped on. He rolled and crawled towards the device, digging his nails into the cracks in the cast iron, crying. They said that as long as I guard this place well, they will give me a green card. They said those kids died a long time ago. Those children. Anna's voice was shaking. She held up another page. September 1982. Experimental log. Due to the fire at the Sacred Heart Orphanage, subjects 1 to 7 were urgently transferred to an underground facility. Alternative plan: eliminate those who know and fake an accident.
I don't know when the mist dissipated a little and the blue light of the crystal shone on the paper. I saw the last line of words circled in red pen. Warning. The sound wave generator must be continuously powered. If it stops working for more than 8 hours, the memory seal of the experiment subject will be lifted. They will remember everything.
The mechanical sound suddenly changed its tone, from 3 chords to a sharp single note. My migraine suddenly broke out, my vision went black, and I almost fell down. Samira held me steady. Her voice floated in from far away. Elliot, look at the top of the device, the crystal is dimming. I forced myself to look up. The black crystal on top of the column was losing its blue color, and becoming turbid like fog. James's crying stopped abruptly. He raised his head. His eyes suddenly became terribly clear, and stared at me. You are number 3. They said you should have forgotten it long ago. Document. I gritted my teeth and pulled out Sister Martha's iron box from my pocket. The Morse code engraved on the bottom of the box suddenly exploded in my mind. The string of dots and lines that I had cracked for 3 months now corresponded to the number on the side of the device. Samira had already pulled out the second page, on which was a yellowed group photo. 7 children in orphanage uniforms, standing in front of the Sacred Heart Orphanage. The boy on the far left had gauze behind his ear. That was me, and written in pen on the back of the photo was Subject 17 Harlem Sonic Weapon Memory Carrier Project. The mechanical sound rose again, and the crystal suddenly burst out with a dazzling white light. Anna and Peter exclaimed at the same time, and I followed their gaze. The pipes at the bottom of the device were cracking, and dark green liquid was flowing out through the cracks, winding into strange spirals on the ground. James suddenly laughed, his laughter mixed with blood foam. The power supply system is broken. It's been 40 years, the battery should have run out of power long ago. They are about to wake up. Samira's flashlight swept across the side of the device. There was a rusty metal plate there. The words on it made my blood freeze. Backup power supply, human bioelectricity. Enter the brainwave frequency of the experimental subject to start. The light of the crystal went out completely. In the darkness I heard Anna's breathing, the sound of Peter adjusting the keys on the detector, and the click of Samira loading the bullet into the gun. Then, James whispered, mixed with the crisp sound of dripping liquid, the frequency of number 3 is C flat, right? My temple ached so much that it almost split, but suddenly I heard a clearer sound, not mechanical, not a heartbeat, but the crisp sound of the shackles of memory breaking. The rainy night of October 1982 suddenly came back to me. I hid in the ventilation duct and saw the men in military uniforms dragging Nurse Mary into the basement. I heard her screaming, "They are only 6 years old. Are you going to turn their brains into phonographs?" Samira turned on the tactical flashlight, and the bright light pierced the darkness. The shadows of the crowd swayed on the wall, and beneath our feet, the dark green liquid had already overflowed James's ankles. He looked up at me, his eyes reflecting the last bit of crystal blue. "Now you remember, right?" Documents were scattered on the ground. On the pages soaked with liquid, the words memory transplant, sonic seal, and subject no 3 were blurring out, as if they were about to melt into history. Anna squatted down and carefully gathered the documents into a stack with her gloves. Peter leaned over, and the red light of the detector swept across the paper pages. The mechanical device suddenly made a muffled sound, as if something that had been sleeping for 40 years stretched out. Samira pointed her gun at the device and looked back at me. What now? I bent down and picked up a photo. The faces of the 7 children in the photo were blurred, but the eyes of the boy on the far left were exactly the same as mine in the mirror. Look at these files. I wiped the liquid off the photos. We need to know what they are hiding in our minds. Anna turned the top page, and Peter's detector began to beep regularly. The hum of the mechanical device became lower again, as if it was waiting for something. And I know that what we just opened is not an old experimental log at all. It's our life. The vault is closing, but the next enigma awaits. Click that bell, or the truth may bury you forever.